Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to our invited guests today. The time is 10 o'clock. I think we can start the meeting and finally break this tension that's been in this room. Okay, so thank you so much to everybody who has honored the meeting today. My name is Kusela Digo. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies. I will give an opportunity to the members of the committee to introduce themselves. Thereafter, to just ask the delegations present if they could introduce themselves as well. But maybe let's just get some housekeeping issues out of the way first in terms of the agenda of the day and maybe the purpose of the meeting. Before we do that, I just want to make a reflection. All of us would have woken up today to the news of almost 70 people having died in Mthatha, in particular in the Eastern Cape, as a result of inclement weather there. I think this committee holds them in their hearts, and we send their condolences to their families. But it reminded me of an oversight visit that the committee did to the very same area in the Eastern Cape in October of 2024. We were sitting in a municipal chamber, and a community member, stood up and said to us they blame the networks for the death of the people in Lusikisiki. We're sitting there like, how do you blame the networks for the death of people in Lusikisiki? And I remember it was Honorable Bodlani who followed up. And that community member answered and said, when the massacre was happening in that village, they could not call for help. They couldn't call the South African police services. They could not get ambulances in time to help the injured because there was no connectivity. Now, as we sit here today, I need you to understand that this is the context within which we as a portfolio committee have thought it necessary to call you. You know, some of the issues may be irritations to capital that we're busy talking about this. Don't they know that we're trying to get to it? But we literally deal with these situations on a daily basis. So I truly appreciate you making the time for this conversation, but maybe want to add that I did consider whether I must prepare formal opening remarks and speak pages and pages of things to open the meeting. And I thought, but if indeed it's in a spirit of collaboration, yes, the committee members are here, there's things that they want to understand, but we also want to listen to you, to understand what are the challenges, how can we together work to fix them. So that's really the context of why we are here today. And I truly hope that, you know, our engagements will reflect that spirit of appreciating, you know, the dire straits our people are in firstly, but also your immense contribution, especially to the priorities of job creation, inclusive growth, reducing the cost of living and so forth. So without any further ado, let me invite the committee members to please introduce themselves. I will start on my right. Honorable Subrathi.
Good morning. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And good morning to honorable members and honorable guests. I'm Imran Subrathi, a member of this portfolio committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, members and guests. My name is Oscar Matafa. I'm also a member of the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to my fellow members. My name is Senawo Tambo, member of this portfolio committee deployed by the EFF. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and colleagues and everyone in the room. My name is Sikolise Cilishe, a member of the Economic Freedom Fighters and a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Dumela Mbakgolo. My name is Tsolofelo Bodlani, member of the Portfolio Committee.
Good morning, Chair and colleagues. My name is Sbongi Seni Vilagazi, am a member of the committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Sanibonani nonke, colleagues. Igama lami nguThulani Shongwe, deployed by Umkhonto weSizwe. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
We didn't see you when we were starting, Honorable Shongwe. We thought the soldiers were still fighting in the DRC. Thank you. Can I invite the committee advisors as well as the secretariat to also introduce themselves, please?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning and good morning, members and everyone present. My name is Tembingo Singoma and I'm the committee secretary. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, colleagues. My name is Jacob Midupi. I'm the coordinating advisor for the committee. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Morning, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Mbombo Maleka. I'm his counterpart. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I then hand over to our esteemed guests? If you could please introduce your delegations. I'll start with ACT.
Good morning, Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, CEOs present in this room, Department of Communications, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nomvuyiso Baji. I am the CEO of Association of Comms and Technology.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, esteemed colleagues and also committee members. My name is Al Kope. I'm the CFO from Celsi.
Can we finish the Celsi delegation? Sorry, if we can just do it in order, yeah?
Thank you so much, Chair. The rest of my team sitting up at the top, I've got Juba Mashaba, who is our Chief People Officer, Julie Arendt, who heads up our Legal, Regulatory and Risk, Temba Piri, who is our Regulatory and Policy Affairs member, Letiwe, who leads up our Communications team, and Joshua Mwele. They're all sitting at the back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could we move to Rain?
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, colleagues. My name is Homotso Poko, the CTO of RAIN. Okay. To my right, I've got Conrad Lee, our COO. We've got Joe at the back there for Regulatory Affairs and Krista from our legal department.
Thank you very much. You've lawyered up for us. Can we get Telkom?
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lungasio. I'm the CEO of Telkom Consumer, and I've got two of my colleagues as well that can introduce themselves.
Morning, Honorable Chair, morning, honorable members, morning, colleagues. My name is Nozipho Mngomezulu. I'm the Group Executive Legal and Regulatory at Telkom.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, colleagues. My name is Lisa Zuabi, and I'm the Executive responsible for regulatory economics.
Thank you. That was Telkom MTN.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Jumelang. Charles Mulapisi is my name. I'm the CEO of MTN South Africa. I will let the MTN delegation introduce themselves. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable members and colleagues from industry. My name is Dineo Molefe. I'm Chief Financial Officer for MTN South Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Graham de Vries. I'm the Chief Legal and Regulatory Affairs Officer for MTN South Africa.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, honorable members, colleagues. My name is Ramzi Mosetedi. I'm the General Manager for Stakeholder Relations at MTN South Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Ernest Paul, and I'm the General Manager for Network Quality, Governance and Service Creation.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Brighton Burur. I am the General Manager of Business Operations. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. Songezo Khalakhala. I'm the General Manager at MTN for Regulatory Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Assuming that's everybody from MTN, may I go to Vodacom, please?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Sitolizo Mdlalose. I'm the CEO of Vodacom South Africa. I'll allow my colleagues to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, our colleagues from industry. My name is Taikine Chitenje. I am the Director of Regulatory and External Affairs for Vodacom South Africa.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members and colleagues. My name is Andrew Bardenser. I'm the Managing Executive for Regulatory Affairs and Public Policy. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members. My name is Byron Kennedy, and I look after external communications for Vodacom.
Good morning, honourable members and everybody else. My name is Sandingwanda Mutsu. I am the Principal Specialist in Public Affairs.
Thank you very much. I think I have covered everybody. I did get a few apologies. The first apology was a letter that we received from the Group CEO of Telkom, indicating that he is traveling abroad, I think. They've just released their results. I do want to communicate, though, our displeasure. Because this meeting has been moved 3 times, and I remember the last time we were moving the meeting was precisely because the CE of Telkom would not be present, and we said let's wait for Telkom. But thank you to the members of the delegation who are here. We cannot be upset with you. You just put 540 million into the fiscus. So I also received an apology, in fact, a personal apology from the CEO of Cell C, Mr. Mendes, who also indicated a similar issue around investor roadshows. So to thank the delegation from Cell C who is here. I then received a very strange letter from Liquid Telecoms, which I didn't understand. I'm told that they do have representation in the room. It was not clear why Liquid was not going to be participating in today's session. Because I believe they've got representation here, perhaps they can then deliver their apology to the meeting. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honourable members and everyone in the room. Chair, I'm Valencia Risaba, Chief Corporate Affairs Officer for Liquid, responsible for regulatory. I'm with Craig van Rooyen, who's our executive business. We are in attendance at the meeting. What we did request, and it was a request from our CEO, was that we attend as an observer. And we would engage when needed, but we have honored the meeting.
Sorry, ma'am, could you please repeat that?
Sorry, honourable member. Yes, we did honor the meeting, so we agreed to attend the meeting. We were requested by our CEO that he was not going to be available, and based on that, he had requested not to present because he would have wanted to have done so himself. Representing him at the meeting today are myself and Craig van Rooyen. So it's purely on the basis that he personally wasn't going to be here, and he was under the impression that you wanted a submission from him directly, but he's willing to make himself available as and when required.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Do we have any other apologies?
Chairperson, the only other apologies would be from the Minister and the Deputy Minister, as well as the DG that is attending G20 in Limpopo. Those are all. Thank you, Chair. Ms. Makobele will arrive late. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And we confirm that we have a quorum to proceed with the meeting. Thank you so much. Colleagues, esteemed guests, honorable members, on the issue of, Honorable Subrate?
Chairperson, may I check if the regulator is represented here? Is there any presence of ICASA here?
The chairperson of ICASA has a bereavement. However, he did assure us that ICASA would have somebody present. Is there anybody present from ICASA? Perhaps we can just check on them, Mr. Ngoma, and find out what's happening. Okay, on the issue of the agenda, I think there was a program that was circulated. However, I've noted that members have requested a reorganization of the agenda. We were supposed to complete our business today by 5 o'clock, but there are members who need to be traveling, I think, as early as 3 o'clock or so. So with your indulgence, we are going to reorganize the program, and the members will tell me if I've understood their request, that we take all presentations, well, not at once, but we take all presentations at a go, and thereafter then have the discussions. And then from the chair, I have taken the discretion to reorganize the agenda in terms of size. So we're going to start with the association. Then Vodacom and MTN will fight amongst themselves who is bigger. The bigger will go first, and so on and so on. But on a serious note, then, that means if we're able to be succinct on time, and it's now 10:16, by 12:30, 12:45, we should have completed all of the presentations, and thereafter maybe shorten the lunch break so that we can have discussions. I think at the very latest we'll push for conclusion by 3 o'clock. Can I check if we have a mover for the adoption of the agenda with those amendments? Thanks.
Chairperson, I move for the adoption of that amended agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I have a seconder?
Honorable Matafa, I second the proposal for the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Maybe then, without wasting any time, let's get into the presentations. The invitation that we had sent to the association, as well as the MNOs and the telcos, had requested that we meet today and engage on a number of issues. The first one was on the contribution that the sector is making to the attainment of the National Development Plan goals, particularly universal connectivity by 2030. We then asked for a presentation around issues relating to the contribution or measures to reduce the cost of communication, particularly the data costs. We wanted to inquire on issues of transformation, job creation within the sector, the issues of the universal service obligations, the spectrum conditions, as well as compliance with, amongst others, the conditions of the Competition Commission. So that's the broad framework. Obviously, members would have particular areas of interest that they want to speak to, and I think during the course of the conversation that will come up. May I hand over to you to kick us off, CEO?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, as the ACT first, as you started off, would like to acknowledge the recent floods that have happened in the Eastern Cape, especially in the area of Umtata. And as you know, as somebody that hails from that province, this has actually affected me personally from a family level. So we are saying that our thoughts are with the families who have lost loved ones and with the communities facing difficult tasks in rebuilding homes, school, and infrastructure. Chairperson, as well, would like to extend our condolences to you and your family at the loss of your uncle, Umtu Omkhulu Uwile, sithi nxe kuwe nosapho aluhlanga lungehlanga sisi. We know that the past few weeks have brought sorrow to many, and we keep all those that are grieving in our thoughts. On behalf of ACT and its members, we extend our deepest sympathy to yourselves as the portfolio committees and portfolio committee and other members of parliament, including the family of the dear Honorable Petros Tole. We remember him very well as a person that was dedicated and who actually was genuine about equitable access to communication services. And he has actually left an incredible mark on some of us that we have encountered. Beyond the parliamentary duties, some of our team members at ACT remember him as a gentleman, as somebody who offered always a thoughtful counsel. He carried himself with grace and humility, Chair, and was always prioritizing the voices and needs of the people of South Africa. That's what we remember. Our thoughts and prayers are with his loved ones during this painful time. May his memory endure as an inspiration to stand firm and service in terms of compassion. So, Chair, I just want to go then to the point that you raised at the start when you were opening. Just to confirm, you will recall during the site oversight visit, we had a member of staff from ACT, and she is here actually today. I omitted to introduce her, Ms. Kanya Mase Mnyatsi. She's here. After that meeting, there were two things that were outstanding. There was the issue of connectivity, and there was the issue of voting, that during voting there was issues around connectivity. So as ACT, we took initiatives twice. The first one was on the 2G, 3G connectivity. We spoke to the municipal manager, Mr. Mase, ironically, Mr. Basil Mase at the time, and we connected him with Mr. Anati of MTN, and they were assisted. And to us, that matter at that time was resolved, but we know due to these floods, other issues have cropped up. Over and above, Chair, you'll recall at that meeting, there was the issue that there was issues of connectivity during voting in certain areas in the Eastern Cape. We have met with the IEC. We have asked the IEC to share their plans for the next upcoming elections as to where they will be and what sort of assistance do they need from our members so that we can share the same with them. So that's the work that we've been doing behind the scenes. So I just wanted to, so that you don't think the oversight just happened in a darkness and we did not action anything. Chair, I will not bore you with the first 3 slides because those ones are just talking about who are my members, what do we do, what is our vision. My members are here, fortunately, Chair. So, Chair, I just want to respond to some of the questions that you've asked. So we don't want to hide it. We're saying that just this past financial year of 2024, our sector's revenue had increased by just over 11%, which was reaching 223 billion, which actually saying this represents approximately 5% of South African GDP. And then we're saying our sector as well has contributed, and this needs to be always be, you'll see there, we've contributed the 14.4 billion in 2022, for the high demand IMT spectrum auction. And then you'll see the recent results of Stats SA that South Africans, 72% of South Africans have access to the internet via mobile devices. And then we say, confirm, Chair, that according to the records that we have, the sector employs in excess of 30,000 people. And we do recognize that whilst the levels of employment have remained relatively stable, this is, the sector has been impacted by other issues that have been in the sector. You will see on this side, insofar as the infrastructure spend on the middle part, there, Chair, you'll see that as the sector, the last 5 years, the sector has spent in excess of 143 billion just on infrastructure. Out of that 5 billion, you will see that in 3 years, just to augment in terms of capital expenditure on alternative energy, because we were faced with the issue of load shedding. The sector, and when I say the sector, I'm just talking about the 5 people that are, the 6 people that we, because that's the data that we have most of the times, that they have spent in excess of 5.4 billion in alternative energy solutions. If you think about it, your solars, your diesel, the most spent has been on diesel. You will see on your right that just in 1 year, diesel spend was at 1.2 billion just to cap off load shedding. Here we had made an application to National Treasury. We'll see later on that we've asked that we have the sector enjoy a diesel rebate. And then the last part of that, you will see that the sector has spent in excess of 202 billion on procurement, especially BE and SME compliant companies within the South African context. This is an increase, as you see, of 14%. Then on the right, Chair, on my right, sorry, because I'm looking this way, we just want to confirm that schools, universities, and related services do, upon application, enjoy a 50% E-rate fee that they can apply and enjoy with our members. A number of universities have taken this. Over and above, there is the zero rating of websites by the same institutions, institutions such as universities. I know not all universities have taken this up, but it's an offer that ICASA proactively has even published a gazette to make sure that this is done. Chair, you will note that insofar as connectivity of services in terms of public service institutions, the requirement is that 21,878 PSI will be connected, being the bulk of them being schools. I will talk to that in detail in the presentation. And you will see, just lastly, the last one is on the issue of universal service and access fund contributions in the last 4 years from 2021, how much those contributions need to be clear. They not only the 6 members, it also include other people within the sector that have contributed to the fund. I will speak into details as to what that is entailing. Next slide, please. So, Chair, here, in terms of the local trends and in terms of the question that was raised, so we are saying that our sector is actually facing and undergoing significant transformation, right, due to the changing business models that they're currently competing against. These, you will see that there is a lot of disinvestment from core services. When we talk about core services, we're talking about like basic telephony. So you'll see our sector is moving to other alternatives such as fintech, and they are also dabbling in terms of the audio space. They're running some sort of more broadcast-like services because the convergence and competition is dire. It's there. So you will see that is what is happening. They are continuing, Chair, to invest heavily in terms of network expansion, especially 5G and fiber. It's not only 5G. You've seen some of the issues that have happened. If you think of the transactions that have been happening, that there is that drive to make sure that network is expanded. And then we do note there that there is a lot of pricing pressure, right? And especially with new services being introduced within the market. And then there is, they're facing, I'll say, when you look at the members in terms of, and I will look at them selfishly because that's what we're doing, that, for instance, that what they're facing is that there is MTN has started their couple of years ago, their investment on 5G and Vodacom as well. And you saw recently, Cell C has recently launched their 5G services. That is not cheap to start. That's why Cell C started very late, because you have to call in investors to come in. And then you would have seen Telkom. Telkom has been in the news, sharing the good news about not only about their financials, but they have been consistently expanding their coverage, especially on LTE, in going into townships and related areas. And then you see one of our members, Liquid Technologies, as well. They have been currently doing a lot of cost optimization in terms of their group, which has affected the South African market as well. So the things that we want to say as well, things that influence how the sector invests is the political and regulatory uncertainty, because there's so many things that keep coming that are either unfinished or they are not being done. And I'll speak further to it, such as you'll see later on. When we're talking about political and regulatory uncertainty, there was a period that we noted as ACT between end of last year and around March this year, about a period of 6 months, that the uncertainty was so real that no decision was being made. And that has an impact, that no decision was being made. You're just writing you're sending letters into a dark hole. There's no responses, especially from a regulatory point of view. We've noted the issues around partnership activities. You would have seen most of our members are entering into partnerships. There is a rise of a lot of MNOs. We welcome those because it shows the maturity of the market. You would have seen there's somebody that says the newest mobile network, if you're in Gauteng, Melon is there. You would have seen the Capitex of this world. The competition is there, it's ripe. So we are also saying there are market disruptors, such as the OTTs, the over-the-top, and the low Earth orbit satellites. The over-the-top services for us are one of those things that are just, you'll see in the presentation later on. We're saying that there is no fair licensing regime in South Africa. Everyone is looking at those people that came into South Africa in 1994, they came into South Africa early 2000, and to over-regulate them. And anyone else that comes into the market in South Africa is having a nice time with no or little regulation. The reason is because we do not understand what they are doing, we're just consuming. Then the issue of AI, that is one of the things that those trends need to be there. Chair, we have dealt with the issue of the ICT sector and the NDP. Here, we're saying that we do recognize that the sector has been recognized as an enabler, as a key sector in terms of innovation, job creation, and global competitiveness. Supposed to be the next slide. And then, the NDP in itself, I think you skipped it, actually is the one that would tell you that there is a need to make sure that there is investment in infrastructure, broadband and mobile connectivity in order to have greater digital inclusion. And this, my members are doing. Chair, this slide, you keep moving this, yeah. Yes. So here, we're just sharing what we have done just to make sure that things are moving within our sector. So in terms of policy and regulatory review, the ECA amendment, we do note that the ECA was withdrawn for good reasons. It was withdrawn by then Minister Stella Ndabeni-Abrahams. And we do recognize that, yes, the ECA is outdated compared to other legislations that are out there, such as the EU, even our neighboring countries here. And then we're saying it might not even be fit for purpose, but we do also recognize that there are provisions that have not been utilized by the regulator that are already there in the legislation. But we're saying, please, please, do not amend the legislation in a piecemeal fashion, like do bits by bits, do a proper policy review, do your research, so that there's an entire legislation that is fit for our purpose in South Africa. Then, Chair, just by the way, the licensing regime and renewal, just to advise that some of the service licenses are expiring in 2028, right? This is causing uncertainty in terms of the terms and conditions thereof, that investors want certainty as to 2028 is around the corner. It might seem far. What is the issue? We've noted that there's a call for the application for IECNS licensee. We are not opposed to that, but we're saying, but your priorities need to be straight, right? There are people that have invested in the South African market, and those people require certainty. Whilst you may think 2028 is far, the reality is we've seen ICASA close some people that were operating in South Africa. So there is that anxiety. That is the reality. We did participate on ICASA's satellite and licensing framework in August. This, I must say, it caused us anxiety. We did present and we did tell ICASA it caused it's anxiety. But why satellite? We ask them, why satellite? Why now? Because there are more important things that you can do. Why are you choosing this sub-licensing category? And CASA said they will publish a reasons document to explain. So that is, and it's a long laundry list, but this is the thing that I just want to keep on top of mind. So here are the things that we are requiring, that we are saying that for a policy and regulatory review, this is a document that has been published by the presidency in 2020, and it tells both government, which I said like the Department of Communications, and regulators, it tells you when you are dealing with regulation, when you are dealing with policy, when you are dealing with legislation, ensure you're leveling the playing field. Don't create an uneven playing field. So we're just saying a level playing field is that says do not punish those that have been here and making them have onerous obligations. Each and every quarter, they are submitting compliance documents, and yet you have OTT coming into South Africa, no obligations. You have satellite licenses in South Africa coming in, no compliance, nothing. They don't do much within the South African context. Then we're saying the social economic impact assessment. This is explained in detail in this document of the presidents as to why you need to do it. And it has to be done thoroughly. And we know it costs a lot of money. It says before you make a decision, this is what you need to do. And we're saying that is what we would like to do to be done in terms of the policy, in terms of legislation. And notice not our like, it is there. It's a document that was signed by the president. It's there. So, Chair, you'll see there, we've tabled all the policies that we're saying are incompatible and outdated, like White Paper of 2016, the PC4IR, the Digital Economy Master Plan that keeps being done in different fashions. And then we're saying there on the ECA amendment, it's lacking on the OTT services, on other things that are coming. We're saying, please have policy alignment and ensure that there's effective collaboration in the sector. Then, Chair, just to share some of the work that we've been doing, I did come and present before you, Chair, when you had your workshop on I think, was it the workshop that you had, that, I think, was that side of Western Cape. I'm never sure where it was. So, Chair, the challenges still persist, but we must commend government here. It will be remiss of us not to commend government. Government has been really trying to hold our hand and listen to us and so forth, because we say South Africans deserve better. South Africans, rural South Africans, poor people cannot always be stuck on 2G, 3G, especially 2G, because 3G is being phased out. And we're saying, you'll recall I did the whole speech about smartphones being expensive, but now I want to say, what are the things that have happened? The things that have happened is that Minister of Comms did have a nice intervention with Minister of Finance, wherein the luxury tax on handsets that are worth 2,500 or less do not attract luxury tax. This is about 30%, right? But we would like it to go further. We would like it to say no VAT, because that means it's not, for us, it's not going far enough. But we're saying it's a start. And we have also engaged ITech to make sure that the importation of older devices do not enter the South African market by a certain date. So they are going to start their consultative process in this regard. And Chair, I have left with Hajira for all your members our paper that we did on the best manner on how to transition people from 2G from 2G, 3G to 4G and 5G. I've left the paper here so that you can read it. You know what is happening elsewhere. You're not listening from us. So we are happy with the engagements that have happened in this instance. So because it's for the better of South Africans. Then here, Chair, I want to say the words that I want to use. I said, this is a challenge. Over-the-top services are here. So when I say over-the-top services, I mean those people that are using a lot of data, bandwidth, like your Netflix, like your YouTubes, like your TikToks. They are free riders. That's what I would call them. They are here to free ride in our country, and no one is holding them accountable. we as the ACT was saying that they need to be held accountable from a policy and regulatory point of view. And we are saying, over and above holding them accountable, we want them to, if there's no will to do that, they have to be, which has happened in other countries, they have to enter into interconnect agreements with network operators that are here in South Africa. Because what has happened is, remember, every time you consume a video, you complain and say, wow, the video is not good quality. Telkom is messing me up, Rain is messing me up, right? And Rain will update their infrastructure, but that infrastructure, no one is helping them to update it in terms of upgrading it. So we're saying they must contribute their fair share in terms of building infrastructure in rural areas. We're saying they must contribute. And we're not saying the money must come to telcos. They must build infrastructure. They cannot just come and only offer services. You subscribe to Netflix, you are happy when there's a price increase, but you do not know what is the impact in our economy. Chair,
CEO, reminder of your time allocated,
Chair.
please.
Chair, I just wanted to say we're progressing well here on RICA SIM registration. I will allow you to read this on your own. We are working very closely with Department of Justice. However, we had a risk that we faced in terms of the amendment of the Identification Act amendment by Minister of Home Affairs, which is causing an increase in terms of accessing accessing their e-harness. Then I'll come to transformation developments. Chair, these are the transformation developments in terms of EIPs and policy development. And we're saying, as ACT, we will make our submission to the minister on the policy directive that he has put up. And I must say, just for the committee, the part that we're not happy about is that it's focusing on new entrants. City, what about us, right? And that's the reality. And then they were showing that our members are level 1 contributors to BBBE, and we wanted to say our members are not only focusing on BBBE, also they're complying with the ECA as it currently stands on 30%. So there has to be, something has to give. And then we're just saying, we did the transformation fund document that was published by DTI. We made our submission, we made our inputs, just how it can be improved. So, Chair, we can have the discussion there. Then, Chair, insofar as I want to go to I think this is towards the last slide, the obligations. So, Chair, I wanted to make the example of Universal Service and Access Fund. I did talk about it, the Universal Service and Access Fund. We do recognize that USASA as an entity has to write a business plan for them to get access to this fund. As a sector, we do not know how the funds are being utilized, and it's not an USASA issue, it's a wider government issue. We're not blaming USASA. I don't want to be misunderstood, because USASA only gets the bare minimum. But the same with USASA, they need to come up with better plans insofar as making sure the money goes to where it's intended to, instead of doing other projects that government is busy with. So, by example, in 2023, 2024, USASA, Universal Service Fund was at that amount. USASA only managed to get from National Treasury 221,000 rands. So maybe it's a capacity issue, whatever, I'm not sure. Chair, this side, I don't want to go into detail on the social obligations, but to confirm that we formed a PMO with the CASA, DCDT, especially the DG. There were challenges in this regard. Insofar as the data that was there, we spent an entire year cleaning up the data. My members have been committed in terms of rolling out the public service institution rollout of the obligations. However, Chair, the issue has been, I need to put it on record, it has been, we had issues with Department of Basic Education in terms of them rejecting some of the obligations as to how they needed to be implemented. We thought we find each other, and then we are not finding each other because they're claiming other things that happened many years ago. So, Chair, I just want you to have that. Our members are going to speak to it. Chair, I was just here demonstrating the engagement that we've had with the CASA on social applications and the timelines, what we have been trying to resolve. So Chair, we're spending a lot of time, right, colleagues? We're spending a lot of time and money in meetings instead of making sure the service goes to the people. We're spending a lot of time and effort cleaning up data that you will find, they'll say, this is the school. For instance, MTN here, they were allocated a school, they found the school closed 5 years ago. They already hired a person, the person went there, the person needs to be paid somehow. So those are the things that happen in reality. So Chair, I just wanted to give you that picture, just to lay the ground. Any other thing, I leave it to my members. And I thank you, Chair and honorable members. All the best.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baki. No, and you should laugh. You know, we didn't want to allow this presentation because we knew it would start off by defending everything. So well done on, on defending everything even before we start. Mr. Mdlalos, I take it you have reached an agreement and you will be going first.
Madam
And then they both
Chairperson.
put the mic on.
No, Madam Chairperson, I'm as comfortable. If Mr. Molapisi is willing to go, he's welcome to do so.
Thank you. Chair, we decided to go on who's the biggest in the continent. Chair, thank you to yourselves and the members. Good morning to everyone. I will join the CEO of ACT, Chair, in the passing of the condolences to yourself, but also on the passing of the member of the committee, the member of the IFP, Honorable Sitole. Chair, I'll also go ahead and say that we really do acknowledge and appreciate the opportunity to be here. I think I really speak without any sense of contradiction that the interest of the committee and the interest of the operators and MTN are converging. There is no disconnect on what the committee seeks to achieve and what the MNOs and MTN stand for. We're also very clear, Chair, that we're not coming here to present a picture of perfection. We are very much aware of some of the limitations, the things that you should have done that you continue to do. So there are definitely areas of improvement, and I think we'll be the first people to acknowledge that. But we also want to share with you the successes in the areas where we believe we have done a decent job, and I think areas where we believe we're going to need help going forward. I'll move and maybe just talk about the broad context. I'll touch on the context and also maybe outline to the committee our journey, the implication of social impact beyond connectivity that we seek to drive, and obviously going forward, how do we intend to drive digital sustainability and what are the challenges? If you go into the next chart, we have attempted here, I see the chart is not coming through clearly. We have attempted in the first chart, members, if you can see the presentation, to really give you a high-level summary of what lies in the deck. Yeah. Okay, all right, okay. Yeah, so I'll quickly just maybe deal with a few things, Chair. We'll cover in the presentation where MTN is in terms of coverage. We believe that we have done a fairly decent job in terms of the progress that we have made. We'll cover some of the concerns we have around the ECA. We are asking, Chair, that the ECA, as the CEO of ACT has mentioned, that needs to be modernized. We're also making a very strong case around regulatory parity and the bottlenecks. We'll talk about spectrum sharing and limitations where we need the support. We'll talk about what we need to do around smartphones. We believe that we have made decent progress, but there's more work that we need to do. Population coverage, the level of investment that we have made into the market, and we'll cover the level of spend, where we have spent the money, and where we need to be able to improve going forward. As I go and give you the context, I'll first start with the MTN leadership. the MTN leadership chart will showcase the extent of the transformed team that we have. Yeah, okay. So if you look at the MTN leadership, we're really proud, Chair, about the profile of transformation and the team profile that we have. If I go on and maybe just touch high level on where we are positioned and the things that we have managed to achieve. Today, the MTN brand is, consistently for a number of years, been the most valuable brand in the country and in the continent. We're very happy and proud about our level 1 BE contributor status in this market. In the past 5 years, this company has delivered 58 billion rand of tax contribution. We're very happy about that. We believe that our role is very clear in terms of the contribution to the fiscus. In the last 10 years, we spent about 95 billion rand, so make it 100 billion rand of spend on the ground that we've invested in this market. And obviously, as we make the statement, the questions will be, where is the money going? Are we spending the money in support of local suppliers? How much are they sharing part of the pie? And Chair, I'll say that, I'll cover a few points there, but I'll say that except equipment costs, which most of the equipment are imported equipment, most of the money is spent in terms of local suppliers who partner with a number of players. This is a significant investment. This business invests on an annual basis an average of about 9 billion rands every single year at a capital expenditure level, which is very significant. We have covered South Africans about 99% coverage in terms of 2G. And I do know that when you say 99 is an aggregated number, there are areas where we still have work to do. And I'll quickly say that areas in KZN, there's more work we need to do in that particular area. There are areas in the Eastern Cape, and you've mentioned that the Eastern Cape is a very important market for us. It's one of our best markets, so we need to make sure that we support that. So there are areas of improvement in that particular space, so we acknowledge that. We carry about 4,000 employees in terms of the permanent workforce of the business, but we operate with over 600 partners. It's a business that is primarily based on partners, and most of these partners, we've got black-owned companies, fully female-owned companies that you work with. So the entire ecosystem of MTN, in terms of the number of partners, we do a lot of business with a lot of our people locally. Let me touch on the NDP. I guess what I'm just trying to demonstrate to the NDP, the plans for 2030, connectivity and infrastructure of universal coverage, that the interest of MTN and the interest of the NDP are in convergence. We also want to drive connectivity across South Africa. We've made significant level of investment, like I've indicated. We also believe that the sustainability of MTN is based on affordable communication. Our people who are not employed need access to digital services. We share the interest and the aspirations of the NDP in terms of affordable communication, and I'll talk on that. We see ourselves, Chair, and committee members, as a partner of government. We understand that in the end, when all is said and done, we are here to drive the same goals. There might be differences in some areas, but in essence, the core part of why we exist is an alignment with the interests of the government, and we align with that. On innovation, we're very happy about the work we're doing around innovation, whether it's IoT, our 5G rollout. We've got over 45% of South Africans under the banner of MTN 5G. We're very happy about the work that we're doing. Investment in data centers. We're very happy about the level of contribution from MTN. On education, significant amount of investments in terms of the platforms that we are doing in supporting the NDP goals. So clear alignment on the ambitions of the government and where MTN is going and where MTN is today. Let me touch on population coverage. I do acknowledge that this can be a very contentious point. The population coverage of MTN today on 2G We are sitting at 99% 2G coverage. We're sitting at 98.9% on 3G coverage and 97.8% on LTE coverage. The 3G coverage, like the CEO of the ACT has mentioned, that we intend to decommission the 3G network in the next 2 years. And let me make a point why. Today, we have a 2G layer, we've got the 3G layer, we've got the 4G layer, we've got the 5G layer. We need to collapse the number of layers on the network to try and make sure that we can manage effectively the deployment of capital in terms of the investment on the network. We're also happy that the committee will be happy to know that we've invested significantly in 5G. We're sitting on 44 to 45% coverage of the 5G network, and we intend, as we go forward this year, to accelerate the level of investment in 5G. It's a very important technology for the provision of services, particularly for what we call home or fixed wireless access technologies, to drive more access for people in terms of home access connectivity. We've put 95 billion rand on the ground. 75% of this 95 billion rand has been spent on network expansion and resilience. I'll cover a little bit more on the network resilience and how much we've implemented. And we've increased now the penetration on the 800 megahertz band, which was awarded as part of the spectrum auction at 35%. I want to maybe highlight to the committee members why it was so significant that to have the auction that we had. In the absence of frequency, this country went for a very long time without the awarding of the frequency. Chair, without any blames, this has set us back in a number of ways. When you don't have the frequency, for high frequency, you end up having to overbuild the number of sites. When you overbuild the number of sites, you incur a lot of cost. That impairs the pricing in the market. So that delay has actually affected, the number of MNOs and all of us in the industry in terms of provision of services and the overall cost to communicate. I want to talk about, there were questions around the load shedding and vandalism. Now, this was and is still a challenging aspect of our business. We just share some of the images of what we deal with on a daily basis. Where a number of our sites, and I think this is suffered by pretty much every one of the MNOs today. We would like help, in any way that the committee is able to recommend and assist, we'll request any form of assistance. This level of vandalism destroys and service continuity in many of our areas. Many areas where there's no power, when we provision these batteries and we lose them in the next 2 days, we have to reprovision them. I also say to the committee and the members that we spent as MTN over 4 billion rands in a period of 18 months to deliver the network against load shedding. Let me explain. This spend was not a spend for growth. It was just a spend to close the gap on what we had before, which was power. 4 billion rand spent to make sure that we deliver the services. So when we say we're committed to deliver service and quality of service to our customers, let's judge it in terms of the level of spend that we made during load shedding. Significant amount of money that we have spent that was challenging, and also around the issue of security. We're doing a lot of work around security. We're not folding our arms. We're putting a number of technologies. We're putting AI technologies, putting some of the batteries in bunkers, hardening the number of sites. So we're doing a lot of work. And I'd like to believe that I'm saying this also, with the other MNOs will align with that. If there's any area we can really ask and plead for support and help, is the understanding of the committee on the implication of security in our country and its implication on our network. But we don't say this and do nothing. We're making the right level of investment. We're using technology to address the areas that we're facing today. And hence, we're able to deliver the level of availability, even with the challenges that we face in the industry overall. If I go into the next chart, Chair and committee members, I am at pains in terms of, if I look at the implications of the level of poverty and unemployment in our country, and what the result of that is in terms of digital access. If our people cannot have access to smartphones, all our interest and plans and vision will not be realized. A number of our people who are unemployed, who do need access to data, that will be a challenge. Now, the instruments of how we fix that, there's a number of things. We've launched as MTN, the first of its kind, a smartphone, a 4G smartphone to be precise, for a price of 99 rands. 100 rands on the MTN network for the device that costs 800 rands for us. Why are we doing this? We cannot continue to leave the population and a number of our people on the network behind. We're working with our partners to say, if you've been on the MTN network for a number of years and you are still using a 2G phone, we need to get you on a 4G smartphone. And that's what we have launched. We're happy with the success and the progress that we have so far. We're partnering with a number of players in the market to make sure that we scale. We're talking to about 3.5 million MTN customers who are still sitting on 2G network. And if they're sitting on a 2G network, they'll never be able to access digital services. They'll be left behind in terms of the ability to browse and do homework, and for the children to be able to access material. That is a problem that we have to solve as a collective. We are making an intervention ourselves, but we are asking for the support, and I think the CEO of ACT made that point very clear, that the cost of devices, VAT on devices, as operators make the interventions, may we ask also that we get some form of support from you as the members of the committee on how we can be able to bring South Africans, in terms of inclusion. One of the key discussions is always the issue of the challenging discussion around pricing, and then maybe let's talk about that a little bit. We do get a lot of times in terms of the comparison of pricing, and if I was to be a bit more specific, reference of the market that will be made will be in Nigeria, a 1 gig data bundle cost X, and in South Africa it costs X, and why that is the case. South Africa it's got a population density of about 50 people per square kilometer. It's a 1.2 million square kilometer country. It's a large country with only 60 odd million people. So the density already is a challenge if you compare it with the density population of Nigeria. South Africa is the 9th biggest country in the continent, if my math is right, and probably one of the top 25 countries in terms of size globally. It's a large country. What that means is that we need to extend the footprint and the coverage to many people. And many of them are dotted, are not necessarily clustered everywhere, but they are dotted in many parts of the country. It means that we must backhaul our traffic and deploy terrestrial networks across the nation. It does have an impact in terms of the price construct. Chair, we're not making excuses around price. We've reduced price by 46% since 2019. But we're also saying that in most of the countries where the comparison gets to be made is that these countries were given spectrum, 2600 4G spectrum, much more ahead of us. Now, what this has done, like I said before, is that in the absence of spectrum, what we had to do was to have to build more sites, because the limitation of the propagation for spectrum means that you have to actually provision more infrastructure. More infrastructure provisioning means more cost. We can work together. We can work together to continue to manage the cost to communicate. But we do also say that we have many attractive offers that are not headline pricing, but that below the line the South Africans are able to enjoy. So, Chair, we do share the concerns and the pain around access. We share it in terms of device access, and we're making interventions. We also share it in terms of pricing to continue to manage the capex profiles of our business, but also make sure that we can bring more people to access our solutions. On the spectrum which was awarded, we appreciate all the efforts by government. That has enabled us to now work towards creating more cost-effective ways for access. We are now able to talk about decommissioning the 3G network, which we are on track to do that. It's very important that we decommission this archaic technology and work largely on 4G and 5G layers. So that's an intervention that we are making. We are committing to that. But we also are committing to, at some point, we need to get to a point whereby we'll be able to decommission the 2G layer network. But we need to get most of our people and all our people to access smartphones. And that we're going to need support and collaboration, Chair, and committee members to work with us to address that going forward. Universal connectivity ambitions by 2020. The CEO of ACT spoke about that. Fragmented municipal regulations, we need to address that, Chair. We ask for support. Device affordability stands in the way of South Africa moving forward. If we do not fix this problem as a collective, we are going to leave many of our people behind. We need to work together on how can we further remove tax, VAT on devices? How can we make sure that no other 2G device enters this market? And we try to bring 4G devices into the market. That will help us to be able to bring more people in terms of digital inclusion. Licensing uncertainty, Vuyo, our CEO of the association, mentioned that. We really need to move, Chair, with speed in terms of the monetization of the ECA bill. If we don't do that, we risk falling behind as a sector and as a nation. And I think also one of the things, a very critical aspect of our business is the frequency. We are making a case, Chair, that we need spectrum trading flexibility. We need to allow for a secondary market to trade the underutilized frequency. Let me remind the members that frequency is a finite asset. We need to manage it diligently, and I think one of the ways that we are asking for, and we are pleading, Chair, to say if there are ways that we can move with speed to create a secondary market for spectral utilization, it will be very helpful. It will help us in other areas to provision services much cheaper, and the translation of cost saving should be able to be passed to the customers, relatively speaking. So that is an opportunity we have as a sector, as us together with government as a partner. In terms of the NDP, I won't over-litigate this, but I will still say enable spectrum trading. I spoke, you heard the CEO of EC talk about regulatory parity. I think we cannot overemphasize this. Chair, we are very clear as MTN that we see the non-terrestrial players as partners. Like I always say that we are not fixated on one key player. For us, we see satellite players as one bundle. And Chair, also, I'm sure the committee is aware that in some of our markets outside South Africa, we've already done the partnerships with the likes of Starlink. I want to clarify and make sure that there is no contradiction of that position with the SA position. Those countries are managed by their own rules, by their own legislation. We have our own here at home that we have to deal with from a South Africa perspective. But there is no contradiction about the fact that we welcome in the market, we welcome competition, but we see them as complementary. And obviously the CEO of ACT spoke about OTT. I think we need to pay a level of attention on over-the-top players who are benefiting in terms of access to services and revenue without necessarily setting presence in these markets. We need to talk about that. Rapid deployment of infrastructure sharing. Chair will make an ask to say that as we continue to build, one of the things that MNOs faced is the continuous investment cycle. We're one of the few sectors that every single year we have to pump significant amount of capital expenditure. We have to meet the cycles of technology evolution. And one of the ways that we can get assistance is for the committee, our partners, ICASA, to allow us to co-build, to co-share. To be very clear, let me give an example. If Telkom wants to build in KZN in the rural areas, maybe MTN can run on their infrastructure and they can build, and then I can build in the Western Cape, in the villages, in the rural areas. We find some form of synergies there. We minimize the cost of infrastructure, and then we accelerate the deployment of infrastructure for our people. And I think that should be the goal. If we can partner ourselves, and we're allowed by the Comcom and the regulators to partner with Vodacom to say, let's build together to try and minimize the cost of infrastructure, because for sustainability of our business, we are asking that those instruments be made available to us. Chair, there is, I know this is also a key matter that concerns the committee, the IHS measure conditions. This is more specific to MTN. Chair, I'm happy to make a submission to the committee that we have largely been aligned on the conditions. And I will welcome at some point maybe an opportunity for a further deep dive on areas that concerns the committee. If there are any areas of imperfection where maybe not areas are close, while we're meeting the scorecard, it does not necessarily mean that there are no areas of improvement. We acknowledge that. And we'll be very happy to have further engagements on that. But I'll say to the committee that 40% of the greenfield, which is the new sites that we built, are built by SMEs. We continue to work with them in terms of the provision of towers, and we're making relatively good progress in terms of the conditions that came with the approval of the IHS measure. If I talk about the universal service obligations, our scorecard says we have met the USO 100%. 380 million invested in the last 10 years. We've addressed the schools, 1,360 mainstream schools that will provide connectivity, 140 special needs schools, fully refurbished classrooms beyond the obligation. We have fulfilled that. Full solutions around laptops in the schools, printers, projectors, and many other solutions. Where we have work to do ourselves collectively, and I think the CEO of ACT touched on that, is on the social obligations. We're asking for coherence of the departments, the DBE and communications. We have very clear cases where we go to a school, the school is not ready, no clarity in terms of server rooms, which one we must refurbish, at what scale. I want to say very clearly that we support social obligations implementation, without a doubt. Can we get some form of support in terms of the coherence and the planning? Yes. If that was to happen, will we lean in and deploy? We're comfortable, Chair, that we'll be able to achieve the ambitions. We share the same. I come from the rural areas of this country. I have a clear appreciation of the plight of our people. I'm not blinded by the city in terms of what the villagers, many of my family and relatives who live in these conditions, I'm very clear about the role that we need to play and cognizance of it. We're asking on this one that the operators are convinced and in unison that this we must do and we are going to do. We're just asking for a little bit more support so that we can manage the rollout, so that we don't incur costs unnecessarily trying to deploy because of challenges on the ground. Chair, I'm going to move quickly.
5 minutes left, CEO.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to move quickly just to close. On this chart, I'll pick maybe just one key point. There's a BE recognized spend of 43 billion rand that this company has spent. 17 billion of that is black-owned in a number of sectors. This is an audited and aligned with the BE spending framework. We've got about 1,300 SMMEs, young entrepreneur program that we've implemented. 350 SMMEs on the MTN database have received business development support. We are committed to it. Can we improve? Yes. We are not doing everything perfect. We are very clear about that. But we believe that the progress we've made is significant. If I go into lasting connectivity through the foundation, I'll quickly summarize in the next chart to say 2 million learners through the MTN plan and foundation have access to free online education. 6,450 university students participate in the MTN Digital Innovation Challenge. 4,300 devices that we have distributed to the learners. 1,800 unemployed youth digital skills training that we have done. And we have repurposed and connected over 500 multimedia centers across the length and breadth of our country. There were concerns that the committee raised around security, let's call it cyber security, which we believe that it will continue to be a challenge as we move into AI and distributed networks and cloud. I'm giving you here a figure of 1.5 billion rand. This program is a demonstration of MTN's commitment to deployment of cybersecurity. But this 1.5 was not an MTN South Africa spend alone. This was spent across the group. Why is that important? It's because the MTN group is one network. So when you spend money, we need to spend money across the entire network to fortress it. Infrastructure resilience, perimeter hardening, security automation, we have done that. It's a broader Marshall Plan program sanctioned by the group board of MTN to make sure that all the markets are building proper and resilient infrastructure. Now we have to accept and also understand that this is a moving target of information security. The threat actors are at work daily trying to find loopholes, and we have to work very hard to stay ahead. We are not perfect, but I can assure you that a significant amount of money is being pumped into this program. And I would like to believe that this will remain a threat for every player, whether you are a bank or a retailer, an MNO, even government, in terms of cybersecurity. So our efforts must be united in trying to address this challenge. I'm going to move very quickly in terms of the work we're doing around energy into the next chart. We are very proud, Chair, on the work we've done around energy. We've deployed 5 megawatts of energy self-provision on campus. Very happy about the work we've done. And I'm also very excited that 23 of our switch centers and data centers we are now going to put solar infrastructure. We're aiming by 2026, we're going to put 7.5 megawatts of energy, clean energy on this infrastructure. We're very excited about this implementation. So we take the issue of energy transition very important, and we believe there's a case to be made about its affordability and the role it has to play for us and South Africa going forward. Areas of improvement on the next chart, I will close, Chair. Rural coverage, we have a work to do here, we'll acknowledge. We're working with our partners, we need to improve. We're asking for opportunities to co-build and co-share infrastructure that will help us to accelerate. Smartphones, we have a smartphone for all program. We're calling all MTN customers who don't have a smartphone. We say to them, come to our stores and get yourself a smartphone that costs 800 rands and get it for the price of 99 rands. New site builds, we're working with our partners. Enterprise supply development, more work we need to do in this space. We have done significantly, but I'm not necessarily pleased. I believe there's more that we can do. Social obligations all out, we're asking for support and coherence as we move forward. Chair, my last slide, as I close, I will leave this with the committee and the members, that South Africans can look at this business called MTN, and I can say that you can be very proud of what this company is and has achieved. 30 years after the dawn of democracy, the South Africans have built a multinational that's across the length and breadth of our continent. It started from here at home. I think as South Africans, with all our imperfections as MTN, I think the nation and its people can be very proud about this organization. We are committed, Chair, to universal digital access and inclusive development. We are very clear, and I say this on behalf of MTN management and the board, that we see ourselves as partners to government in delivering meaningful impact to all South Africans. That's what we see ourselves as. We say that everyone deserves the benefits of a modern connected life. Everybody deserves it. We promise as MTN, we say we'll continue to work with our stakeholders, industry and regulators. We'll do so to identify and support improvements to the regulatory framework. Chair, you mentioned the issue of Mthatha and the challenges of connectivity. We acknowledge that our service is a critical one to the existence of South Africans. That South Africans in their daily lives, as they do what they need to do, the connectivity and reliability of telecoms infrastructure, it is paramount. We understand and accept that responsibility. We want to say to the committee and the members and the nation and those who are watching to say, we as MTN take this responsibility very seriously. We want to close and say that with rapid evolution of technology, which we are seeing, the scale of technological evolution is a scale we have not seen before. Whether it's going to be AI, infrastructure development, what is called AI data centers, or what's called sovereign AI, cloud infrastructure, is going to evolve at a rapid pace. We want to partner with the government to make sure that South Africa is not left behind. We are committed to make these investments. We can only do so if we continue to work with the government as a partner. And where we have not done very well, let's continue to work together. Chair, that's why I stop. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO, for that detailed presentation. And I think the commitments, suggestions, and I think calls that you're making to all of us in the meeting. Could I then move over to Vodacom, please? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson, and honourable members. I would also like to join my fellow CEOs in paying condolences to the families of those who've lost lives in the Eastern Cape. We also join, Chairperson, with the Honourable Premier of the Eastern Cape to stand with him in this time of difficulty, to offer our support as the private sector, as Vodacom, but also as the private sector, to ensure that the families who are affected do have the support that they require, but also to assure the chairperson and the committee that our teams are working around the clock to ensure that they can reach sites that have been damaged by flooding in the Eastern Cape, working with the disaster recovery teams to ensure that that is restored. So our condolences go to the family's chairperson. Chairperson, thank you. I shall also continue in the light that was started. And effectively, Chairperson, what we have done is, I will just start very briefly on our overall purpose as a business, and then move very swiftly to the specific points that were raised to us. So as Vodacom, we really exist for one purpose. That purpose is to connect Africa for a better future. We truly believe that the power of our technology, together with the ingenuity of the human spirit, can actually bring real change to people across, whether in agriculture, in education, in health, and we've seen our technology do that. And so our purpose is to ensure that we are continually connecting for that better purpose. This really spans across the various areas that we operate in, but also has multiple themes and core pillars that we think are fundamental to our business. Some of those, and forefront amongst those, is really that we want to close the digital divide. We believe very clearly that this digital technology, in the way that it is rolled out, has the power to change small businesses, has the power to change a small trader in the village, has the power to bring education to a child who didn't have education books. And so we truly believe in closing the digital divide such that the technologies aren't just available for urban areas and so on, and those who can afford it. And so a lot of our programs are aimed at that. We look really at empowering our customers, and I'll touch across all these various elements at a South African level. But ultimately, the core pillar that undermines all of this as a business is that we can only exist if we have the trust of our customers. And so that theme, whether it's doing business ethically, developing our own employees, protecting the privacy and the data that we steward, and equally protecting the people, is a core element of how we operate. But Chairperson, let me go into the specific questions and areas that were requested for us to cover and give a little bit of an update on that. I'll attempt, Chairperson, with your permission, not to repeat elements that have already been highlighted by previous speakers. I think the slides are not showing clearly. I'm not sure if there's an issue with the... No, even the format, Chair, is not right. I don't know if you... But okay. All right. Chairperson, where we have been progressing towards achieving universal connectivity is really off the back of our investment in this country. In 2018, we made a commitment to invest, a pledge to invest 50 billion rand over 5 years in the country. We met that pledge, And at the most recent investment conference in 2023, or not the most recent, the 2023, we invested, or we pledged a further 60 billion rand for the next 5 years. And this investment is really around ensuring that we can continue to develop and continue to build the network. And we've seen the progress of what we've built, for example, in 5G. Our 5G population coverage has moved from 20.6% in 2022 to about 51.7% as we exited last financial year. In 3G, we're now at 99.9% coverage, having gone up from 99.6%. And essentially, Vodacom has continued to invest in coverage and in capacity to ensure that people have access to the network. The one element, Chair, that I will touch on is the fact that while one can have the network, access to the network, and particularly data, can also only be by ensuring that, that people have access to terminals and devices that can access the network. So I will touch later on our view on 2G and how we move into this world of data access for all, because part of that migration from 2G devices which can't access the internet to 4 and 5G devices which allow people to be able to use all that they can in all the different apps that are available and so on. Chairperson, the impact of legislation was one of the areas that was asked about us, and equally, in fairness, as with everything, there are some things that have been helpful. There are some things that perhaps could have been better, and possibly some areas where there is room for lots of improvement. The first, maybe just to highlight some that have been helpful. While it was late, the assignment of the spectrum supported the industry significantly. My fellow colleagues have explained the importance of spectrum in rolling out a network, that it's critical for effectively the efficient deployment of a network. If one is to use the spectrum effectively. And so I think the assignment of spectrum in 2022 was a big step forward for the industry, and we have been investing to light up the spectrum or ensure that we're using it adequately to provide the coverage and deal with congestion issues on the network, which are very vital with the spectrum. Some of the policies that have been somewhat helpful, if we can call it that, is really the policies such as the inquiry into the impact of load shedding. The inquiry into the impact of load shedding was helpful, Chair, that, and we commend ICASA for leading that. However, it felt as though our speed in responding to that, in reflection, could have been a lot faster in ensuring that the coordinated response to deal with load shedding for the industry, to ensure that the network is maintained alive with regards to things like fuel rebates and so on, and all the different elements that would keep us able to keep the network up, could have happened a lot faster, and equally we could have seen through some of those areas a little bit deeper. And so while it was helpful, we felt the timing of it was a little bit slow, but equally didn't go perhaps deep enough in the way that it could have to deal with a national crisis for which our industry is a part of. So we ride off the back of the grid, and that's a major part of how we deliver services. The rapid deployment policy, again, the intentions are very good and clear in terms of ensuring that we're able to roll out and build much faster when it comes to things like way leaves, when it comes to permits and licensing to build new sites. Typically, those take a very long time. And so the rapid deployment policy has been helpful in terms of definition, but in terms of the effect on the ground, still has a way to go in taking root and ensuring that the operators are able to deliver sites, and especially coverage sites, much quicker than they currently can, through reducing application times for licenses and so on. One of the areas, Chair, if I can call it quite clearly, that has probably hindered is the effective utilization of the Universal Service and Access Fund. This is a fund that Vodacom, along with all the other operators, contribute to on an annual basis. And the ECA effectively had a vision for what this was to be used for. And this was really to be used for connecting underserviced areas, supporting the development of technology in schools and colleges and so on. But I think as that has progressed, the clarity on how those funds are utilized and certainly the efficiency and effectiveness could certainly be used much better. Chair, if I move on to the next, which is the next question, was really around the strategies for further reducing the cost to communicate. Andrew, can you check these slides? That was one of the key elements that was brought to us. And when you look, as the colleagues have said, over a period of time, the data rate, the effective rate has decreased by 50% over 2 years. That's the effective rate that you see on the left. However, if you're to look at it at what you see at a retail price, what people actually see and actually buy, you can map it to some of the bundles. We've taken an example of a bundle which is, just for illustrative purposes, the 1 gigabyte bundle. That's one of the most common ones that's purchased or used in the market. One can look at that and see the retail price of that in 2019 was 149 Rand for 1 gigabyte of data. As we have become more efficient, as the spectrum has been deployed and given, as new technologies have come on, etc., you can see the progression in the headline retail rate. We had commitments as a business, but also as an industry, to reduce and lower the cost of communication. And so you can see a very dramatic drop, especially post the spectrum allocation, where 1 gigabyte of data at a retail rate was, in 2021, was 85 Rand. Today you can buy 5 gigabytes for 99 Rand. And essentially that gives a view of how the rate has moved over time. And looking back, the cost to communicate has continued to be reduced and to come down. And I think as we move continually more from shutting down some of the legacy technologies like 2G and 3G and so on, we'll continue to gain some of those benefits that we can pass on to the customers. The question, Chair, arises in that just before the slide before this, yes, the question arises around that's the progress that's been made, but what lies ahead and what plans do we have ahead? The first is that we must continue to invest in rural coverage. I support and fully endorse the view, Chair, that this will only be achieved effectively through sharing of that rollout, through ensuring that that rollout can be that we can invest effectively in it. And the way we can do that is ultimately making sure that we're building collectively and using the different infrastructures that we put up, that we share that infrastructure. But we have moved our rural coverage from 89.63% in FY23 to 95.4%, with a target continuing to 97%. I believe we can go beyond that with some accelerated initiatives that we could have, both by unlocking the Universal Services Fund, but also by deploying sharing initiatives a lot more strategically across the industry. That's the investment into the network. However, putting smartphones in people's hands is extremely important. One of the elements, and there are many elements, we continually invest into the phones that we sell to our customers to try and lower the cost for customers to gain access to those devices. But that being said, we want to commend National Treasury for the reduction and removal of the levies on smartphones. What we've looked at is innovative products which can ensure that people can afford a smartphone at the lowest possible barrier. We understand that many of our customers don't necessarily earn a monthly income. Some have a daily income. And so ultimately, how do we bring out constructs and products that were able to allow someone to even own a device as cheap as 5 Rand a day or 8 Rand 50 a day, that someone can own a smartphone that many other people can perhaps buy on a monthly basis or pay on a monthly basis. Where we've launched this product. It's called Easy to Own. There are others in the market that have launched, some like PEP have Phonium, etc. But this really does empower those who need to afford smartphones to be able to get a smartphone at a cost that they can afford. And these are the kind of strategies that we are developing and deploying and funding to ensure that we're able to allow people to access the internet. I've spoken about driving down the input cost, but that, Chair, is really one of the biggest drivers. I cannot overestimate that. Chair, when it comes to the universal service obligations, there are 2 sets, and just to clarify and give you a view of where that has gone. While these are obligations, as it were, we at Vodacom don't see them as obligations. We quite frankly see them as a part of our service to our customers. We see it as a part of our purpose of connecting South Africa for a better future. And so that example that I can give you is what you see on the left-hand side for the legacy universal service obligations, where we were required to connect 1,500 schools. We did that. We equally connected 140 institutions of people with disabilities. But Chair, just to give an example and to highlight what I mean when I say these are merely obligations is a low bar, I think we go for a much higher bar than that. Not only did we connect the 1,500 schools that we were requested to, we connected an additional 1,500 schools, and so 3,000 in total, over and above our obligations. But it's how we do it, Madam Chair. It's not just connecting a school and leaving it. When the time came back, as per the obligations, for us to give back the schools effectively, which would risk some of the reduced maintenance and perhaps some of that infrastructure going backwards, we maintained our maintenance of those schools and still do way past the obligations were due. And so, Chair, I really wanted to emphasize the fact that for us, we don't see obligations as a low bar and a box to tick. We see it as a core part of our strategy and our purpose. That's the legacy obligations. On the right-hand side, the current obligations that came with the recent spectrum allocation and purchase. The total sites that were to collect are listed on the left-hand side. So the Department of Basic Education, that's the schools, the Department of Health, the libraries, the traditional offices. What you will see after having unlocked through multiple conversations that have been highlighted by previous speakers on some of the challenges. And some of the challenges we did face, Chair, were that our teams that we had deployed, that we were already paying a cost for, would arrive at an institution to connect. They wouldn't be given access to that institution, as an example, because there was disconnect between someone understanding where they're from, why they're here, do they have permission to be connecting this fiber, what are they doing there, and so on. And there are many other examples where this has been a challenge for us, but again, these problems are solved through collective involvement of the Department of Communications, ICASA, the industry as a whole, to continue to make progress on what we've been wanting to make progress, which is to continue to do the connections. And so I'm happy to report, Chair, that notwithstanding all those challenges, as at the end of May, we've connected 934 of the 4,000 institutions we are targeting to complete by the end of this year. We have no doubt that we will continue to connect and meet the obligations, and as we did with the first ones, go beyond the bare minimum. Chairperson, the point around contributions to bridging the skills gap and advancing digital literacy is an important point. It's an important point because when you look at the competition that the country and South Africa will face across the globe, you realize that access to digital education early is extremely important. And so one of the core fundamentals from a Vodacom perspective of what our technology has unlocked is this access to digital education. And so we've seen that as a key pillar for us. And so we provide free access to online platforms, whether it's our eSchool platform, where we've worked with the Department of Basic Education to ensure that the entire syllabus is available online, zero-rated for anyone who has access to it. And again, therein comes the importance of ensuring that people have access to smart devices or devices that can connect to the internet. So that is free of charge. We've got an eSchool platform. We've got a Connect You platform where millions of users are able to connect and use free data, zero-rated data across multiple public service websites, across job websites to be able to look for jobs and so on. And that's free to use across for our customers, including the zero-rated websites that we have agreed and continue to provide on that. But bridging the digital divide is also important for empowering more women to be able to access the internet. And so equally from that point of view, we have various programs like Code Like a Girl, where we take young girls and start to train them in robotics and coding so that they're able to feed into the STEM subjects as well and able to go into that with confidence. But also, for example, on gender-based violence, where we see that part of the challenge on gender-based violence is indeed the fact that victims of gender-based violence often have an economic reliance on the perpetrators of gender-based violence. And so part of the program that we look at when it comes to empowering women has been around training survivors of gender-based violence in ICT skills, enabling them to be able to run their businesses better, to start their businesses, to understand how to use Excel, how to do a CV, how to empower themselves with these digital technologies. And that's where we start to see the power of the digital technologies that we roll out. And particularly in education, if I look at that third pillar, education for us has been something we have continually invested in over the years. We start, and it's not just a once-off drop. What we do is we have, together with our partners, working with the Department of Basic Education, working with the Department of Social Development, what we have developed is an education ecosystem that starts right at the start, right when the children are young, through equipping early childhood development centers. We've equipped over 33 early childhood development centers across the country and across every province, where we effectively kit out a full computer center or provide laptops and tablets for the young children, even at the age of 4, to start interacting with digital technologies. In those kind of schools, of course, we do some of the things that we have the joy of doing, like getting rid of the pit latrines, perhaps putting solar on some of those and so on. But we started right at the start, at the early childhood development, and that flows into over and above the schools that we've connected that I mentioned earlier. We equally have over 30 schools across the country, which we call schools of excellence. These are schools that are kitted out and have complete IT centers. We ensure that ICT coordinators are placed in those schools in coordination with the Department of Basic Education. And those ICT coordinators are effectively helping teach and equip some of the students, because the challenge sometimes, you can put internet in a class, you can put the laptops there, but if there's no one to actually teach the ICT, then that in itself is a challenge. And so working together with the department has been a success at doing that. Our quality of service is something that we continue to invest in, and we've talked about, I won't repeat these, Chair, I think these have been well highlighted by the two previous speakers, and the assistance that we would see that we require here equally is really around the coordination on security and the disrupting some of the criminal theft syndicates that we have, but also the continued deployment of any spectrum that becomes available. SMMEs are a key part of how we deliver our services, and we're particularly proud of our record, our contribution to the economy when it comes to the SMMEs that rely on us. Overall, we have close to 20 billion rand per year that's spent on companies with over 51% black-owned. However, when you look particularly at the smaller companies, Chairperson, the QSEs and the EMEs, we have over 318 suppliers that we spend close to 4.4 billion rand a year with, and over 692 suppliers that we spend over 2.1 billion rand with. These suppliers also benefit from some of the supplier development funding that we put into that. For example, we have very high health and safety standards, and if a small supplier can't meet those standards, we help train them and help skill them and equip them so that they can not only serve us, but they can serve others as well. And so that starts to become something that strengthens their business. We also pay this category of suppliers early. We know that cash is king when it comes to running small businesses. We collectively pay about 1.3 billion rand within 15 days per year, which is a big cash flow investment in what we do. Our development of SMMEs is also paramount to what we do. We partner with the Innovator Trust, which we have funded completely. The Innovator Trust has operated for 11 years, and specifically its mission is to support the growth of ICT businesses, to really ensure that we can build them on a sustainable basis. And I'll give you an example on the next page, Chair, of the types of programs that the Innovator Trust runs. We effectively take various things from youth internships. On the next page, it will show you that on youth internships, but also specific programs that build and help create these SMMEs to be able to be sustainable in how they operate. We've got two programs, the Hatch and the ITAP, and various elements of them where companies can come through and be built up towards that and effectively become more sustainable. And some of the results are clear to see on the next page, Chair. On the next page, we just show you the type of impact of the companies that we've worked with. Just before this one, over 200 SMMEs supported since inception, close to 50 to 60 SMMEs on average that we work with within these two programs to ensure that they can become more sustainable. And the youth beneficiaries from the youth incubation programs, as well as some of the training that we do, are actually the same youth that we then employ to deploy as ICT coordinators in some of the schools and so on. Data privacy was one of the points that was asked about, and this is a core area for us to ensure that our customers' data is so important, and the investment that we make in protecting our customers' data is equally important, Chair. So all the controls that we invest in are in place, both for our data, but also our customers who use us and rely on our data centers and so on. The power outages and vandalism, I won't spend too much time on that, Chair. It's been highlighted already. Needless to say, the amount of money, and I echo the sentiment of the MTN CEO, the amount of money that was spent in load shedding in terms of both on capital expenditure but also operational expenditure was to achieve the same result. All of that didn't take us further on coverage. It didn't take us further on extending capacity. All it did was secure the network for what it was already delivering. And hence, there is this catch-up that we'll need in terms of coverage and so on as we're able to better invest in that. I'll go to the last one, Chair. I can skip this one. It's really part of the same thing, which is the last pillar around energy and renewable energy and the things that we are particularly proud of in terms of the way that we operate. We believe empowering customers is key, but we do that in a way that protects the planet and continually makes our operations sustainable. There are various legs or various elements that we have, but one of the things that we are most proud of, Chairperson, is the virtual wheeling that we have signed with Eskom. We have signed a virtual wheeling agreement. A virtual wheeling agreement effectively allows us to generate renewable energy and be able to feed that back into the Eskom grid and basically be able to offset that from the multiple locations, all 15,000 locations across the country where we consume power from. That is a first for South Africa in terms of what has been developed collectively with Eskom that is now available. There's a virtual wheeling platform that's been developed and so on, and we believe that will contribute to renewable energy supply across the country. So, Madam Chairperson, there's been lots of progress. There's still lots to go, and we are again collective with what the Chairperson of the ACT mentioned, clear on the National Development Plan goals, and looking to continue to invest to meet those goals. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, CEO, for that presentation. Is everybody still okay? You don't want 5 minutes? You're fine. You're very good. Okay. Let's then proceed to the next presentation. Sorry, I'm not making any remarks on the presentations. I think when the members engage, we'll be able to do that. Mr. Stein, Telkom, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I think it's still morning.
Sorry. This remark I have to make. Before you start, can you clarify whether you found yourself, you're a state-owned entity, you are not, you still have schizophrenia? Thank you so much.
I'll plead the fourth on that one, Madam Chair. I think the shareholder would be able to do that. Good morning to everyone, and also our condolences to all the families in the Eastern Cape, and also to your family as well, Chair. We've got deep operations in that space as well, so we care a lot, and we're actually part of the recovery initiatives down there in the Eastern Cape. If I may, maybe let's go straight into, and I'm not going to go through all the slides, because we've submitted a lot of slides so that we can give you a lot more detail about what we do and who we are. I guess what you see in front of you is more so of a 200-year organization that you see that started way back in 1781. And I think for me, what's more important is how this organization, Telkom, has pivoted over the years to keep up with the changing technology in the world, but also to keep up with the changing needs and behaviors of our own society. And what you'd notice is in and around 2010, we actually, it was sort of a watershed moment for the organization where we pivoted completely from the old copper technology and invested in 3 businesses. And I'll talk about those businesses as well and what they do for the society of South Africa. It was largely investing in the fiber technology that we've laid out across the country. It was also acquiring an ICT business so that we can create one of the biggest system integrators in the country to help enterprises, public sector, and government to actually transform their own IT ecosystems. And lastly, we also started a mobile business. We were the late entrants into it, and we're proud of this heritage, and we continue to leverage on it to actually create a South Africa that's much more better. If I may go to the next slide. And what I was trying to highlight here was the 3 distinct businesses that we have within Telkom, because it's a group of companies, and purely because of our own heritage as well. We've got a consumer business, which I'm the CEO of, that focuses on delivering services to all the homes in South Africa, and also, with mobility products, fiber products, and it's actually the old Telkom stores that you used to see, that used to deliver your, we used to call it the ringtone into your house, which was the phones, which we've evolved these days into a fiber network, but also mobile services. We also have an infrastructure business which is called OpenServe. That's really the business that actually digs up holes and lays out the infrastructure across South Africa. And I'll talk about, what they've done in that space, because it is the backbone of really creating connectivity across the country. We wholesale those services to other MNOs, operators, but we also monetize it ourselves through the telecom consumer business, where we sell directly to homes. And BCX, thirdly, is our system integrator. And what you see below is Gyro, which is literally our property business that manages all our properties, including the exchanges and buildings across the country, to ensure that we keep them up to date with the times, but also we invest them. We invest further in those businesses as well to actually create capacity for data centers and also to host our own network. I'm not going to talk to this one. I'm just going to go straight into the exam question that we're trying to answer here, and I'll start straight into our own contribution into the NDP, maybe the slide after this one. And really here we've sort of tried to break it down into the different sectors, right, and to just show our own contribution towards it. We support, we employ close to about 9,000 people across the country, and through those people as well, we support to the tune of around 72,000 families across the country, either directed through the 9,000 people that we employ or our third-party channels that we use to distribute our products, or SMEs that we do employ to actually help us build the infrastructure. And also on the economic infrastructure side, we've passed nearly 1.3 million homes on fiber. And what it actually means is that we actually have a fiber line into the curb closer to your house, where we can potentially just connect your house via fiber. And we actually now have reached over 23 million mobile subscribers as well. And we actually have a broadband penetration of around 85%. And I think some of my colleagues spoke to population coverage as well in terms of our own network. We've built our own mobile network, and that reaches about 85% of the population, but we're able to reach up to 99% using our roaming agreements or sharing agreements with other operators in this instance. And we have a telecom foundation that we've established over the years, and up to 2022, we've contributed, or we've invested close to about 200 million towards this. And I'll explain a little bit more around some of these. If we were to move on to the next slide. The next one, yes, please. What we're trying to demonstrate here is our willingness to actually work closely with the public sector and government to actually help them create certain capabilities that will bring digital services closer to the people. And one of those was to really zero-rate all government websites. And during COVID as well, we also started looking into public institutions, where we zero-rated most websites from public institutions. And we've continued doing that up until today. And most of them are participants and actually have access to some of our educational platforms that we've created for them. Through BCX and OpenServe, we actually, and also our property business as well, because we own close to about 10 data centers where we host our own data, but we also host our clients' data. Through those data centers as well, we've started engaging with the various departments within government to see how can we actually help them with possibly creating what we call edge data centers across the country, where we're able to bring or host their data closer to their own offices. Part of why you'd possibly see in certain instances, and I'll say the Home Affairs, where they actually battle with connectivity issues, is that their systems are sort of heavily centralized in Johannesburg. And if we could actually help them to try and bring those services closer to those offices, it might improve the performances of those systems, because they're closer to home, but also the latency issues that they actually are dealing with. So we're having various engagements with the various departments across the country. We've also been chatting directly with the Reserve Bank, because they've actually started modernizing the payment system and actually evolving it to actually allow non-banks to actually participate in the national payment system. So working closely with them, as they're working closely with the Department of Home Affairs to actually create a national digital ID, which we think will be a key initiative for the country to try and actually improve how we actually onboard customers, via the RICA processes and or for banks for KYC purposes as well. So we're creating all of these capabilities and trying to leverage everything that we have to ensure that we can help the public sector and to help the public sector to actually connect a lot more people. Maybe let's go straight to our response to question 1 around universal connectivity. Go to the next one. We do believe that connectivity is a basic human right for all South Africans, and to that point, we invested heavily in actually pivoting and modernizing our old copper infrastructure into an infrastructure that is largely connected via fiber. And just between 2010 and 2015, we spent close to about 100 billion doing that. And every year thereafter, we spent close to about 6 billion really maintaining the current infrastructure, both fiber and mobile infrastructure, and actually extending it to ensure that we have coverage across the country. We actually also work with satellite and also microwave companies to create backhaul into some of our sites, but to also bring services to far-flung areas, right, where it's not commercially viable to actually use the other technologies. And as a result, we cover almost the whole country at about 99%, although our own sort of coverage is about 85 with about 7,800 sites. The rest of the other sort of 14%, we use our roaming agreements or sharing agreements with the other operators. And we've actually literally built a what we call a 4G network. We don't have a 3G network in essence, and we're deliberate about that because we could see the shifting behaviors of humans from really making a lot of voice calls into actually accessing the internet and consuming a lot of applications. At a fiber level, I spoke about it, we've deployed close to about 180,000 kilometers of fiber nationally, both national transmission access network and also to connect the homes. We've passed about 1.3 million homes, and we've actually connected most of those homes, at about 50% of them, they're actually buying the service from us. And this actually also focuses, that's fine. This also focuses on the different segment, segment customers that you could find potentially in rural areas, urban areas, and also in townships with our fiber rollout. We actually also connect the undersea cable that actually terminates in the country. We've got 3 stations, Mtunzini, Yesefontein, and also Melkbos-Strand. What it actually means is that all internet traffic that's coming into the country or outside of the country will actually carry it through these pipelines using our own connectivity as Telkom. And we actually work closely with our neighboring states as well to actually provide them with backhaul capacity, but also connectivity into the same undersea cable via South Africa and all the neighboring countries that you see. We actually have been working closely with satellite companies in the geospace, largely to actually backhaul into our own sites, but also to create connectivity in areas that are far-flung and deep rural. As you'd appreciate that back in the olden days was when Telkom was a fully fledged state-owned company backed by government funding, we had actually rolled out copper into every home in South Africa, even post-1994, as with the evolution of technology and also the migration of people from rural areas into urban spaces. When we're actually evolving the technology from the old copper to fiber, we find it difficult to actually getting into the far-flung areas. And for those purposes, would use technologies such as satellite to get into those areas to ensure that we do deploy some sort of connectivity. It's not sufficient enough, members of the committee. That's why we're also here to also plead our case as to try and see if there's potential that we can work closely with government to actually help the industry in getting into those areas as well. We also do see the LEO satellite providers as well as complementary services that we can potentially work with to actually bring connectivity to those deep rural areas as well. Just on SA Connect, we also work closely with government as well and SA Connect to try and see if we can connect up to 40,000 government institutions. We've connected a lot of government institutions. We've just renewed the contract with CETA to actually evolve a lot of what I call public sector organizations such as the the police stations, the clinics, and the hospitals in deep rural areas to actually move them off copper into fiber. And obviously that process as well has to follow the government procurement processes. It takes a bit of time. We do engage closely with them to try and see how can we actually accelerate this much faster. As you'd appreciate that it actually delivers core services to some communities, especially when the police station is unreachable and or a clinic, you can't even call them, even if you have connectivity, because what tends to happen with the old copper lines, they get stolen a lot and it becomes an expensive exercise to actually replace them. But when you do have fiber, you don't get a lot of damages because there's really no after use for fiber, whereas copper, there's a lot more that people could potentially use it for. Just on our contribution with regards to really lowering the cost of connectivity, I mean, you'd appreciate, I mean, in and around 2010, it used to cost at around $99 per gig of data. These days, you could potentially buy it for $79. Obviously, like any other operator, this is more like a headline price that you see. However, the below line price when we've acquired you as a customer is actually much lower than that. It is not an easy exercise to try and achieve these prices as input costs continuously grow or increase on a daily basis. And you'd appreciate that when we actually do have outages, let's call it electricity outages, we actually have to back up our sites using batteries and or diesel. So whenever there's an increase in the petrol, in the price of diesel, it actually increases our price of actually managing the network. We actually have vandalism as well, and batteries getting stolen, and the cost of replacing a battery contributes towards an input cost of actually pricing a gig of data as well. And the far the network goes deeper into rural areas, the more expensive it is to actually service those sites. And we're actually not complaining about that, but we're actually saying that we actually do try our best to ensure that we create connectivity, we create access to the internet by really trying to keep prices low for consumers and actually allow them to be able to afford these services and also have access to the internet. If I may go to, maybe I won't touch a lot more on the USO and spectrum auctions obligations. I just want to repeat what my colleagues have actually said on this one. We also don't see it as an obligation, but it's core of our own business because this is what we've been doing through our own foundation as well. And we've really encountered a lot of challenges, which we work closely as an industry through ACT, but with the department as well, and also the Department of Education to ensure that we can clear up any hurdles so that we can start rolling out these services as quickly as possible as well. If I may go straight into just the quality of service as well. This one, I won't really repeat what my other colleagues have spoken to this one. There is minimum requirements that everyone has to abide by. That is not a target for us. Our target is to actually do better in this instance. We always ensure that we monitor the quality of the network in many areas where we deliver the service. And obviously, you have to deal with challenges such as outages or when you have vandalism in sites. You might actually think that the network is not available, but it's because the base station itself has been vandalized the previous night, and you actually have to try and see if you can go and repair it as quickly as possible to provide services to the people of that area. We participate in also cross-functional, or I'm going to call it cross-departmental initiatives, where Transnet and or Eskom have actually pulled multi-functional and disciplinary teams across many departments to help with initiatives to try and reduce the crimes that's been happening in our own sites. If I had to go to just our own implementation of some of the initiatives in helping SMMEs in South Africa to grow, we do not see this as an enterprise development, type of initiatives, but more so as an initiative of actually trying to scale up small businesses to become medium enterprises. So we actually incubate them. We have a program called Future Makers, where we've actually impacted close to about 2,600 of these SMMEs that are supporting close to over 200,000 people across the country. We incubate them, we find them funding, we fund them and give them grants in certain instances. When they've really created a business and have a service to actually sell, we then do employ them as our own service providers within this space as well. And part of what we've done just quite recently, we used to own most of our retail stores across the country. We've then incubated a lot of SMEs to become future entrepreneurs and franchisees, and we've actually allocated most of those stores to those guys, because we do know as well that they can buy them directly over a 5-year period, where we give them a right to operate a store and actually grow themselves as businesses. And beyond the 5-year period, they could potentially own the store and it becomes theirs completely. So we do that across the business. When we do lay out fiber across the country, from people that are digging holes as well, we do look for people that are actually working in those communities, SMEs that we can actually employ and give not just jobs, but give businesses, because what we want to do is for small businesses to actually grow and become sustainable businesses going forward. If we were to go to our initiatives in addressing the digital skills gap and promoting digital literacy across the country, we actually have an educational tech platform that we've created called Lightbulb, where we actually curate and actually acquire content, educational content for matriculants across the country, but just largely high school students that they can actually access. And we discount the data, and in certain instances, it's actually data free because we've zero rated some of the platforms. And it actually helps a lot of students to actually acquire a lot of content online. And through some of our provision of services to the Department of Education, where we actually provide connectivity to matriculants that are actually using tablets, via that process as well, we actually push the platform for those matriculants to access other content that they would necessarily have to go into an internet cafe to access via this platform itself. If you go to the next one, and you'd see the impact basically that we're having in the basic education space, where we literally have close to about 58,000 direct beneficiaries. We also work closely with teachers as well across the country, because it's one thing to actually give school goers access to connectivity and building an ITC hub in a school when you don't have teachers that can actually teach these computer skills. So we work closely with teachers to actually help them gain more skills and actually give them the ability to teach to school learners ICT skills, basic computer, how you create applications and coding as well. I'm not going to spend too much time, if you go to the next slide, on the impact of load shedding, but I mean, what we're trying to demonstrate here is that when you, at different stages of load shedding, you actually have a huge impact. And over the years, we've spent a lot of money on alternative energies, such as solar, batteries, to a point where we even employ things such as epoxy to protect the batteries inside, because they get stolen a lot. To really reduce the impact of load shedding. Touch wood, we haven't had much of it in the past 2 years, although beginning this year we saw some sort of scary moments where we started seeing it coming back. However, I think so far so good in this instance, so we're able to really protect our infrastructure and provide basic services to the people. But it is a costly exercise when we actually have to actually invest in backup power. We actually also in the process of really creating or converting some of our landfills that we have across the country into solar sites, where we could potentially use it for our own infrastructure, but also will it back to ESCOM. I've spoken to this one, vandalism. I've also touched on this one as well. Let's just go into our investment into green and renewable energy for sustainability. This is the one where we're actually looking at all our properties across the country with the potential of actually converting them into alternative energy sites via solar. That we could potentially use for ourselves, but also to wheel back into the national grid as well. And at this stage, I'm also happy to hand over to my legal colleague as well, just to take us through just the impact of legislature, policy, and the regulatory framework as well, quite quickly.
Thank you, Lunga. Thank you, Chair. In the time remaining, Chair, I will attempt to address the committee's questions relating to, as Mr. CEO said, the applicable policy and legal framework. These questions are broken up into 4 parts mainly, and the first one is the extent to which the current legislative policy and regulatory framework impacts our ability to support the achievement of the goals enshrined in the NDP. The second is the challenges and opportunities relating to our license terms and conditions. Third is our compliance with the directives issued by regulatory authorities, including the Competition Commission. And lastly, I'll end off by looking at the measures which we have adopted as an organization to safeguard data privacy. I also won't go through some of the stuff that has been discussed already by Mr. CEO as well as our other colleagues. I'll just touch on that which is outstanding. Now, Honourable Chair, I again reiterate that Telkom has been and remains committed to supporting the objectives set out in the NDP. This is evidenced by the investments that we've made in the sector, which Mr. CEO has already highlighted. These investments have ensured that Telkom is able to provide a variety of services to people and businesses across South Africa. Telkom has adopted measures aimed at bridging the digital divide, and this has required us to implement measures specifically aimed at expanding our reach beyond urban areas and actively working at reducing the cost to communicate. While the investments that we have made have heavily contributed to our support initiatives, it goes without saying that for us to continue with such investments, the legislative policy and regulatory framework applicable needs to facilitate such further investment. To this end, it's important for government to continue to work together with us to ensure that the applicable policies and applicable frameworks remain fit for purpose and facilitate growth and innovation within the sector. I'll now take you through some of the key issues which have impacted our ability to provide a more meaningful impact and which therefore require further engagement between ourselves and government. The first issue is spectrum. Now, it's common cause that spectrum is a scarce but critical resource. Telkom has used the spectrum issued to it to ensure universal 4G and LTE coverage. Now, while we have been hugely successful in deploying 4G and LTE coverage, it goes without saying that 5G coverage is still a weak point for us, and that this particularly impacts rural areas. The graphs in front of you, of course, show where it is that we are at in each province where 4G, LTE, and 5G coverage are concerned. To fix this, we will need additional spectrum, and specifically sub-1 gig spectrum. Without this additional spectrum, Telkom will have a great difficulty in making any further inroads in the provision of 5G services in rural and peri-urban areas. It is therefore imperative for ICASA to adopt measures aimed at ensuring that any spectrum assigned in future is assigned in a fair and equitable way that facilitates growth and competition in the sector. The second issue relates to way leaves. Securing way leaves, especially in smaller municipalities, remains a challenge. These way leaves are, of course, essential for purposes of us rolling out fiber in these municipalities. Obtaining way leaves has proven to be a time-consuming process and is typically impacted by hectic and severe procedural issues. Each municipality has its own fee structures, and at times the fees payable to the municipality are quite significant. In our view, the adoption of a standardized process that applies to all municipalities would greatly assist in addressing and resolving some of these bureaucratic issues that we have experienced. With regard to access to towers, we are also experiencing a number of issues with getting access to passive infrastructure like towers. The infrastructure is, of course, very critical for the deployment of our mobile radio equipment. In some instances, what it is that we encounter is that landowners do not want to give us access to the land, where it is that a tower has been constructed on the landowner's land. In other instances, the commercial negotiations around our access take an extremely long time to conclude. This all has an impact on our ability to continue with our network deployment efforts. Now, next issue, it goes without saying that business forums and the construction mafia have impacted a number of sectors in South Africa. Where we are concerned, these criminal groups have disrupted network deployment projects through extortion, intimidation, and sabotage. They've also impacted our ability for us to attend to network issues where it is that faults have been detected. Just by way of illustration, over the last 3 years, more than 2,000 sites have been vandalized, which have cost over 300 million to repair. Telkom has also seen an increase in the spend and security. This has been necessary to secure our sites as well as the equipment at the sites. In our view, stronger police intervention as well as greater cooperation from traditional leaders is required to curb these criminal activities. Moving on to the pro-competitive landscape, or rather, our competition landscape. Telkom has always advocated for a competitive market where pro-competitive policies foster investment, encourage innovation, and prevent monopolistic practices. These conditions are essential to reducing the cost of communicating and ensuring inclusive access to digital services. It goes without saying, I think, that the market is at present still highly concentrated and is for the most part largely dominated by 3 major players, some of which are in this room today. As a late entrant to the mobile market, we like to see competition. We are ready to compete, to collaborate, and to co-create. In our view, opening up the sector a bit more will drive competition and will ultimately be to the customer's benefit. In other words, making the market more conducive for new entrants will give consumers more products to choose from and will require the incumbents to become more innovative insofar as products and services are concerned and where price is concerned. This can only be to the consumer's benefit. Moving on to the issue of taxes, because I think that ACT covered the point around OTT players. On the issue of taxes, we are strongly in support of handsets being zero-rated for VAT. In our view, this will go a long way in making mobile devices in the country more affordable and will also ultimately drive digital inclusion. We would also like to encourage the government to consider the ways in which it could support the local manufacturing of handsets. This would first and foremost create jobs, and in the second instance, also likely assist with the issue of affordability. I won't go into the issue of electricity because we've covered this already. Just finishing off in relation to the first questions, finishing off with the regulatory framework. Our position is that South Africa's regulatory framework, or rather South Africa's regulatory environment, always needs to strike a careful balance. On the one hand, it must protect the integrity of those laws aimed at encouraging digital inclusivity and ensuring equitable participation in the telecom sector. On the other, it must be agile enough to accommodate new technologies that can fast-track national development goals. In our view, investors, both domestic and foreign, value one thing above all, and that is predictability. When policy shifts are sudden, fragmented or perceived to be tailored to individual entities, they raise questions around integrity, the integrity of the regulatory environment. South Africa has long been respected for its institutional maturity and consultative process to regulation. Therefore, any proposed changes in the regulatory framework, whether it be the ECA or any other legislation, must not lose sight of this and must follow this tradition. Any proposed amendments must therefore always be sector-wide, consultative, and always be subject to public scrutiny. Additionally, the proposed changes must avoid setting a precedent where exceptions replace long-term strategy. This is why Telkom supports a structured policy process that includes industry players and regulators. We must craft a future-forward framework that attracts innovation, while of course protecting national interests and empowering South Africans. Moving on to the next issue, Chair, being the challenges and opportunities arising from the terms and conditions in our license. Where our spectrum licenses are concerned, of course, we've covered the benefits arising out of our acquisition of spectrum in the first spectrum auction in 2021. Mr. CEO also spoke about the challenges we've encountered in connecting public service institutions. Just to finish off on that point, while the challenges that have been identified have impacted our deployment processes, we are moving forward full steam ahead and are still aiming to achieve full compliance by year 5. The other obligation relates to us partnering with MVNOs with 51% shareholding held by HDGs, or historically disadvantaged persons. We are currently engaged in a number of discussions with potential MVNOs and are looking to onboard an MVNO in the not too distant future. In this regard, we've already signed an agreement with a mobile virtual network enabler that will assist us in enabling MVNOs. We're hoping to make some form of concrete announcement on this particular issue in the near future. Zero rating has already been covered. The other issue relates to the WOAN. Our license, of course, includes obligations relating to the WOAN. While the Minister has proposed amendments to the WOAN policy, this amendment process has not yet been concluded, and so our obligations in this regard remain uncertain. The next challenge relates to the use it or lose it principle included in our license. Now, what the license says is that after a period of 10 years following the issue of the license, ICASA may require Telkom to either share or return the spectrum acquired by it if that spectrum has not yet been used by Telkom. This requirement is particularly problematic given that it is unclear how this process will be managed by ICASA. So that as it stands, it's unclear what criteria ICASA will apply in determining whether spectrum should be returned or shared. For instance, will ICASA take into account our future deployment plans in its decision making, and will we have the opportunity to then ask for that spectrum to be returned in future? Furthermore, where we are required to share the spectrum or to return it, it's unclear whether we will be refunded a portion of the amount paid by us, because of course this is very important if we consider the fact that we did pay a significant amount of money to obtain the spectrum in the first instance. So all these issues remain unclear and need clarification. And just to finish off on the issue of spectrum fees, what it is that we think is appropriate in the circumstances, especially considering the fact that where it is that we acquire spectrum is of course requires a significant amount of capex to deploy. What it is that we are in support of is the regulator making the acquisition of spectrum more affordable. This will then allow us to then speed up the process of deploying the spectrum, which of course will then benefit the public, and especially the public in rural areas. I think that the USAF has already been covered, so I won't go through that. Just to finish off on the last two questions, Chair, in relation to compliance with the regulatory directive, the one thing that I want to say in that regard is that Telkom remains committed to complying with the applicable regulatory framework, as well as our public interest obligations. Now, it bears mentioning that Telkom is currently not facing any allegations of non-compliance with any applicable rules and regulations, touch wood. And where the Competition Commission is concerned in particular, following the Competition Commission settlement agreement with Telkom in 2009, which I'm sure is well known to the committee members, Telkom has been at great pains to ensure that its business and operational practices are and remain compliant. As an example of Telkom's efforts in this regard, we look at what it is that we've done around the outcomes set out in the Competition Commission's 2019 Data Services Market Inquiry. Now, while the market inquiry didn't find any anti-competitive conduct in respect of our mobile offerings, what it is that we did as an organization is that we elected to voluntarily support initiatives aimed at enhancing transparency and affordability in the mobile space. These initiatives included transparent pricing and zero-rating access to public benefit websites. Telkom will continue to prioritize regulatory compliance so as to not jeopardize our licenses as well as our reputation in the market. Just to finish off, Chair, on the issue of data privacy, Telkom upholds stringent data privacy standards in line with the requirements in the Protection of Personal Information Act. Our Group CEO serves as our designated officer, and he is supported by a number of deputy information officers within the organization. We have put in place comprehensive policies and frameworks which guide the responsible management of personal information across the group. Telkom has also put in place robust security controls aimed at safeguarding personal information, and also created a strong culture of privacy awareness through training and the like. As a result, we have not faced any material data breaches thus far. Again, touch wood. Honourable Chair, I hope that I have adequately addressed these last four questions, and I'll hand back to Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Nosipo. In closing, Chair.
You have run out of time. Yes, in closing.
In closing, I mean, our purpose is to connect every South African to a better future. So we take this seriously. And we think this is a great opportunity to collaborate cross-industry with government and public to ensure that we can bring services to every South African. So we are committed to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Telkom. We need Honorable Bodlani. She always leads the, the clapping. Thank you very much. We've got 2 presentations left, and I'm sure we'll be able to go through them quite quickly, and then we'll break. Please do forgive me, and I'm not being facetious. We must break. I would say get food, but I think we've seen that doesn't normally end well. So we'll break, even if it's for a few minutes. You grab something to eat, so that we can then start with the discussions. I believe the next presentation is Salsi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. I will try and go through and not repeat some of the points that were already mentioned by my fellow colleagues. So I'm just waiting for the presentation. Thank you. I will try and go through, but I think the most important thing I'll do first is just give context. I think we've met the colleagues already. We'll touch on all the topics that the committee has asked for as we go through this. So if we move to just giving a little bit about Salsi, I think we all know the company, but it's quite important to understand the journey that we've been through as an entity. Starting in 2001, we were 3rd entrant into the market, and since then we've worked quite hard. We've pioneered the MVNO enablement from that perspective. And we've underwent quite a bit of strife and struggle over the years. We were recapitalized twice already, once in 2017, the second time in 2022. But through that process, we then had to change our model and how we approach the market overall. From around 2020 or so, we then changed strategies and moved towards being a CapEx light type business. In essence, we've given up our physical infrastructure and are now partnering with our roaming partners on enabling our services to our consumers. And in so doing, we then started seeing a turnaround in the performance of the business all round. Historically, because of the high CapEx requirements and everything else that the company had gone through, there were certain restrictions financially, of course, that we could not unshackle ourselves from. And now as we've moved through, we're starting to make progress in that stance and are looking to then change this business going forward and posture it and have done a good baseline for it to move into growth and restructuring this business on a long-term basis. Despite all these challenges, as a business, we've remained quite consumer-centric, and over the years, have provided some innovations across the board, outside of just the innovation relating to the network strategy and how we service our customers. We've also done some product innovations over the years. And if you look at our business and where we are now, we definitely think we are poised for growth. We are telco of the future, or telcos for industries that have more than 2 big players. We believe we have a strong, resilient brand. Despite historic investment in the brand, we're still in the top 30 for Kantar. We definitely want to continue to enable the digital access to our consumers, and I'll touch on that in a bit. From a sustainability impact, because of our model, we are definitely have a lower footprint across the board because we do not have the infrastructure. So that is in line with making sure that sustainably over time, our business is eco-friendly and green, so that we are happy about. And as we've continued on our journey, like I mentioned, we've continued to enable competition with our partnerships with the various MVNOs. And we started enabling MVNOs before they even became a requirement as part of the spectrum licensing historically. Sorry. So some of the key areas or focus areas we'll talk about. Over the years, we've invested over 16 billion in core CapEx. And now that we've moved our model from CapEx to OpEx, there are investments or payments that we're making for the services that would not qualify in that space. We also have our own spectrum and continue to hold our own spectrum, and have pioneered a multi-operator core network arrangement in the country, which allows us to seamlessly switch between our roaming partners and give that benefit to our customers from a redundancy perspective. Through our infrastructure arrangements, we currently have over 96% coverage in the country, but I'll cover that in a little bit as we go through. From making sure that access is affordable, we continue to work internally to service our customers and our consumers, but we also are working on enabling more MVNOs to keep the industry competitive. And over the years, we did introduce and pioneered in 2013 the Cell C 60-cent voice tariff, which at the time was the first of its kind. Other innovations that we've made throughout the years, we have introduced the prepaid eSIM, and we've also then done other social innovations like Bring a Girl Child to Work, which has now evolved over the years, but I'll talk to that in a bit. So maybe we talk about where the business is now, if you move 2 slides down. When you're looking at our multi-operator core network, this has definitely had a big benefit for our consumers. We've basically given up about 5,000 or 5,500 of our own towers to then roam on our partners, giving us access to over 28,000 sites. That has meant that from a delivery to our consumers, they get a better proposition. We have been awarded from an open signal perspective best overall video in the country, and have also by My Broadband been rated the 2nd network in the country. So we are definitely seeing the improvements in the delivery to our consumers from a speed perspective and from just access and availability. Now that we are not investing heavily in the towers, that does allow us to then put our investments elsewhere. We have now pioneered Africa's first cloud-native solution using Amazon Web Services, or AWS, to execute our voice over LTE. This is just making that LTE proposition or voice over LTE proposition for our consumers more seamless, and we continue to look for more innovations. From a 5G perspective, I just want to correct, so we have not implemented 5G yet. We will be entering 5G shortly and are working on that enablement. But we've continued to then invest in other consumer-facing technologies to then make sure that our consumer experience as we go forward is more seamless. One of the biggest things we've achieved was a new billing stack that we've implemented. If you then look at our coverage, as we are roaming on certain partners, our coverage mirrors very closely there. So for 3G, we're around the 99%. 2G also very closely mirroring theirs. But I think it's important to note that over time, in the last years, in 2023, we gave back or returned all our unused microwave spectrum so that it can be used and thus enhance our consumer experience by other people having access to it. We've refarmed our own 900 spectrum just to make sure that there's optimizations there. And we continue to look for efficiencies that will benefit the country overall. From a spectrum perspective, we definitely do echo the sentiments of alternate spectrum assignment over time, and looking for more competitive bidding methods as we continue. If we then look at some of our commitments that come with licensing, we have met the obligations for the universal service obligations in line with our colleagues. We don't necessarily see these as obligations, they're just a way we do business. But from a disability perspective, we are still behind from those commitments, although we are committed to finalizing the last 60 initiatives before the end of August of 2026. This historically having been hindered by a financial position, but we are now in a better state and will be executing on these. Despite those, we have made sure that where we have executed, we've given good technology and continue to then monitor it and partner with our partners to make sure that the technology remains relevant in the relevant places. We've also then implemented a national relay system for persons living with disabilities. In essence, this is just to help individuals that either cannot hear, so who have a hearing or speech impediment, in how they engage with us. This was implemented in 2024. We, however, continue to improve on this, and currently it is a limited technology, and we're enhancing it to make sure that it's widely used and get better adoption. If we then look at affordability, which I said I'd touch on earlier, in line with the industry, we have worked to make sure that affordability to our consumers continues to improve over time, having dropped our effective voice rate by over 25% since 2023, and our data effective rate having dropped by over 28%. If you look at some of the offerings that we have in the market, we currently offer value propositions such as 60 anytime minutes for as low as R7. And we offer these mostly in our USSD channels, which is where the bulk of our consumers are. From a broadband perspective, we have looked at making sure that home connectivity is also accessible. So you are able to get offerings outside of just fixed offerings like our Home Connector Flex, which would offer you about 80 gigs for 259, which is 100% more value than the rest of the market. And looking at other data propositions that we give for mobile services, we now can connect an individual for as little as 29 Rand for 3 gigs. So we've definitely pushed the envelope to make sure the propositions are affordable for our consumers. From an enablement perspective, we not only service our own customers, we also service our MVNO partners on the next slide. We have been in this for over 19 years with long tenure with most of our clients. We definitely believe that enabling the MVNOs is good for the competitive environment within the telco space. And we continue to partner with different MVNO partners as they then service on the customers going forward. From a cybersecurity, we're mostly in line with what everybody else has said, but if you please take it to the next slide. I think this improving our posture, our IT posture has been quite important, and we've continued to do that. And having all the relevant policies, procedures, and frameworks that we constantly review to make sure that we're in line with industry is important. But I think one of the most important things that we've done is we are committed to educating our public. So as a service provider, we take it very seriously in protecting our customers' information, but we also take it seriously in educating them around how to protect themselves. We thus have implemented a Stay Smart, Stay Secure public education framework, which we've started, and we continue on this journey with our customers to make sure that they are also aware of the threats that are out there. Despite all this, we continue to also make sure that we comply with all the regulation, POPIA included, to make sure that our customers' information is also secure. Looking at the various asks on where we think policy can enable going forward. Strengthening active and passive network sharing, so looking at how the sharing is done going forward, I think definitely could benefit the industry more. And aspects of that have been mentioned by my colleagues, so I won't spend too much time there. My colleagues have also mentioned the over-the-top platforms, so I won't spend too much time on that either. Modernizing that SIM registration for us is quite important. I think making sure that the RECA legislation is enhanced to keep up with all the changes that are happening in the industry, but also just in our country is quite important. Then we can better serve the public as an industry as well. And then just to echo what my colleagues, I think from Telkom had mentioned, just ensuring an equitable and efficient spectrum management would be quite important going forward. The legislation is quite clear on certain aspects, but we would just need to make sure on implementation, on how those are implemented, it is clear, and that the implementation serves to make the whole process efficient and effective for the consumer going forward. I'll touch a little bit on our socioeconomics and what we do. Having pioneered Bring a Girl Child to Work many years ago, which evolved, we are still active in that space. We continue with similar products like Girl Code. We do other youth programs throughout, just to make sure that we touch our consumers at different age levels and throughout their experience. We offer bursary funding, learnerships. We partner with different initiatives and different entities to then also empower people. From a digital labs perspective, we have touched more than 4,000 children and continue to roll out more digital labs as we continue. And we also continue to evolve our offerings and are now supporting the Teddy Bear Foundation WhatsApp helpline to assist victims of gender-based violence from that perspective. We don't just talk about it, we also make sure that our employees live it. So we have continued volunteerism, and from a social and ethics committee perspective, we have clear mandates on how to move forward, not only with just communities, but with the environment, and have clear targets that have been set on recycling for the footprint that we have left. If we then look at our BEE for us, although we are a level 1, we do still have opportunities from a supply and enterprise development side, which is our core focus going forward. We have, because of where we are, this has been one of our biggest challenges in making sure that we can get wider reach, but we definitely are focused on doing that as we continue. But from a procurement perspective, we do partner with QSCs and AMEs currently, albeit on a small balance, so 74. We are also enabling job creation throughout, so we have partnerships that then uplift historical disadvantaged communities from that perspective. And we have partnerships with companies like DanaWorks or Money for Jam, where we then go either and revamp sponsors or train people to then partake in the industry going forward. But as we move into the next phase of where CELC is going, we definitely would want to invest more in this space, having been restricted by our past. In conclusion, we are very firmly in belief and definitely committed to advancing universal access and inclusive connectivity in line with our colleagues and in alignment with regulation. We want to continue to play a big enabling and stimulating market position, and we think that can be done, and we can continue to do that by evolving and continuing to innovate what we offer our consumers and also our MVNO partners. We will continue to expand our coverage. We think expanding coverage is quite important. For us, it would be more managed through our roaming contracts, but we want to then align on how that is done so that we can then better service our customers. From a policy and regulation perspective, outside of what my colleagues had mentioned and what I mentioned in and around RICA and sharing, we definitely want to continue to comply and then look at regulatory opportunities to enhance how we deliver, as I mentioned, for the RICA instance. And then from a security and cybersecurity perspective from our consumers, we definitely continue to then be compliant with relevant legislation, with a key focus also on educating our consumers to make sure that they also know how to protect themselves. Overall, from a sustainability perspective, we believe that and are committed to building a sustainable business model and look to actively have a wider base of the country participate economically in a transformed manner while protecting our planet as we go forth. Before I close off, I'd just like to reiterate from a CELC perspective and echo the condolences to the chair, condolences to the committee on losing a member, and just advise the committee that we will be supporting the families and the area that was affected in the Eastern Cape through a partnership initiative as we had done previously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CFO. Colleagues from RAIN, you understand that you are standing between us and lunch. So please may I invite you to deliver your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson. We understand the pressure of being just before lunch. We're hoping in a couple of years' time we'll be third to present and not last. So watch out, guys. Let me take some time to introduce Rain, but before that, we would like to also add our voices to the condolences that have been sent for the families of the people whose lives have been cut short, and to the family of the chairperson, and also to the members of the committee that have lost a colleague. I would like to introduce Rain. We are the newest network in South Africa. We started in 2016 as a data-only network. We wanted to make high-speed internet accessible to more people. Our name comes from the Lesotho proverb, "Kgotso Pula Nala." We exist to improve the lives of others. We create a value with our products and services that give South Africans the ability to always be connected to each other. That was a bit quick, but our 5G network, which is our main focus, covers millions of South Africans. We employ directly and indirectly with our partners over 1,000 South Africans, and we partner with a lot of SMMEs, and based on the presentations I've seen today, we see where we need to be in a few years' time, employing tens of thousands of people and having hundreds of SMMEs, but we are still growing. So where do we come from? We started in 2026 with a 4G network. No, sorry, 2016. With a 4G network, we launched our 4G services in 2017 and our 4G fixed wireless access. In 2019, just before COVID, we launched our 5G network, and we launched Africa's first 5G network with 5G fixed wireless access. In 2020, we moved to 5G standalone. This was a big thing for us because at that moment in time, only China had 5G standalone active, so we were the first out of China to move to 5G standalone. 2022, we implemented 3-carrier aggregation. 2023, we launched our smart router. In 2024, we upgraded our software on our network, which allows us to use the 3-carrier aggregation and our smart router to actually deliver 5.5G services. And currently, we are expanding our 5G network, and we're busy with the 700 rollout, which we are intending and currently implementing to increase our 5G coverage in rural areas. So I touched a bit on our network. These are some bragging rights. Our network is #1 in the average number of subscribers per site. So it is quite busy. It is a very good network. It is the highest utilized network in the world, according to Huawei, and this includes the networks in China. So for a small company in South Africa to be ranked #1 in terms of 5G, it's quite a thing that we are proud of ourselves. Go next. By riding on the shoulders of giants like Telkom and Cell C have, our 4G coverage covers 61 million people in South Africa. Our 5G network, which we are still growing, currently covers 21 million people, which is about 35% of the population, which we are, as I said, expanding further into the non-metros and into the rural areas. And then it's, our products, in terms of how we see the cost of services, what we've looked at from our perspective is, next slide, please, yes. We've simplified our products offering. So we provide an unlimited home service, and we provide mobile services for free. So we've got a home package that gives you one unlimited 5G service and 2 mobile services. We've got our Rain One work package, which gives you unlimited services on the 5G and 5 mobile SIMs. And then we've got our own standalone Rain Mobile. Our smart router, which we are so proud of, as you can see, it's got beautiful art on it. The art on the router is from local South Africans. So what we've essentially done is we've taken the work of these artists and put it in the houses of thousands of South Africans so that they can showcase their art. In terms of our service obligations and our CSI, From our previous, I'm going to start with our previous commitments. When we had our first license, we had 1,000 schools to connect. We did 1,000 and we doubled it because, like everybody else, this is not a tax. This is what we have to do as part of South Africa. We've connected 2,966 public services institutions through our 4G and 5G networks. And the intention is to connect another 1,077 in the next couple of months, provided that we sort out the issues with the beneficiaries, documentation, and RICA. And I think that's a problem that all of us operators have. We are ready to deploy. We just cannot deploy until the documentation and the processes are correct. If we could go to the next one. In terms of our CSI, so outside of our obligations that come with our license, we've done also a lot of work. We've got 313 computer labs. We've connected users with over 15,000 devices. We've given 177,000 learners access to online reading and mathematics intervention. And this year, almost 4 million learner hours have been facilitated through our partner. Yes, please. So we are very excited and very bullish about 5G because we understand that 5G is the backbone to 4IR. We've been talking about 4IR. We have provided the backbone for that. And through that, we provide unmatched performance with ultra-low latency, high-speed, high bandwidth for seamless AR and VR. We provide access for IoT with massive device density, so we can collect millions of devices per square kilometer. We see 5G as accelerating digital inclusion. It extends ultra-fast connectivity to underserved areas. It drives smart infrastructures like smart cities, smart harbors, mines, and agriculture. And it enables remote services in healthcare and education and public delivery. Where we see this actually playing out in terms of South African development is we are expecting that 5G is going to be the catalyst for innovation and growth. People are going to be able to innovate more by getting access to things like AI, by taking advantage of what's coming with IoT and doing edge computing. It democratizes access to these powerful digital tools. So if you've got 5G, wherever you are, you've got access to these beautiful and wonderful things that allows us to unlock new industries, create jobs, and make sure that everybody's included in the economy of South Africa. So in terms of operational challenges, I must say these hits us proportionally harder than our bigger colleagues because we are quite young network. So when we've got vandalism, it creates a bit of a problem for us. Currently, what this does is, in terms of quality of service, if a site loses power, the users become unevenly distributed across the network. So they concentrate on the sites that are still up. And the users on those sites start receiving a lower quality of service. We lose coverage, we lose capacity. And if the power remains down for prolonged periods, that gives people a chance to come and steal the batteries and steal the cables. And then the sites are down for longer, and then we've got a lot more quality of service issues. In terms of what we've experienced, in 2024, we've had about 1,400 power outage incidents every month, which equates to about 13,500 outage hours. That's 13,500 hours where people don't have service. And the average time to repair these outages is 9.5 hours. So essentially the whole day from the time you get home till the morning. So the support that we need in terms of RAIN specifically is the oversight of towercos. So unfortunately, we have to rely on these towercos to provide us services to make sure that the towers are up. So the times at which they respond, the security on those on that infrastructure is not always up to scratch. The maintenance is also not always up to scratch. So we need to see how regulation on the towercos as a whole can actually be tightened. In terms of critical infrastructure, there's a lot of infrastructure that all the MNOs rely on as extremely critical. And if any of those infrastructure happens to go down, it's going to have a higher impact on the services in terms of not just the network, but in terms of other consumers of the network, in terms of banks, in terms of entertainment and stuff like that. ESCOM is the bane of all of us. Unfortunately, there we really need some kind of help. As much as we try and put generators and batteries on site, we can only do so much. We definitely need help with power resiliency in the network. And then for where we do actually get vandalized and get hit, we need some kind of joint security that between the MNOs and the tower codes and the power providers, that we can actually work together to try to solve these issues. And then in terms of regulations and legislations, we are quite encouraged by the recent step by ICASA to align the National Radio Frequency Plan with the ITU regulations, and we believe that this is the right step. We hope that it will actually be done quite quickly this time as opposed to the previous time. In terms of spectrum licensing, I think my colleagues will agree with me. Spectrum does not define the technology that you use, so the spectrum must be considered as exactly that, spectrum, and then allow the operators to decide what technology they use on that spectrum so that they can keep up with technological advancements without having to worry about the spectrum having to change its use. And then the last thing is policy certainty. We spend a lot of money and it takes a lot of time for a technology refresh. So if we know that we're going to invest in the next generation networks, then we want to have that certainty that nothing is going to change. The ground is not going to move under us, because the money that we spend and the time that we spend to get to those steps is quite intensive. I think you've went one back. And I must, again, we are RAIN, South Africa's 5G network. Thank you for having us.
Maine, Pola. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the presenters. Let me welcome, I saw Honorable Makubele had joined us, as well as Honorable Mkhacha. Thank you very much for joining us, Honorable members. We're going to take a 30-minute break. It's 1 o'clock. 30-minute break, and then when we come back, we're going to open for discussions. Each member will be given 10 minutes within which to raise their issues. That will take us just over an hour, according to my calculations. Then we will then hand over to yourselves. The request I'm going to make when the members engage is that to, as far as possible, please also be direct on solutions. I think there's been a number of issues that have been raised here, which are also asked to the committee. And within the powers that we hold, especially our legislative powers, I would wish that to a large extent that this meeting begins to come up with resolutions that will be the outcome of the meeting, and that would obviously come from yourselves. Thank you very much. So 30-minute break. I believe there's lunch outside. Thanks. Honorable members, colleagues, it is now 13:30. I think we should proceed. When Honorable Vilagazi and Mr. Mdlalose have completed their private meeting, we will then proceed. Thank you, members. So let us then get into, I suppose, the discussions. There are quite a few issues that members want to raise. Members, I suppose all of us would want to engage. However, with your indulgence, I'd like to give Honorable Vilagazi the first bite because he does have to leave, I think, around 2 o'clock. So, and then we will work through the room in that way. Thank you, Honorable Vilagazi. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the indulgence, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the presentations. I was saying to the people that I was talking to.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Yeah. I want to double check. Now, Ngoma has left me. This meeting is being recorded, right? And I need to also make sure that, just a request that where questions are directed to you, please do write them down, because those that you don't get to will expect a written response. Do not hide behind a written response. We would prefer all responses now, but where you are not able to give full detail, then you may write to us. Thank you, Honorable Vilagazi.
Thank you, Chair. Just saying that I'm encouraged by the presentations, Chair. You don't realize how much is going on, particularly with the MNOs, just from, from the other side, from as a member of the public. And generally, because of the nature of the service provided, we just complain a lot about you guys, and we feel you're not doing enough. But to come here and have you here is encouraging, and to hear the good work that you are putting in. For me personally, I also just understand even more the contribution that this sector makes, particularly the MNOs, to the economy of this country. In many ways, you are the backbone of the economy of this country. It's what makes you are the enabler that makes the economy tick. If we were to shut down this service, there would be no South African economy to speak of. So thank you so much for that, and we appreciate the commitment all of you expressed. I don't know if it was intended to pass the exam, but all of you, or not, but all of you expressed this commitment to meeting USOs and social obligations especially, which is always good to see with corporates having that kind of that focus. That said, Chair, I must say again that it's frustrating, if not sad, to not have the department here. This is a conversation the department needed to hear. Just the many issues that are coming up with legislation, it's our own frustration with the department. And if they remove themselves from such fora that bring people who will express directly the frustrations they have, then how are these issues ever going to be sorted out? So in whatever way, Chair, I recommend that we really do express our disappointment with the conduct of the department in this case. I have a number of questions. I was also thinking that this would be the type of meeting actually for Babu Stol, for Honorable Stol. He would have been chomping at the bits to get to you guys, because he did come from a deeply rural area, as the Chair well knows, and he would really have some questions for you. But I was thinking along those lines that, and also just, Chair, in light of the conversation we had earlier in the week, where we were looking at the formation of the SDIC, the State Digital Infrastructure Company. And there was not much said about the role of MNOs there. It was just the state entities that are ICT-based and the non-ICT. But I just wonder, from the MNOs, what do you see as your role within the SDIC, and what contribution can be made there? Another aspect of the SDIC is the lack of coordination of activities and actions amongst entities involved. So what strategically could these companies, this sector, contribute towards strengthening the backbone of South Africa's digital infrastructure and transformation? Again, just an issue that comes up a lot, and I've got some colleagues here who are wearing their uniforms are a certain color that I will not mention, but you can see it very clearly if you look at them. It's this cost of data and cost to communicate. I know it's an issue they feel very passionately about, or they express themselves passionately about, but we all feel very strongly about it. I remember it was said that data doesn't expire. The argument has been that it's a competitive aspect and it's the nature of the market, but it still remains an issue. And whilst it's been said that it's one way in which the MNOs can differentiate themselves, but even that differentiation doesn't cover everyone. I look at myself, I have a Vodacom contract, and when I run out of its limited gigabytes, at the end of the month, and I have children who are very glad to get to my phone on weekends maybe. But when it runs out and I still have a week or so to go, I have one of two options. I can buy a 2.4 gigabytes bundle for 30 Rand, or I can buy a 20 gigabyte bundle for 7 days for 199 Rand. These are just the specials that are on offer. Often I don't want any of those. I just need something that will tide me over until my data is reloaded in a few days. So yes, we understand that it's the nature of your business, but please understand that as customers, we need to be able to have the flexibility and the choice to do what's right for our pockets and what's right for our needs at the time. So I do encourage that the MNOs, please relook the strategy around how you do data expiry. 2G, 3G sunsetting, I hear that it's the 3G that is the target for being decommissioned. What is the deadline? In your view, when are you setting it? When are you expecting that 3G will be shut down? And what is the communication with this is where the department would have helped actually to be here as well. What is the communication with the department around that sunsetting? We heard that sharing is not happening, sharing of infrastructure, I guess. But I also heard something about this wireless open access network, which as far as I know is meant to facilitate that interoperability, to steal from the Honorable Subrathi. So what is the extent to which that is happening and the extent to which it's a challenge within the sector? I noticed in your stats, it suddenly occurred to me when the rain presentation came up, but it had been going on. You speak about coverage in terms of number of people. But the thing that those figures don't tell us is where are those people? So you could have 99% coverage, but if it's all concentrated in the cities and in the urban areas and townships, what of the other people? And also 61 million people covered does not necessarily translate to 99%, because much of that could be the same person, or could be the same person with a number of gadgets or with a number of SIM cards. So I think we just need a more nuanced, a more balanced representation of the figures when they are given to us. On the educational initiatives, all of you have them, which is good, and the numbers are big. But for me, I wonder, what is the end game? And I guess we will really see the benefit of these initiatives when the Stats SA survey says the levels of education have gone up, But otherwise, it all looks disparate. It looks in pocket, to be happening in large numbers, but really not a concerted effort or a combined effort towards achieving a specific national goal. So maybe the question is, to what extent are you coordinating your efforts, and where are you? What are you focused? What is it? What is the statistic that you are looking to move that will show us the developments? And on that note, Mwaketsi Mbeki was just recently talking about the fact that what was he saying? There has not been a development of new industries in this country in the longest time. You represent innovation in this room, and you represent the means by which we can really grow not just the economy, but the type of economy that we have. So how are you, besides just giving skills in basic computing, how are you facilitating the development of new industries? How are you capacitating the South African population, particularly the young people who are creative and eager to develop these new industries? Vodacom, this is something I don't want to miss the opportunity to say it, but I love you guys, you gave a good presentation, but there is the please call me debacle that we need to surface. When are you expecting a resolution in this? It's been going on for such a long time. It looks like Goliath is just waiting out this little David until he tires and runs out of resources. When are you looking to resolve this matter? The other issue actually with that, on the one hand, we speak about encouraging innovation, etc., and creativity, but on the other, this is what is happening. What impact do you think it's having on your staff internally, who think, if I innovate and bring something within the organization, this is what's going to happen to me. So let me rather not. So I just wonder if you have any thoughts around that. And my final question, Chair, I know it's my 10 minutes, it's finishing now.
Honourable member, your time is up.
When you have that look, Chair, I feel intimidated. I need protection. But Celsi, you've had your reduced. Sorry. Celsi, by the way, Celsi still has one of the most memorable market entry campaigns that I know. I just enjoyed all those little C's on the freeways. So it's been quite even just emotionally, to see sort of the downscaling of activities. But where does Celsi see growth at this point, and where does it see its significance as a player in the market? And what is the risk for Celsi with this over-reliance on the hardware of others? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Vilakazi. Honourable Subrathi, and then we go up and down the line. Are you ready, or do we come back to you?
Thank you, Chairperson. My apologies for arriving late. I had to attend the obligatory Friday prayer. My apologies for that. Chairperson, let me maybe just begin by mentioning that I had the opportunity a few months ago of being a guest and being invited by the Joint Standing Committee.
Sorry, Honourable Subrathi. I promise this is the last time I interrupt a member. I'm getting pressure to announce firstly, ICASA says that they didn't want to be here to box. They are following the proceedings. I got a call from the chair. They also are of the view that the MNOs should be afforded an opportunity without them feeling the need to respond. The committee will call them. I'm also informed that the department is present. Mr. Alf Witz, if I remember, is the Chief Director responsible for policy and regulation. So you are welcome, sir. Sorry, Honourable Subrathi, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me firstly mention that I had the opportunity a few months ago of being invited by the Joint Standing Committee on Finance and I think Trade and Industry to an engagement, and a very awkward engagement, I think it was, with private sector, and that was with the 6 commercial banks. And I think the tension and the build-up was pretty much what we were experiencing here. What do we want to understand? We really want to understand how are we as different sectors benefiting and driving the transformational agenda that'll benefit all South Africans. So, and after the engagement, we had awkward moments, and much like all the various players appeared here, gave us account of the great work that is being done in terms of transformation, in terms of promoting BEE. Highly commendable, and as is the efforts in the House, highly commendable. But subsequently, most of them, we exchanged numbers, and in a private chat, everybody agreed that that awkward conversation had to take place for us to take South Africa forward. That we needed to have an awkwardness. We had to get comfortable being uncomfortable for us to see progress in this country. And those are my opening sentiments. This was initially, there was a lot of resistance, and you alluded to earlier, I think it was liquid. And again, backing this awkwardness. And we have to, as South Africans in this administration, understand that this portfolio committee is here to advance the transformational agenda that will benefit all our people. And against that backdrop, as you rightly pointed out, that we've gathered here, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to start off, and everyone, every CEO, as I mentioned, complimented the spirit of the meeting and said that we must do more. And you will find, as legislation will unfold, there will be a progression in the financial sector. And the ICT sector provides a unique opportunity for transformation of our people. And hence, it is a sector that we will closely monitor during our tenure in the 7th administration. Chairperson, let me also maybe just begin by pointing out, I've made some notes here, and maybe that was my opening sentiment, and maybe for ACT, the CEO of ACT. CEO, I did take, I just found it was very unfair, CEO, Honorable Chairperson. I found it was very unfair for the ACT CEO to really throw USASA and ICASA under the bus today. ACT is brought before this portfolio committee to account. USASA gets around 1% from telcos and skills development. Maybe the question for the ACT should really be answering to us is that, has ACT any effort to have a conversation with Yusuf, to get a sense of how that funds that their members are paying to Yusuf, how is it being spent, and share their ideas. This disconnect and this interoperability appears in government, and it's something we need to address. It's pointless appearing before us and saying, but the legislation is insufficient. Have you engaged with ICASA and tell us, come before us and tell us, Gati, we have engaged on that date, but it's fallen in deaf ears. We have engaged with ISAF, we've brought it to their attention, it's fallen. Then it empowers this committee to say, Manja, we have to go and call them to account that why are you not spending the funds prudently? Having said that, it is still not a basis of any of the members of OCT to go into a Tata Gash mode, because we are here, that is what we must do. And what are we doing in terms of satisfying our universal service obligation? And satisfying universal service obligation must not be seen as a tick box exercise. It must be seen in the context of broader, broad-based black economic empowerment and driving the transformational agenda. Maybe another question for ACT would be, sorry, Chairperson, I'm just trying to get my notes in order here. Yes, for ACT is the slide on RICA that was done has not done justice, Honorable Chairperson. RICA remains a key security concern to this country, and telcos are at the front of RICAs. Honorable Chairperson, in a world without telcos, there is no RICA concerns. My question around the numbers is how many SIM cards are closed or decommissioned a month? Is there even a program monitoring ongoing concerns of RICA? And is ACT aware of some of the detrimental impacts that arise due to limitation of RICA compliance? Chairperson, a further question will be, the school coverage range is just over 50%. And that means close to half of schools in our country don't have connection. I am more interested, Chairperson, in the demographics of the schools. How many schools in rural and in peri-rural areas have connection? How have you leveraged your role as the Association of Comms and Technology to ensure that your members are not just connecting schools, but that are connecting schools that need it the most And what is the cost to connecting those schools? Are the rates reflective of the fact that billing is done on an education institution? Chairperson, an area that has plagued me, and maybe that's not off my scripted notes I made earlier, is I'm always challenged by this issue of this disparity in terms of prepaid, costs of prepaid. Prepaid is largely something that is used by the poorest of the poor, the underbanked, the unbanked, the underbanked, who have no credit record to get contracts. Why is it that prepaid, airtime, data, is always the poor are penalized when they purchase prepaid? It comes, inevitably it comes at a larger cost. Or maybe, better still, let's ask the question, what can we do more to reduce the cost of prepaid so that the poorest of the poor who avail that facility can really get more value for their money? And maybe adding to that, Gati Manja Indab, why is it that we always have this airtime is expiring? Airtime is expiring. Now, where's the conundrum of there? When are we going to try and close this gap? Because these are gaps because forces our people to use their airtime before it expires, whereas that rand value can get a little bit more. We understand we have to balance the profit again, but the question we have to ask, and as members who have been sent here by our society, we have to ask the questions that our society is asking. That why, if I bought it now, that data I must use up, knowing that I'll never be able to use 40 gig in a month, but that will not be carried forward. It ends on that day. When are we going to have this awkward conversation? Because I think what we need to find out, Chairperson, and I hope this engagement will allow us that, because earlier, I asked, I'm looking for the elephant in the room. And I think for me, it's to find, Manje, who's and what is the elephant in the room that's evading us. Chairperson, you'll tell me when my time is up. I'm just about there. Okay. Maybe lastly, Chairperson, we all support AI, and we're all acutely aware of the challenges of OTT. We are engaging with ICASA to ensure that we regulate OTTs, and there is a conversation around AI. Maybe on AI, my question is, one of the challenges we face is obviously creating employment, and creating employment for young people. And we know that AI, I'm just going to be cautious how, I heard a wise man says, it is not, AI won't replace people. It might replace people who are not comfortable with AI. So maybe the question is, in your employment, because we're seized with an unemployment challenge, how are you going to balance the nuance between the use of AI, for example, in the frontline customer service, where it's very easy, now we're speaking to an AI, is talking to us. That was previously was a human being. I want to ask the question, where we're going to find the balance. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Subrati. Honorable Matafa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me join the honorable members who spoke before me in appreciating the presentations. They are really assisting, and as Honorable Vilakazi indicated, it's amazing to see the work that is happening behind the scenes, especially the infrastructure investment, because from our standpoint, we always see high data cost. We agree with data must fall, but we miss the point of how much you are contributing to the economy. And especially when it speaks to issues of social upliftment, we really appreciate the work. Chair, secondly, in appreciation is to see the presentations are aligned to the country's national interest as far as the sector is concerned. I think everyone who spoke referred to the NDP and how they want to contribute to that particular point. Because of the limited time, Chair, I'm going to ask directed questions so that I can put in as many as possible. To act, MTN spoke about it, I think Vodacom spoke about it, the unfair licensing regime for new entrants compared to those that are in the space. What would you advise? As far as the minister is concerned, he has issued policy directives. There's engagement in that space. Even if you say, no, we are not responding today, we'll participate there, I'm quite comfortable, as long as you will participate. But I'll be interested to hear what is it that you will advise. We agree with ACT that probably we need a holistic legislation overhaul instead of going piecemeal. And this is a issue that we have raised with the minister when he was here with us. MTN, you spoke about measures that you are undertaking to ensure price reduction and access, but you did not speak on what measures are those. Vodacom did touch on that. Can you speak more on that, please, in terms of what are those particular measures that you are speaking to? You also mentioned the lack of support in various areas as you want to intervene, especially as far as social obligations are concerned. What stakeholders are you using or relying on to have maximum reach as far as local communities are concerned, particularly in the far-flung areas of the country? Chair, on Vodacom, I want to maybe start with a controversial question. We know that there is foreign ownership in your company. How does this align to local issues as far as socio-economic conditions are concerned? And you can speak to procurement, issues of social empowerment, and especially redistribution of your profit. We appreciate what you're contributing to the GDP, but I think there would be certain challenges based on your ownership or part ownership. So can you please speak to that? Telkom complains about market penetration, and we see Vodacom and MTN being the giants that are closing the door. However, in your presentation, Vodacom, you speak about collaboration. Is it something that you are aspiring to, or is it something that you have already initiated to speak either to the sector or to speak to ACT to assist that particular process? Because I think with you accounting for over 72% of the market, there's still an opportunity that in the infrastructure layout you are speaking about, you can allow other players, and maybe Telkom can benefit in that regard. On vandalism, I'm putting this to all that spoke because you touched on it. MTN spoke about introduction of AI. What is Vodacom doing? Because you raised this as a cost driver and a hindrance to lowering costs because it affects your cost in terms of replacing what has been stolen, repairing what has been damaged. Are this that is being stolen insured? Is there security that you are putting around the infrastructure? How far is your intelligence to try to identify the market to which these things that are stolen end up so that you are able to assist maybe the police in dealing with this particular issue? I apologize, Chair, if I'm too detailed on that question. Rain, I'm a client. I'm a client. When it gets cloudy, the network goes. It's a problem. And I think sitting here, Rain is privileged to be with Vodacom and MTN because we experienced some time back a call drop problem. But there was a concerted effort from the two to resolve this issue. When I'll be on a call, it drops, I'll immediately get a message to say, are you experiencing a call drop? If yes, please call this number and identify that location. And in all the instances where I phoned whoever that I'm using, I'm not going to disclose, those particular areas where I experience call drops when I'm on the call have been cleared. So maybe Rain can try something like that to identify areas where there is a lot of calls on connection that is lost and see how you can leverage on technology to ensure that you are able to move or to improve the situation. Telkom, I think I did your bidding. Maybe the last point would be this one. The chair, when you started talking, asked about how do you see yourself as a state-owned company or as a private company. You have a lot of public ownership in your organization. And in government, there's a certain way of procuring, which sometimes make it difficult, slower, uncompetitive, and ineffective. Are you faced with that particular challenge? If so, what are the challenges and how best do you think that can be resolved in order to ensure that you are assisted in that regard? Last point, Chair, and this goes to Vodacom and MTN. There is an argument that the two are prioritizing maximum profit over social investment. There was a slide that ACT put on that shows in terms of zero-rated items, it's only 50% that was reached of their targets. I'm interested to find out what measures are being taken to improve those particular areas, especially when it comes to health and education in rural areas, and maybe are there any contributory measures that you are making to improve telecoms and technological literacy in the country? I will pause there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matafa. Honorable Tambo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to all of the presenters today. I see Honorable Vilagazi has left us. We are the ones in uniform that he was referring to. We are very passionate about the cost of data, but particularly the phenomenon of expiry of data and airtime. And before this sitting, we've done some outreach to the public for them to submit to us outside of the question of data expiry and airtime expiry and data costs. What particular challenges do they face with mobile network operators? Because we don't speak for ourselves here. I mean, as members of parliament, I can give you a basic example. We operate with cell phones provided by parliament, so we don't necessarily buy data with the frequency that the ordinary South African will. So those challenges are something we must also reach out to ordinary society to advise us as to what would they want. And I'd like to thank all of those who reached out to us, and I think most members of the committee will speak to the issues that confront broader society. So as the EFF, we have an understanding of connectivity and data access to airtime as something that is a basic human right. So access to information for us, we conceptualize it as something that's a basic human right. You can't survive in South African society without having access to data or connectivity. You can't apply for a job, you can't complain about service delivery, you can't request interventions in terms of ambulance or police, you can't do your schoolwork, you can't apply for school. So it's at the center of everyday living. It's as critical as food. And that is our appreciation of it. So when we raise the concern about data expiring, we're raising it not ignorant to the fact that there might be a financially logical explanation. But from the background that we come from, and you'll appreciate it as well, even though we might be on different aisles ideologically, we know that capital is an explanation for the undermining of human rights in various spheres of society. By capital, I mean private sector. I'll give you an example. A private hospital can justify denying a pregnant woman who's about to give labor assistance because she doesn't have a medical aid. They can justify not assisting someone who has been stabbed or shot because they don't have a medical aid to provide so that they can be given that service. A bank can repossess your house or your car. You might have been paying it for 10 years. You miss a month's installment, they'll take it back. Funeral cover, you can be paying it for 10, 15 years. You miss 1 month and you die. You've lost your coverage. So there is always a financial logic to justify violation of human rights or undermining of dignity. So I don't doubt that there's a logical financial explanation for the expiry mandates of data and airtime. But I think let's give you an opportunity to give us that logical explanation, which may be logical to you, but continues to undermine access to information for ordinary South Africans and their ability to live in this country. So I want us to appreciate it at that level, that your logic may be sound financially, but it undermines possibly human rights and human dignity as it comes to access to information. So let's get a clear-cut and concise explanation from all mobile network operators as to why do you practice the expiry mandate of data and airtime? What does it seek to achieve? And what impact do you think it has on ordinary South Africans? Why do you not practice? Because the chair said we must also avail solutions in this regard. Longer rollover periods that do not require the user to be the one who applies for the rollover of the data, but automatically they roll over if you say for 3 to 6 months, because it becomes extremely exploitative in the manner that it exists in now, that a person buys data that lasts them 24 hours, 7 hours, a week or a month, because they feel like this is a product that they have purchased. We made a very layman example about perishable goods when we started this debate, so I'm interested in that. The second issue I'd like to raise is the characterization I think we should now begin to have of mobile network operators as almost sellers of financial products. And I'll tell you why. Because some of you, and I'm also interested to hear perhaps across the board, you sell funeral cover, you sell life cover. And I'm interested as to how does that impact on your profit margins? How does that exist alongside your provision of services of mobile connectivity or internet connectivity? Because mobile network operators are almost adopting a parallel model of operating like banks or insurers in this evolving telecommunication space. So I'm curious as to all of you, Vodacom, Cell C, MTN, Rain, offer these financial products. How do they contribute to your profit margins? And what is your motivation to basically enter into that terrain as well? I mean, even the question, I'm interested on the profitability of products such as the collar tune phenomenon. Like, how do you do your scaling or modeling of financial profit there as well? Do artists get dividends from you utilizing that product? How much are those dividends? Do they feel represented in that space? But also the airtime advance phenomenon. I mean, that is I would characterize it as a revolving loan, like a consistently available revolving loan system being provided by mobile network operators. Because if you give me a chance to take 20 Rand airtime and then when you recover that airtime, you recover it with a profit, that is banking, but operating under a mobile network operator system. So I'm curious, how do you view yourselves as you enter the market of providing financial products? Like, do you accept that you're conducting functions that can be characterized as banking, especially when it comes to airtime advances? And then when it comes to the collar tune phenomenon, can you accept that you are venturing into the creative space? Are creatives benefiting from phenomena such as utilizing music? And then people subscribe to that on a month-to-month basis when they call people. I'm interested in that. I think the third and last part, Chair, I can feel your look. Oh, I'm still fine. Okay. The third part, there's a culture that is causing a lot of suspicion of headhunting senior leaders of the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa by mobile network operators. Like, you hire them, you'll hire a CEO, you'll hire a former board member of ICASA. Now ICASA is the regulatory authority of all of you. And I think it is fair to accept that it is suspicious that those who regulate you, whenever their time or term of tenure within ICASA comes to an end, immediately migrate to work for the mobile network operators that they were regulators of previously. And it casts doubt and suspicion, especially as it relates to issues such as data costs, which have been something of debate in South Africa for more than 10 years, when it comes to issues of expiry of data as well. I mean, there's been a sanctioning of commissions on commissions after commission by ICASA on why data expires, how can we introduce new rollover methods, but they always end up in thin air. They always end up convinced by the mobile network operators that it would be more costly to abandon expiry mandates rather than sustain them. And then the very same people who are convinced by the mobile network operators end up in senior positions within the very same mobile network operators they were supposed to regulate. After that, I'm interested, is it a matter of you seeking expertise? Is it nefarious? I would hope it's not. But why is there seemingly an effort to recruit former regulators by mobile network operators? I mean, for example, the MTN group appointed Willington Gwebe as the chief of staff, who served as the CEO of ICASA for 5 years. Why? What expertise does the regulator bring to mobile network operators? Vodacom did the same thing with a board member, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, a guy called Andrew Matsik worked for ICASA Council and then ended up at Vodacom. So I'm not saying you are engaged in time. And back at ICASA. Yeah, I'm not saying you're engaged in some form of insider trading or something, but it's a curious phenomenon that I'm interested in understanding. Is there some certain expertise a former regulator brings to a mobile network operator that is motivating you to pursue them? Or should we be concerned that there are incentives of employment post-regulating for regulators which will undermine the consumer rights of South Africans as well? I think I might, lastly, can't end without talking about Starlink. Telkom was very emphatic on its critique or concern around the policy directive of the minister around the regulatory framework in South Africa, and cautioned against exceptions being made for certain individuals or certain entities. And I think ACT as well, there's a concern about new entrants being prioritized, whereas there's existing people in the space. I'm interested on Vodacom and MTN, Rain and Cell's perspective as well. What do you think foreign satellite network operators' impact is going to be on the local telecommunications space in terms of jobs, in terms of infrastructure development? I mean, surely there'll be an impact if we allow an entity such as Starlink to operate in South Africa on the local telecommunications sector. What would that impact be? Would it be favorable to local telecommunication providers? Or is it something that we should view with caution? But also on the national security aspect, which is a concern we hold, that Starlink is owned by someone who has made certain disinformation about our country. What is your view about such entrance into a market that you've been operating in and where you claim to have been practicing quite high levels of patriotism through your social outreach and investments? What is Starlink's role going to be when it enters? And do any of you have any particular relationships with Starlink, SpaceX, or Elon Musk? Has there been any engagements around their entrance into South Africa? I won't mention anyone's name that we've seen out of time now. Lingering. But yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tambo. Honorable Alicia.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, I think if we really have the same objective with the MNOs, we're not going to lie to each other. Or we're not going to deliberately mislead each other. You know, as they were giving these presentations, the CEO of Vodacom says 5 gigabytes is 99 rand. So I took my phone and I tried to check what you're saying. And I realized, the first thing I realized in the exercise I was doing is the inconsistencies as far as the pricing is concerned. Like when you check on your phone, you're going to buy with your airtime. The prices are different if you're buying through a bank. And maybe you can explain that to us. But also, CEO, there is a 5 gigabytes of for 99 rand, but that is for the data offers, and that is for the modems, when I had to check. Right? Maybe you can clarify that, because then now you're giving us an impression that there is a 5 gigabytes that people can get for that amount. You've made a reduction, but these are according to the packages and the modems, which is not something that, you know, the poor people are enjoying. They're not enjoying modems and the data packages. And all of you are bragging about coverage, you know, the reach and the coverage that you have achieved. but you're omitting that in the rural areas, especially, you know, with the MTN, people in the rural areas are still climbing mountains to get network, and they're still climbing on trees because they are relying on 2G. And that is something that I need us to talk about. And if the CEO of MTN is saying he's very connected to the people and feels what the people are going through, that is the reality of what people are going through. They're climbing on trees just to make a call. And rightfully so, Chairperson, they are correct to say they blame, you know, the networks because they can't connect when there is a crisis. They have to climb trees and mountains and try to find network that they have paid for. That is expensive. They can't even afford it, but they get it and they still have to struggle. And I want us to take that, and maybe the CEOs can clarify it to us. And no matter how you've reduced the data, if there is a South African who's earning 1.5, data is still expensive for that person. And even if you've got a domestic worker and the security guards, let's say, are earning 3.5 a month, the data prices that you have are still very expensive for those people. They still spend more than 1% or 1% of their salary on data. CEO, I see, and this happens a lot, I see when people come and present and make all these fancy presentations to us, they tell us about the social responsibility work that they're doing. Yes, you donate laptops to these schools, but you omit that they don't have solar panels and the routers, and that means they're rendering whatever it is that you're bringing to them useless because they can't use them. They can't connect, so you're bringing computers and laptops to these people or these students, these learners, but they can't use them. And also, maybe the CEO of Vodacom can clarify this. There are tokens that you are giving to schools, but after that token has expired, teachers and learners still have to buy airtime. And maybe you can clarify that, because then it excludes the poor learners that we are talking about. And the CEO of MTN had that 99 Rand smart cell phone that he was presenting it to us, but he omits the fact that there needs to be a 70 Rand airtime lock-in in that package, and people are actually getting blacklisted because this is a contract that they can't, when they miss a payment, they get blacklisted because that is something, that is a contract that they can't afford. So these are the details that we need when you come here and tell us about these things. You can't omit such information that data is still very unaffordable for an ordinary South African. So maybe they can tell us, what you can tell us is that when are you reducing data and make it affordable for South African people, and stop focusing on making profit. And maybe they can tell us, Chair, if they're making profits on this expired data. Why are you so obsessed with expiration of data that a person has paid for? You know, maybe you can clarify that to us and tell us if maybe you are making profit. Another one, Chair, is maybe they can tell us, why haven't you implemented the free data for grant recipients and students and unemployed youth? What is hindering you from doing that? Because you know that, like Komisa had said here next to me, that this is not luxury. It's something that our people need. It's no longer luxury, and I think we learned that from COVID-19, that having data has become a necessity. It's a basic need. Maybe another one, Chair, Vodacom. We have it on good authority that you are selling customers' information to third parties, and this is this is something that is talked about. Do you make profit? How much are you getting from selling our information? Maybe you can tell us, why shouldn't we charge you for theft? Because that is not something that you should be doing. And I think, the Chair, when you were saying maybe we should also come up with solutions, the chairperson of association did mention that the licenses are expiring soon. Maybe they can tell us, why should their licenses be renewed if they are not they are not agreeing to these to making, free data provisions? Why should you your licenses be renewed if you're not committing to the free data and these things of the expiration of data? I think that's it from me, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Alicia. Honorable Khaga.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, honorable members, all officials in this platform. Good afternoon. Firstly, Chair, in my own language, just to extend a message of condolence to the people of the Eastern Cape. Silele izolo ingu-49, today sivuka ingu-78. And i-lifesavers sabakhupha sabakhala kula magophe. The number is increasing. Masinxenxeze kubo. Sitsho sithi kuba behlala ku-rural areas. It's an experience. So it's a reflection of staying in a rural area. That belt of KZN, Eastern Cape, which is mostly affected on a yearly basis, we must take responsibility, all of us, as people who are empowered to be in these offices. Chair, mine is to deal with the question of jobs vis-a-vis automation and higher unemployment rate in the country. While you are celebrating for the job creation, how do you reconcile the widespread implementation of automation, such as AI, in customer, yes, in customer service that displaces low-skilled workers in a nation grappling with unemployment? How do you balance the two? That we continue with this development, automation, but on the other side, there are workers who have got responsibilities. How do we then balance the two? The next question, your licenses impose essential social responsibilities to you. What consequences your licenses impose essential social responsibilities, such as ensuring universal access. Audit have revealed deficiencies. What consequences should be enforced for failing to comply? What do you do in the event that there is non-compliance? In your own words, do you consider yourselves to be compliant with your social obligations? And you believe that you are doing enough to change the current social discourse of South Africa? Are you convinced that the role you are playing in different entities is actually making an impact to an ordinary person in the street? In what ways have you actively facilitated the transition from analog to digital to ensure that spectrum is available for the benefit of the public rather than for the profit-driven motives? There's this discussion and the process that seems to be dragging the transition from analog to digital. Bear with me, Chair. Now, the next question, the Competition Commission has highlighted concerning practices that undermine fair competition within the sector. What measures are in place to ensure fair competition and prevent collusion in spectrum bidding on pricing? And my question seems to be cutting across all entities that are here. The last one, Chair, are profits from urban high-income users utilized to support the expansion into rural areas? Or is the rollout of these regions merely an afterthought of goodwill? In your maps, as you were presenting, you could easily identify a concentration of service delivery to metros and some urban areas. But in rural provinces, you could easily see that there's no focus and concentration in terms of your work. And surely, a situation like what we are beginning to see in some provinces cannot be avoided. Because for the past 30 years, you have been focusing to these urban metro areas at the expense of the majority of rural people. And now then you begin now to change the shift and focus to prioritize rural areas so that they are at the same level. Because those are the areas that were victimized or a legacy of your apartheid. How do we then begin to change your mindset in ensuring that these people, these citizens, South African citizens, also are on par with their counterparts in these particular areas? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khaga. Honorable Botlani.
Chair, ke a leboga. I think, Chair, this is the one meeting that did not happen for Honorable Sithole. He was looking forward to this sort of engagement because he would tell us, I was Emakaya, and you literally have to go on a mountaintop to just get a network. So yeah, may his soul continue to rest in peace. Chair, I think to thank you for this meeting and to say we must find ways to formalize future engagements with this sector of communications, and even if it's maybe twice a year, because these are the people that I think fall through the cracks, and this has really been informative. So we do not treat you as the other, but as colleagues have spoken as to how important you are in the building of this society. Perhaps a blanket question to all the organizations represented. Why do you make it so difficult for customers to exit from their contracts? You end up with people being blacklisted, and you say, give me a month's notice that you want to leave. And even if it is your hardware failures that make people want to leave, there does not seem to be a respect for people's for people taking your contracts and the choice and the liberty to then say, I want to exit? Why do you make it that difficult? And Honorable Tambo has spoken to the issue of the data cost. What is the science behind it? Is it really purely on an economic, a business sense that you take people and they invest in buying data, and at the end of it you say, oopsie, it has expired? Is there a science to it, or is it just purely for your financial gains? And how do you think that contributes to nation building? How do you think that contributes to redressing the economic situations of South Africa? As organizations here, what is the status of really turning South Africa into an industrial zone, where we talk about the cost of devices being high, but is it not going to help us to start talking about manufacturing locally? I remember there was a story about a local company, but I can't remember, but I don't think it is happening at the scale that it should be, considering where we are as a country. Or unless you are able to provide further information on that, I will really appreciate that. I'm happy that the Telkom says we are all surprised that we have electricity. And this is exactly where we are. We are really surprised that we do have electricity. With the appreciation of how load shedding has hindered your progress, how are you future-proofing yourself from that? Is there a lot of investment in solar energy? Is the solar energy enough for you to continue your operations? Because we have really spoken about the importance of having access to cell phone communications as society. ACT also spoke about the use of Yusuf. I'm not going to be as harsh as Honorable Subrathi on my opinion on what you said, but mine would be to say, in your view, what would be the best use, the best benefit for that fund? Because to hear that we are still talking about slowness of universal access, but you have an organization that is transferred with the same, sitting on top of billions, it's an anomaly. So how do we balance that? And this is in the spirit of Chair saying there must be also solutions. And there's also a sense that there's innovation happening within the companies, and I really also appreciated how you spoke about how you remain committed to the social obligations. But I will come back to that issue. I want to raise the issue of Ndate John Kaba. Please do remind me, Chair. Chair, and I also noted the issue of fair regulation. I get that. Police have spoken to that. And maybe again to ACT, is this now you completely oppositional to the issue of satellite? And I will not go further because I think again Honorable Tambo spoke to that. What I would like to really understand is the conversation about, to MTN, is the conversation about how you justify the cost to communicate being higher in South Africa as opposed to a country like Nigeria, for example. And when you juxtapose that with Telkom, for example, who are able to say, in 2018, you could buy 1 gig of data for 149, and they were able to lower it in 2024 to 99 rand or something. I don't know if I've got my numbers correctly, but you know what I mean. And to say, if Telkom is able to do that, why are we not at a point, and the explanation that you were giving about the issue of dotting, to say because of the spatialness of South Africa, it then becomes very difficult for you to really invest in infrastructure that makes accessibility, that's how I understood you, that makes accessibility possible. But where do you find the balance? Why can one company do that and the other not be able to do that at all? And like my colleague is saying, where is the truth between all of that? And as you also made a point about how OTTs are piggybacking on your infrastructure, and yes, we will blame the network provider to say, oh, I cannot watch my OTT, favorite OTT, whatever, because the network is bad. What engagements are you having with the OTTs, if at all? Is there an interest for them to meet you halfway, especially if you talk about infrastructure that will then improve the quality of service for ourselves as end users? Chair, I think the issue of RICA remains a thorn in our fleshes. I've had, and I can quote 3 incidents where one caller was trying to extort money from me, saying there was death threats against me. The other one, 2 weeks back, I got 3 missed calls after 9 p.m. And in the morning I called and they say, oh, this is a prison. Do you know anybody in prison? I said, I do not. No, you must know somebody in prison because somebody was calling you from prison last night. But when you check those calls, it's registered to somebody. And the most unfortunate one was a video call, and I thought, why would anybody that I do not know be video calling me? On the other hand, was somebody playing with themselves. And this is you innocently thinking, why would you video call me? And when you go and check that number, it's registered to some Tsolofelo Potlane, and the picture is not even that of Tsolofelo Potlane. I do beg your pardon, for you to make sense of that. So how much needs to be done for us to really take the issue of cell phone numbers regulations seriously, especially considering that we now have our children that are now having their own devices, and if something like that could happen to me, and an adult as I am, what more if it's going to be happening to our children? We have seen a move from the issue of voice calls to data calls. And again, what is your engagement with organizations such as Meta? Yeah, the Googles and them. Because at the end of the day, you are a big player in the provision of the services that they provide. How do you then engage with them? But the question here is, how do you ready yourself to then be able to not be left out of the equation with the growth of data calls as opposed to voice calls? And I also wanted to make the point about Telkom. As painful as it was, the transition from Telkom to where it is today, if there was no growing pains for Telkom, if there was no push for Telkom to be something else, we would be sitting with a situation that we are seeing now with the South African Post Office, I do beg your pardon. But Telkom had that foresight to say, you move with the times. Now they talk about themselves as having data centers. A few years back, that would not even have been a thing, especially, at least not on the scale that they are having here. So big ups to Telkom. Chair, there's one mathematics that is really not adding up for me. Every operator says, MTN says, I have 99% of access representation. Cell C says, I have 96%. Telkom says, I have 99%. How many pieces of cake are there so that this maths heads up? And I think Honorable Vilakazi tried to answer it to say, is the total not 100%? How could you all be sitting on over 99%? So please educate me. And this is exposing my ignorance. And Chair, while I do have time, there was a gentleman who reached out to me. He said his name was Mr. John Kaba. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, that's John. He says he is the inventor of the airtime advance. And he is again one of those people who is in court with Vodacom. And he says he's also the inventor of subscriber and device identification. I don't know how far that case went, but I think he reached out to me about a month or two ago. So I remembered when I saw Vodacom to say that is the issue. But that's not where I want to take it. I know Honorable Vilakazi spoke about the Please Call Me saga, which again, I think stifles innovation, stifles employees being able to say, this is an organization that I value. I want to also contribute to innovation. But he says, and he was saying I was misled in the previous meeting when I spoke about the recycling of devices. Because we talk about bringing in devices, but the conversation never gets to say, how do we then dispose of devices? And he says there's ways for us to deal with e-waste. That could lead to job creation, that could lead to all other offshoots. What is your view as organizations that literally your services, your businesses hinges on getting handsets in the hands of people on the e-dumping? Chair, I think also the issue of...
Lastly.
Oh no, Chair, remember last time I saved you time? Subanjalo. The problem is that I'm trying not to put on my glasses. Now I'm looking at my paper like that. And I was saying to Vilak, as I'm writing, but halfway I will not be able to see my handwriting. But Chair, I think we have spoken a lot about social obligations, but and I appreciate all of you saying this is something that you do from the goodness of your heart. It did not need to be something that is regulated, that is required of yourselves. But there's also a feeling that you are not happy with how social obligations happen. In your world, what would be the perfect way for you to be able to say, this is what we give back, so that we also understand as we engage with yourselves that it's not a matter of painting 3 creches and building 2 schools. And by when you come back, those investments, as it were, have been vandalized, and then it's a waste of money. In your world, what would be the perfect way for you to say, this is how we give back? Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bodlane. Honorable Makubele.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Perhaps let me also start by joining my colleagues in expressing our sincere condolences to the families in Eastern Cape, and our thoughts and our prayers are with them, to yourself, Chairperson, and your family. We pray for your strength and grace in this time, and we continue to honor the memory and the contribution of Honorable Stole. Thank you for the opportunity, Chair, and thank you for the presentations. Today, of course, we came to assess the compliance of USOs and the alignment of the operators with the ECA and all the acts that govern our telecommunications industry. And as members of this portfolio committee, and myself and my colleague coming from MK Party, we are really guided by the values and the principles of total and complete freedom, politically, economically, socially, spatially, culturally, and in knowledge and ideology. And it's important that we emphasize, as I'm going to start my presentation, that we stand by equitable access to resources and services, especially for the marginalized community, because that's where our constituencies are. And we don't view the USOs, as my colleague said, as a obligatory forced issue on operators. We really think this should move beyond that obligation of technical compliance. It should move towards a moral obligation, where all of us in our patriotic hearts, if we're truly South Africans, we should search ourselves deeply and see whether in our respective spaces are we impacting the lives of our people, especially in underserviced areas, with the stewardship that you have been given, whether it's through Vodacom, through MTN, through Rain, through any other, through Telkom. If you are to be really honest with yourself, have you impacted the lives of those that are less vulnerable, that really need the services that you offer? Beyond this burden of compliance, it's good we see the presentation of the operators, and all of them, they seem to want to align to the broader goals of the national development plans. The radical economic transformation is a question mark. But from where we are sitting, we've got a disconnect with the presentation and with our lived and experienced reality on the ground. And that's a fact. You see, every time you watch CNN, for instance, and you see Nigerian banks advertising on CNN, South Africans are not there. You see telecommunications from Africa advertising on CNN. You look around, perhaps now and then you can see MTN popping up, but largely South Africans are not there. And then you take somebody like Dangote as an example, maybe to a certain extent like our MTN. who was powered by the policies and the laws of their own country. The governments of Nigeria throughout the years have ensured that somebody like Dangote can rise from the ashes, become a game changer in the global markets, compete with the best that there is internationally, and become a household name that can be celebrated, and the people of Nigeria can resonate with him, associate with him, because he looks like them, he sounds like them, yet he sits in the echelons of market success, as it were. And you look at that individual and the type of CSI and corporate social responsibilities that he undertakes. In his reported books, over $4 billion that has been spent in various programs. This is not forced by government or by laws or by regulations upon him as an individual. Healthcare, infrastructure, telecommunications, is building schools, roads, water, and sanitation. And that's because he understands that the country where he resides has so generously offered him opportunities and laws that enabled him to rise, protections that enabled him to compete and be able to compete at that global level. And he has reciprocated that generosity of his country, by plowing back in a manner that is commendable by any standard. Now, we live in a country that has enabled CEOs of operators like yourselves sitting here. I looked at the MTN CEO, group CEO, who earns 80 million rands per annum. He can literally pay our MKP caucus, all 58 of us per annum, including our staff. And if you use the multiplier effect, we've got maybe about 10, 15 staff with us. Let's say we are 65 times 10. You know, you can feed in a year 650 people that all 58 of us we contribute to annually. That's significant. And then this country of ours has made it possible that some of you sitting here, even the MTN CEO in South Africa, the amount of money that is reported here, significant. I look at the CEO of Vodacom, another 70 million rand per annum, very significant. Where do you derive this money? It's at the back of those marginalized people, those that queue for grants every month, some of them 350 SRDs. The question that we are trying to answer today is, how do we do justice to this poor, to this vulnerable? We're not asking for much that it is outside of your operations of what you do. You have become loan sharks to the poor. Instead of cutting data costs, you are now advancing it, loaning them. Because they have to communicate. There's no other way. There is no other system that they can use to stay in touch, connect with hospitals, connect with loved ones. They must use these networks. This country has so generously provided you spectrum, infrastructure, and any other resources that you need, and a market that most of you have bounced from, MTN, Vodacom, and now you are international companies to be spoken of. But it all started here. 1994, 1993, some of you started to operate. We only have 24,000 schools in South Africa. 24,000 schools. And all of you are coming here to tick boxes. You are straining hair. You are trying to fit this wool through a thin needle, trying to tell us how you have not been able to achieve collectively just to connect 24,000 schools. MTN, you reported profits of over 200 billion last year. Vodacom, I'm trying to get to Vodacom, also staggering profits. I think it was almost 40 billion, if I'm not mistaken. Rain, about 2.5 billion. Telkom, your profits rose by almost 33%. You're sitting at some billions. You see, I hate to use this thing. I like to print my stuff so it doesn't jump around. But all of you combined, I don't know what is the percentage of your revenue to this work of universal service obligation that we've been straining for the past 30 years to accomplish. And we have to meet like this to almost force you to tell us, please, can we cut data costs, especially for the vulnerables? Please. We have no fee schools that cannot even afford the data. Most of you here, you just went to the schools and dumped modems. Not sustainable. You're not paying for their month-to-month connectivity. You have not even been back to see whether it's meaningful, universal access that you have provided, or it's just a dump of a modem so that we can come here and report, yes, we have connected 2,000 schools, we have 1,000 more to go. It cannot be acceptable, Chair.
Thank you.
It cannot be acceptable. I'm going,
Lastly,
my final point is that, Chairperson, these 10 minutes are not working. Chair, how long, this is the key question, how long do these operators sitting here, how long do they think the people in the townships, in the rural areas have to wait for this promised universal services obligations to be fulfilled, for data to be cut down? How long will they have to pay for the price of corporate greed? Because you can't stop paying yourselves, you can't stop increasing your bonuses that you make at the back of these communities. But without prioritizing these gooses that are laying your golden eggs, how long can we sustain this before there's a revolt in our communities and our constituencies? Because there is no moral obligation and no gratitude for what this country has offered these operators. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makwela. Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Sanbonan Futhi. Chair, data la
Sorry, Honorable, last time ula ukhulume ngama necklace ne nama petrol. Ngiyakhumbuza. No necklace, no petrol today. Please. Thank you, Honorable Shonga. You may proceed.
See me, Chair. See.
I got a formal complaint about necklace and petrol. You may proceed, Honorable Shonga.
Fiscal framework where we
No, sir. Or necklace data, Chair. Oh, okay. No, Chair. Angixolisele kakhulu kodwa ngiyayixolisela. But Chair, I had a lot of questions engizibhalela phansi. Now, CEO of MTN made me change all these questions and stick to what is important, because he spoke kamnandi as umuntu okhulele ekhaya. When he says he's one of those people who come from emakhaya, and he spoke of isimilo sakhe nokuyigqaja kwakhe ngekhaya lakhe. So, Chair, at one stage, Vodacom was visible in my township through choirs, Zamazayoni, clap and tap, sport and everything. MTN followed suit at certain time. Celsi tried. In the past 10 years, I don't know Gutibapi. I feel all these companies are now knowing Uguti Sebago free way of just making money, profit all the way. Which begs the question from me, Uguti, Ama MNOs, what are you to the government? Are you partners? Or do you view government as a CSI project where you can just paint walls, boreholes, leave them there, give them t-shirts, leave them there, make money? Because all your profits are in billions. All your profits are in billions, and you are seriously making money now. You may hide up behind it as You can hear my salaries when serious salaries. Embarrassing, in fact, ukuthi you guys are earning so much from our people laba abahluphekayo and bayekelile kanje. Chair, I want to ask Vodacom, what's the difference between Vodacom, no Minister wethu Soli, the communication, no Elon Musk? Do they share something yokungahloniphi umthetho wase South Africa na? Because uMinister uzamile ukuvulela Elon Musk through ukususa iBEE. Vodacom has been sitting nomuntu omnyama, Chair. Isikhathi eside aye court aphinda abuye aye court aphinda abuye abafuni ukumkhokhela imali yakhe yento ayicreate yena. Vodacom, why are you doing this to a black person? You see, Chair, umkhonto wesizwe comes with into ethi we must do away with these Roman laws. Specifically, it's for this reason that these Roman Dutch laws are destroying our people. You can't be going to court and what is this word? Appeal. If this country can go back to Amakos, this nonsense wouldn't be happening. That guy tried on this thing yakhe, the case yakhe. Right now he's getting old. Are you waiting for him to die before you say something or do something? Chair, we are failing Chinedu government, failing in South Africa, ngalama MNOs. You, Chair, sitting there, have been trying to get these MNOs to come here. Since I started this parliament, you've been trying to get them to come here. These people are ruling us. So I don't understand. I want to know, that's my question, Guti. Ningobani nina, who are you between nina and the government? Are you partners? Or nisbona as CSI projects? So Guti nisipenje, ama giveaways, that is very, very wrong. Number two, what I want to know, Chair, is that there are access to the suppliers of these apps, such as Netflix, X, and the rest. If I don't have a phone and have a SIM card that is Telkom, Cell C, MTN, and all the rest, I wouldn't have access to those apps if I'm not at home. What are you doing to help us, Sibuyisi Smile, South Africa, when you ask Elon Musk law, and Mbona Yonganandaba in South Africa? What have you done with that much access to porn? Anybody can just access it, as simple as that. What have you done? Because you are the door to this everything here. When I'm coming from townships or Emakaya, I don't see Guti Netflix is coming from Netflix. I see Netflix coming from Cell C and MTN or whatever, because my phone is that network. So I need us to and also remind you, Guti, government in South Africa must take charge. And you must follow suit in protecting our country. No good there to carelessly, so it's very, very bad in Tenenza. We find ourselves, CEO, where at some stage my number was given to somebody borrowing money through my number. But when you go to a township, you can buy a SIM card from Spaza shop and get it recorded there. And recording is the most important thing. The most important, if we can check. But how can it be if it's the key of this cyber security, but you can get it to my friend and easily record that card for R5? Why are you doing that to South African guys? Why are you MNOs no longer caring about the South Africa? What is your return of investment, manje, as we speak? Asanbone malokishini, asanbone emakhaya. Go to emakhaya where usisibhodlane ekhuluma ngendaba kababusithole. You go to most of those freeways, you'll find girls sitting on top of those side of the road, those silver things. They are there because of network. After school until late. It can't be good to 2025, so many years, guys, you can't fix network problem in Makaya. Guys, you are seriously neglecting about South Africa. So I need you guys to help us in that situation. Uguti, let's take charge and care for our people. Rain came in very expensive, and they've forever been expensive. They say they have CSI projects. Where? Are you doing these things, guys, just to pass the buck? Who can have access to you guys and where and how? Che, kunama choir wama Zion. Those choirs, per choir has a minimum of 40 young children, young boys and girls. And every Saturday, I can tell you, clap and tap, Zion, every Saturday, they are somewhere in a hall singing. That thing helps to eliminate crime. These MNOs are not there to help them at all, Chair. They're just sitting here making billions. And the Chair, I'm going to say this, let it be we are called or corrupt or whatever, taking advantage, I don't care anymore. What we want is services to our people. Can you guys open doors for us? I'm bringing Lwabantwana Laba to you guys. Can I have appointment into your offices? Because they can't write proposals. They can't get access to you. They can't speak the language you want them to speak. And immediately they have a middleman in between. That person eats the money because he understands these processes. So I ask that you open your doors for those children. Crime is huge, guys. You should be playing a very huge role in eliminating crime in South Africa. So we ask that you do that. But I beg, Vodacom, aniyeke le nonsense anibhataleni lo mfethu azokwazi asiphilise. Asafuna ukuthi siyiqoqe into ukuthi ubuyele ecourt wenzakalani. Iyekeni leyo nto leyo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Shongwe. Thank you, all members, for your inputs. In fact, I think it was an important way to end, Honorable Shong. To say that at the end of the day, guys, this is about people, and I think this is how we started, you know. And I think as members, we honestly don't know what to say anymore. We speak to government. As a committee, we have instituted a quarterly session with the Department of Basic Education where we seek reports on school connectivity and everybody is just passing the buck. We sit with ICASA, what is happening on quality of service? People of South Africa think it's normal that you're going to say, no, there's no network. Ne? Like it's become common palace how we speak. And no, Mtana, call me when you get to an area with network. And it's not right because your licenses specify the mandate quality of service. And maybe that's where I should start because you asked about the licenses coming up for renewal and the fact that you need certainty. And why it was so important for us to have this meeting now is that let's not surprise each other, guys, in 3 years. We'll still be here. So let's not, I hope. But let's not surprise each other in 3 years. Let's, as a country, as a sector, agree on certain fundamentals that by the time you get to license renewal process, we all know what needs to be done, or at least share a common understanding on what needs to be done. And I suppose one of the first things that I want to say is that I'm keen to hear from you what you think that those license conditions should look like. And secondly, given the fact that you are now coming to the end of these license conditions, how honestly you believe that you've done in that regard. We're busy here fighting with Minister Malatsi for 30% BEE to be retained in the sector. I'm keen to find out from all of you what your HDI ownership is, because one of the questions that have been put to us that we find very difficult to answer is the fact that some of you as MNOs are not even in full compliance of that 30% HDI ownership. So if you could be specific, please, in terms of what those numbers look like. Then secondly, I would like to know in terms of your value chain. So right from upstream all the way to retail, what steps are you taking practically to ensure that they reflect the demographics of South Africa? Would you say, for example, that over this period that you have been in operation, you have managed to develop female, black network engineers who can run these networks? Would you say that you have managed to move from foreign owned technologies, that you're building sovereign technology with the muscle that you have, all these billions that are being talked about? Can you tell the committee to what extent are you really looking to contribute to those goals of the NDP, but also, as I'm saying, to ensure that you've really capacitated people who can run this network from a technical perspective? Connectivity coverage, that is not matching that Honorable Bodlani spoke about. My understanding of it, Honorable Bodlani, is the same issue that this committee has spoken about ad infinitum. This one builds, then this one builds, then this one builds, and all of them are building on top of each other. Then they then say we cover 90% of the country, all well and good. My first question is coverage versus connectivity. In your understanding, what is the difference? Because I think it was Telkom who told us they pass 21 million, 11 million houses. And I thought, what an unfortunate word, pass. Because that's exactly what's happening. They lay their lines, their fiber, and then they pass. Now, those schools, those hospitals, those... What do they need to do, especially in terms of the social obligations, for them to have universal, meaningful connectivity? And what do you think your role is in that regard? Secondly, when it comes to school connectivity, what is your model? Because the members are right. We've been asking, so when you go into a school, you're given Zululwandle High School, Zululwazi High School that you must connect as part of your social obligations. We were told that you bring something like 10 megabits per second. Yeah. We would ask the schools, is there hardware? And the department says, no, the MNOs says that they are not original equipment manufacturers, so they don't bring hardware. Maybe if you're lucky, they'll leave 10 tablets for a school, a whole school. So this connectivity, how do you understand it? And secondly, that which you deliver to these children, how does it differ when you're doing it under SA Connect and when you're doing it under the foundations, the many foundations that you have? Because we'll see very nice pictures of your foundations, you go to these schools, you paint, you do this, you do this. Then these other poor schools, because they are SA Connect schools, you think that they don't deserve, I don't know, perhaps the same level of attention. I got Honorable Tambo, those of us who have reached out to the people, he's still here. I got a inbox which I actually want to share because I think it made the point that I wanted to make. This lady, her name is Kosi. She says she is a Makoti in the village of Egodini, Kwamhapati, Kusengqeleni. That's her message. There's only one network which is fully accessible for internet connectivity. It's Vodacom. No Telkom, no MTN, and certainly no Cell C. If you don't have a Vodacom SIM card, you have no connectivity. Needless to say, everyone has 2 to 3 SIM cards and 0 public Wi-Fi, etc., etc. Infrastructure sharing, guys, what is the problem? I've asked ICASA. ICASA says there's no problem. Because if she gets Vodacom there, it means that there's a tower. Why is Cell C, MTN, and everybody else not using that one tower? Because you then come to us and you speak about the fact that it's expensive. Personally, I'm really not impressed by all these 5 billion, 6 billions that you're rolling out every year, because you're just duplicating and building the same thing. Is there a reason why you are not sharing infrastructure? I don't know what the position of ICASA is around sharing spectrum. I heard that there's issues, discussions around radio access network. Would that not resolve our problem quite quicker, if I can put it like that? It's the same discussion we're having with Telkom and with Eskom and all those guys to say, Why are you building these things and then hogging them? Why can we not share? And you know, it just leads me to think that it's about boys being wanting to be seen who's got the bigger one. Why are we not able to just share these facilities? I am, honorable members, honestly, looking at time, so don't worry, I'm still within my 10 minutes. I promise you. This issue of data prices. There's been discussions that have been happening in the industry around market consolidation, where I think you are making the point that you believe that there's not enough space, and many of you are looking to merge and come into some sort of arrangements. What would be your view if government, say, was to appreciate the idea of market consolidation in exchange for the regulation of prices? Because I don't understand how Telkom moves from 99 Rand, I think it was Telkom or Cell C, to 79 Rand after the market inquiry. You tell us about, no, when they released Spectrum, our prices went down. Yeah, it just happened to be the same time of the market inquiry. But you were moving from 149, Vodacom and MTN. Telkom moved from 99. Now, if you can make a huge drop from 149 Rand to 89 Rand, everybody is going to ask how you did that, except for the fact that there was a lot of fat to cut. Please tell me that that is not the case. I won't speak on the issues of RICA. I won't speak on, there's many issues. I mean, there's a lot of issues that we wanted to raise, but perhaps some of them we can write to you. My final question is, would any of you have an objection to us seeking independent verification of these figures that you are giving here, especially with regards to auditing, some of the claims that are made, not because we don't believe them, but because South Africans don't believe them. People don't have jobs, people are struggling to get into business, and then they ask, who are these people? Who are these 221,000 people that have been supported over a year? So I'm keen to see how we could take such a process forward. Thank you once again, honorable members, for your engagement. Can I do same order or reverse order this time? Somebody said they wanted to be third. Same order. You may start. Who started? Mr. Molapisi, over to you.
Chair and members, thank you. I want to first start by really thanking the committee for a very sobering and I guess very robust engagement. Chair, I will theme the answers because there's some commonality in a number of questions that are being asked. But let me first start by saying that I'm a village boy of this country. I'm a son who was raised by Valet Molapisi, the domestic worker. I have a very clear conscience, committee members and the chair, and solid level of appreciation for the plight of our people. Whatever we're going to say here and that we're going to answer is going to come from a very sincere perspective. We have no interest and any benefit in misleading the committee and saying the things that we are not capable of doing or we have not done. But I want to say that we hear you. We hear you. Your voices are very strong and your concerns are very valid. And truly, some of the things that you are mentioning, you are not wrong. So we want to acknowledge you. We want to acknowledge you for being such a very engaging and provocative committee. It is the work of this committee that will serve the South Africans very well. So we don't take this engagement in a wrong, with a wrong spirit. We accept the fact that we must account and we have a responsibility to South Africa. So we are happy and excited about the manner in which you are going by your duties. So let's start there. There's a concern around a couple of things, maybe let's say price. I think there's a very strong concern from the committee members, Chair. there's a concern around the pricing construct of our business, around the expiry of bundles. So we need to all lean into that and maybe to explain. And of course, there's a very passionate plea around coverage. And there's also a very strong concern around the service obligations. Those are what I'm taking largely as a theme. There are individual questions that I'll attend to, but I want to answer them in themes because there are some that are common across different committee members. We received spectrum in this country in 2022. MTN spent 5.2 billion rands on the spectrum cost. And Chair, I will say that we are practically about 10 years late in the allocation of spectrum in our country. That 10-year late was punishing to us in terms of cost, but in essence was also punishing to South Africans in terms of the access to broadband infrastructure. We are now hard at work as MNOs. We're implementing the 5G spectrum, 3500, 2600, 800. It will take us a little bit of time to finalize the implementation, but we're making progress. We have reduced our prices. We mentioned earlier on about 46% price reduction of the 1 gig bundle. And Chair, you are quite rightly asking, if you're sitting on 149, how come you're able to accommodate 149 to 99? I will, however, Chair, in a way, request the committee to also, as we do the analysis and look at the study of global MNOs. And I think what you will find when you do a proper analysis of global MNOs, you will find that the return on invested capital across all MNOs in the world has declined. That the return on capital that we borrow has declined, and many of us are not able to meet the profitability to actually pay the loans that we get from the banks. So in science, in financial terms, we'll say our ROIC is close to WACC or below WACC. It is a global problem. That's why you see the markets in Europe are consolidating. India, which is the largest country, has got a huge number of people, can only take 2 or 3 MNOs. It simply cannot take any number with big numbers that they have. So the pricing construct, it is not, in our view, as exorbitant. If you check some of our bundles, I can check now, you get a bundle, hourly bundle, 3-day bundle. You get what you call my town offers, which are bespoke propositions that we give to people in different towns. You go on our private pricing platform, you're able to get much cheaper propositions based on the level of usage. Our pricing takes into consideration the level of wallet spend. So if you are my sister, Paulina, in the village, we know how much you are capable of spending because we can see your spending patterns. And then we customize a proposition for you because we can't compare you with Charles Molapisi who lives in Johannesburg. And for that, we sort of like design the pricing principles around if you are spending 20 rand on a monthly basis, maybe if you can spend 21, we'll give you twice the volume of data. We call it more for more principle. That we do largely for the vulnerable, the people who are largely in trouble in terms of spend. So we are very sensitive to that. I want to be very clear on that. Can we do more? I'm sure we can. But is there a lot of effort that we are making ourselves as MTN and the MNOs? I would say definitely. And I will ask that we look at that private pricing that we do for the poor. We are very careful in terms of how we price to make sure that the vulnerable get favorable bundles and more for more principle. The data expiry one, it just makes me think on, just to maybe highlight to the committee that the network is a finite resource. So the network does not exist in infinity, it's finite. So when you price for the network as a matter of principle, you need to price with the resource allocation in mind. So when I price and I create demand on my network, how much of the demand can I be able to sustain and can I be able to support? So for instance, if you were to say, I come to Parliament, there's a parking lot, there's a bay there, I pay for it. And then you say to Parliament, I'm going to be back here next year in March, and my parking bay must always be open for me because when I decide to use it one day at night, during the day, in the morning, on a Sunday, next week, next month, I must find my bay available. Here's what will happen to Parliament. To allocate that, they're going to have to create and build more parking bays. Because everybody who decides to come back later to access what they paid for will have to find that facility available. So when we do this, it is never to mislead. It is only because we say 7-day bundle, 3-day bundle, 1-hour bundle, we're giving it to you because we look at the resource on our network to say, for this volume of usage, we can afford to allocate the following resources because we don't have an overextended envelope in terms of capital expenditure. So it's really a construct that was never really meant to mislead. It is confusing, yes. Can the consumer sometimes find annoying? Correct. But when you apply the principle of resource allocation and you understand that Parliament cannot leave the parking base to one individual who will come back in the next 12 months and they must find available. If you buy a ticket to Mtata, you can't say I'm going to use it again in December next year. And every time I want to get into a bus, I must find my ticket available. You can't, because what will happen is that the provider of this service must create as many buses as possible for that sporadic level of demand that has been created. So maybe to answer that question, sounds a little bit heavy maybe in terms of how we're explaining it, but in essence what we're trying to say is that it was never meant to mislead, but we can understand why customers might wrestle with the acceptance and understanding. But if the committee can also maybe, we can take you into our confidence and explain to you in level of detail, so it can help us to propagate this message that this was never intended to be a misleading proposition. But I will tell you that we do many propositions that our people should find affordable that are one-to-one pricing. That one-to-one pricing, we call it private pricing, bespoke private pricing, or CVM, customer value management propositions, which allows that we actually monitor your spend and give you according to the size of your wallet so that you don't penalize the poor. On coverage, let me deal with the 99% confusion. And Chair, I want to touch on the issue of sharing. Maybe let me start with that. I think you are absolutely correct. I think between MTN and Vodacom, and I stand to be corrected here, Mr. Mdlalosi, I stand to be corrected, but I think there's about 2,000 sites where we co-locate, where you find MTN network on their side and you find Vodacom network on our side. There is that. And that's why today we're even exploring even further to try and lower the cost. We're exploring what we call security sharing. Because if we are sitting on the same site, it makes no sense that a security agent must go and run to the site to go and check if the MTN equipment has been vandalized, and 7 minutes later, rush back with a different car, a different personnel, to go and check if the Vodacom equipment has been vandalized. We've engaged a Comcom on that, and I think we'll be closing that. We've given ourselves as the two CEOs the next 2-3 months to try and bring that consolidation of sharing. What that will do for us is that a site is sitting in the remote villages, the provider of security can go in once. That will help us to bring the cost down. I want to assure you that we are completely hard at work to try and find the ways to bring the service in a cheaper way to service the rural areas. Security sharing, that's one of them. So where we can, we're going to be able to do that. So any possible sharing under the current construct of the rules, we're going to do. That will help us to be able to do that. So we're innovating around that particular area. And then also, what we'll call for is also where we can co-build and figure out how ICASA can support us in terms of, the rules can support us in terms of co-build. But the point you are raising is absolutely correct. In the past, it used to be about who's got the number of sites. The network advantage used to be a key differentiator in the past. So if I say I've got 25,000 sites, someone's got 12,000 sites, it's about who's big and who's got a better presence. But that has changed because many of us share the network, we roam on each other's network. So the network advantage, in essence, I think parity has come through. And therefore, the issue of network differentiation in terms of footprint is no longer the primary matter. We have to consolidate our resources and share so that we can create universal coverage to address that point. So I've dealt with price, expiry, coverage. And there's a critical point here that you made, and which I found very compelling. I think you asked the question of coverage versus access. I thought it was very smart question, because I think it is very easy to come and say, look, we are 99% covered or 98%, 96% covered on LTE. But of course, if in that village there's only one person with a smartphone, that coverage in essence is actually meaningless. And there are a number of interventions we have to do to address that. So first of all, we have to look at the device access. The device access and also goes to the point about device manufacturing. The device access is a collective effort. It's not just the MNOs. There are many other retailers who distribute devices in this market who also need to create affordable means to be able to bring the devices. I mentioned earlier on about MTN, what MTN is doing around devices, the 99 Rand smartphone. And Honorable Glisha, if I'm correct, I want to honestly correct you that the 99 Rand device for smartphone, I think you're confusing me with someone else. The 99 Rand smartphone for MTN, does not mean anything. Once you pay me 99 Rand, we take that 99 Rand, we put it aside for insurance. There's no obligation. There's no obligation for you to recharge, and if you don't recharge, we block. There is nothing like that, not on the MTN device. And I'm very happy to put that forward. It is an innovation of its own kind in this country and in the continent as we speak today, that we are the only MNO who's doing this at scale. And we're very proud about that because we understand what we need to do. So, Chair, I'm going to go back and maybe look at the individual questions just to make sure that I've dealt with all the questions one by one. Chair, you'll have to tell me how much time I have.
Yeah, I'm having to impose time on you as well, the CEO.
Okay. I'm going to try and answer if you've got, there were quite a number of questions which were asked, and I think there was a question around our role within the Stage Digital Company. I think the question was asked by Honorable Vilagazi. And there's also a question about how do we see ourselves as MNOs and our role with government. Let me be very quick and clear to explain that we are definitely a partner of government. There was also a question around our role in terms of creating new industries. I will say this, Chair, you know how passionate I am in terms of software development in this country. I will say that the industries that you see today, the internet-based companies or software-based companies, are built on the backbone of mobile operators, globally and here. Every software company that you see that's got access to the internet and data and on devices, it is enabled through the creation of platforms and data access and APIs, is built on the backbone of MNOs. We are a critical enabler in this market in terms of the creation of new businesses and new industries. There was a question around 2G and 3G sunset. We have taken as MTN a target of saying we need to decommission the 3G layer 2026, 2027. That is dependent on a number of variables. If our people can get to the MTN stores as quick enough and leave the old devices and take the new ones with 99 Rand, we'll be very happy to decommission this layer as soon as possible. In some markets, in some provinces, we've started to do that already. So I think we're making very good progress around that. The 2G layer, we said as an MTN that we'll leave a sliver of 2G layer because the 2G will always be a consistent technology for M2M devices. So we're going to leave that. There was a question around does coverage cover everyone? I think I've dealt with that.
Sorry, CEO, I'll give you one more minute. Look at the most important one that you want to answer, and then the others will get them in writing because now I'm getting pressure.
Let me deal with the Chair. There's quite an extensive. We'll be very happy to respond to the questions. There was a question around RICA. Chair, I spent 7 years in MTN Nigeria. And I understand the history of SIM registration and its impact. Chair, I will make a statement that our country is unfortunately behind in terms of the legislation around SIM registration. We need to fix this very quickly. What I mean is that the way we've designed this framework, it is almost archaic compared to many markets where we serve today. We need biometrics. We need to be able to say when the customer registers, it takes your face and it does a lookup and a validation into a central database. We need you to help us to create that framework. If you can help us to create that framework, we can create a process that is unpenetratable. I can assure you that there is no room in our organization for lack of compliance and governance. But I think we also need the instrument of legislation to help us to do that. Many of our markets are doing this way exceptionally than what we're doing in this country today. And I can tell you that it's a function of us fixing the legislative framework. And that's what the association has done. We've come together proactively because we understand this problem and it actually affects us. We've come together and we've formulated what the rules should look like that can make this solution much more robust. And once we finish the packaging of that, we're going to hand it over to the DOJ
and to ICASA to say, please take this and formulate a proper framework that all of us can comply with. When you do that, you will make sure that you don't do this and this one does that, and you create some form of uniformity. If we can do that very quickly, we should be able to manage the challenge that you say that we see today. So I'll leave it at the chair there.
Yeah,
I would have loved to.
I was about to redeploy you to Parliament as a member of Parliament. You speak as much as these guys.
No, thank you, Chair.
Mr. Mdlalose?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think what I'll do is maybe just take a few matters that were directed specifically at Vodacom, and maybe just add 1 or 2 points on the generic matters. I think firstly the matter with Mr. Makate, and please call me. I think it's important to say categorically that this is not about dragging it out. This is before the Constitutional Court, and we too await the outcome of that. We have in various ways tried to engage and come to a table. We simply have not agreed on quantums, and it's before the Constitutional Court. So I think just to leave that one there for the moment. I think the second one that was specific to Vodacom was on data pricing, and to the honourable member, the 5 gigabyte is available, and it is available on mobile. It's not a separate internet offer. It's actually there. In fact, as the session was going on, Honourable Chair, there were people on social media asking about it. Our team has responded to them, shown them exactly where they buy it. It's fully available. It's not hidden somewhere. It's actually there. And part of it, Chair, lies the problem around the price of data, of which some of it is around the perception of the price of data, which we will need to work on harder to ensure that that is more available. The fact that you are not aware that is available is part of the challenge for us to make you aware of that. And I think those are some of the elements. You're correct, Honourable Member, in terms of some of the different channels of what you can find maybe on a banking app, but you can't find it here and so on. Within our business, there's different ways to distribute our products, if you like, so to sell our bundles and so on. And each of those different channels, if you like, have different commercials that you need to pay. So what you can maybe sell on this channel will cost you a little bit more there. And so there might be different prices on different channels, but ultimately the 5 gigabytes is available for customers. It's available on all of our channels that we distribute directly. So just to put that one categorically and make that clear on that. I think the data expiry one is also, Honourable Chair and members, what you've raised passionately. And maybe I can join my fellow CEO and give a separate example to try and explain the matter which has been spoken about at length. The data pricing that we price for is based on how we dimension the network. So we say this is what we need to input into the network to create the network to be able to carry the data, and therefore we charge on the basis of that. If one was looking at the price of making something fully available all of the time, it is obviously more expensive than dimensioning it differently at different times. And so to buy a data bundle is not like buying a loaf of bread. Buying a data bundle is buying access to something, almost like buying a Gautrain ticket. You can buy a Gautrain ticket for a week, for 2 days, for a return for a month, and it's the access that it's giving you to that service. To just reiterate and maybe use it in this example, if you were creating an endless accessibility to something, it would almost be saying that you want to build a 5-lane highway right across the country, because it must always be able to take 5 cars at the same time. And you would build that road network, if I'm just using roads as an example, you would build a 5-lane highway all across the network through every road. The end result of that, Honourable Chair, is it will actually push data costs up. So the very fact of bringing the validities down is an ability that we have and a tool that we have used to make the entry points more affordable for people who want to use them at a more affordable entry point. And therefore we dimension the network accordingly that way. That's part of the journey. The longer validities are available on the network. But you'll see that the shorter validities, and another honorable member spoke about prepaid, actually those bundles are cheaper. Because there are pro-poor bundles, because they are within the poorest towns that we have, the top 2,000 towns and so on. So those two things are linked, and that's how one should look at and think about these things. But again, happy to send a more detailed response to the committee. There was a question specifically to Vodacom on foreign ownership. Vodacom Group is indeed owned by 65% by Vodafone Group. This gives us a few things, Honourable Member. The first thing that it gives us is it gives us an ability to be part of a world-class company. What we have access to are technologies, ideas from right across the group, from how things are being done in Spain, to UK, to Italy, to Germany. There's nothing you'll find, Honourable Member, that we are, as a group, that the Germans can say they're doing that we haven't brought to South Africa. So we have the power of bringing world class into our business by being part of a bigger group. On top of that, we also have the ability to procure equipment and use the buying power of the group to ensure that we're procuring the things that we procure with the power of being part of a global group which has bigger procurement. But that being said, there are very strong local shareholders within Vodacom Group. So the PIC holds 12% of the share of Vodacom Group, and Yebo Yetu, which is our BE vehicle, equally holds 5%. So there's, along with all the other individual shareholders who trade in Vodacom shares individually. The point on infrastructure sharing, Chair, I won't belabor it, but again, just to give perhaps a different angle, the MTN CEO is correct. We do share on a lot of the sites, right across both of our sites, 2,000 roughly, as he said, of both of our sites. We share fiber. The question, Chair, is what is the step change? What is the difference that we can continue to make to continue to become more effective and efficient? And part of that is deepening that sharing. And deepening that sharing means not just sharing, for example, the mast, the actual physical tower. The question needs to be around, can we share the active part of our equipment, so the actual radio network? Can we share in different ways? Can we not only share what we've built, but plan where to build? And so on and so on. And all of that needs to happen within the legislative framework that is available to us, and that's where we would need collective and collaborative support from yourselves and from all the legislators on being able to do that. There was a question specifically for Vodacom around selling of people's data. I want to make that very, very clear. We comply to all POPI regulations, and we do not do anything outside of that at all. So I just want to say that is not, factually speaking, not correct at all. We comply in every aspect of that. So just to be clear on that one. On RICA, this is a big challenge for many of our customers. Many people's data is stolen in terms of their phones are hacked and so on. And the key element on RICA will be that switch. We've been working as an industry collaborative with the Department of Justice, but it is to make that legislative switch to enable and enforce biometric registration. A registration that links, that when someone registers for a SIM card, that registration needs to link back to the Home Affairs database, to the harness database, and give and be a point that can verify that. And unless that happens, it doesn't continue. So really bring in the biometric element, but also start to limit, for example, legislation that limits the number of SIM cards that one person can own. And those are the kind of legislative measures we need to be able to collectively deal with the issue and improve the RICA framework and registration legislation.
1 minute, CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Another specific one on Vodacom, in fact it was for all, was about exiting contracts. Important to say that when contracts are entered into, particularly most of those involve a device that's part of that contract. And what has happened with that device is, as an MNO, we've gone and we've procured the device from the OEM. We have put money into that device to reduce the cost of it, so we've invested in it on the basis that a customer will be with us for 24 months or 36 months. If that customer is going to leave early, then we would need to recoup the price or the cost of the device. And so that's some of the complexities that sometimes come up with regards to the different areas. Honorable Chair, I think I will leave it at that, and maybe all the others we will bring through in writing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. CEO?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the members of the committee. Likewise, like my colleagues as well, we really acknowledge the concerns, and we're really here to actually find solutions across all of these. So I think, Chair, I'll touch mostly on the ones that are directed at Telkom, but also some that are a little bit industry specific. So I think the question of infrastructure sharing, I think you're really spot on that one. We, as MNOs, we're actually not really competing at an infrastructure level anymore. I think infrastructure sharing should be encouraged. We do, however, have been engaging ICASA and also the Competition Commission on some of the issues that could potentially be seen as collusion. And I think we are being listened to, and possibly you guys could also help us to expedite those processes to make sure that at least the rules around the game of infrastructure sharing are actually quite clear to everyone, and we don't find ourselves in a spot of bother with regards to the Competition Commission. So I really encourage that. On the question of data expiry, I think my other two colleagues have really vented on this one, trying to sort of explain the impact on the network itself in terms of how you create capacity and how that would actually impact and push on the input costs of actually creating even a gig of data. The other view is actually for every airtime that hasn't been utilized by the customer, because you've sold a service and you haven't delivered on that service, you actually have to put a contingent liability on your balance sheet. And as you carry this liability every year and it grows, it might grow to a point where your liabilities are much higher than your assets, and therefore you are technically insolvent. When you do go to a bank to raise money, to actually invest back on actually improving the same network, the rate within which the banks will give you would actually be based on the fact that you are insolvent, almost like a default customer. So the cost of credit shoots up. When the cost of credit shoots up, it becomes an input cost to a gig of data. Therefore, we can maintain the low prices. So there's a lot of complications. However, what we've done, especially on our side, is to actually, maybe to Sito's point, is to create specific propositions for customers where particularly you can buy a gig of data or even megabytes of minutes and utilize it within the specific space of time, so that we are not forcing you to buy a gig of data that you won't be able to finish within a day. So you can get daily, we've got what we call daily bundles, we actually have WhatsApp bundles, and all of these bundles are actually tailor-made for customers to ensure that whatever you've bought, you can actually utilize it as well. So there's many things that we're trying to do as MNOs to make sure that at least we can meet customers halfway with regards to this one. When it comes to data prices, I think it's been shared by my colleagues as well, but what I wanted to actually emphasize on is actually the input cost of running a mobile tower. So there's the rental, there's the batteries you have to buy, there's the diesel costs, and all of those actually contribute to a price that you can actually pass on to the customer. In most cases, most of these input costs, we actually absorb them as companies and try and actually take them on the chin before we can actually pass on to customers, so that we can keep certain prices for certain types of customers at a much lower rate. And we actually go as far as we create what we call, more town deals that are specific to certain towns and certain areas. And obviously, when you go to the internet and Google these prices, you're not going to find them, because they are below the line. It's only when you are a customer and you subscribe to some of our platforms, and most prepaid customers actually know these platforms. Ours is called Monice, and they actually know the type of bundles that they get below the line. There was a question of airtime advance and some of the services that we provide as MNOs, such as streaming or content. They are value-added services to our core. It is not a core of what we're actually selling. Specifically at airtime advance, we're not in the banking space at all. We actually partner with people that already have banking licenses that actually understand how credit works. We do not charge interest on airtime credit. There is a minimal service fee, which is really minimal as opposed to when you're actually taking out a loan, and that is just to cover the cost of the actual platform itself. they do actually help customers to buy a lot more airtime on credit. It's actually a product that is enjoyed a lot by prepaid customers. They don't feel like we're actually exploiting them because it is actually quite cheap. And it's actually, in certain instances, called an emergency top-up solution because it's really when you have an emergency and you can't afford to buy airtime and you actually give you this product. There was issue of coverage versus service obligations, and I think my two colleagues have covered that. But what I wanted to say was, especially with regards to how we roll out these, what do you call it, PSIs, right? Public service institutions. We don't view them as just, PSIs where we drop a router and actually leave. In most instances, that's why when we engage with school principals, we look at their connectivity requirements for the entire school. What has tended to happen is that it's been a miscommunication between the different departments as to what are MNOs supposed to do when they rock up at a school. And we're trying to clear those to say we don't just want to drop a router because a router at the principal's office is not really going to help anyone. We actually would like to make sure that the entire school is connected. In certain instances where we have mobile towers in some schools and we actually have backup power in the form of solar, we actually do share it with schools because in some instances you realize the schools is not even electrified. In most instances, sometimes we actually help them with gas stoves and actually gas itself so that they can actually cook food for the kids. So we actually look at total solutions. Where you find us where we've just dropped a router as an example, which is not something we're not proud of, it's because we're not finding each other with the school principals. It's actually not really playing ball or not even allowing us. We haven't dropped a router and left it there, but we've just dropped it so that we don't incur the cost of reverse logistics, so that we continuously engage with the school. I'm going to come to the past one, right? I'm going to come to the past one so that I can also allay your own fears. So we actually drop it, engage, and then go back when we found each other with the school to actually connect the entire school. When we talk about homes passed, it actually means we've built the highway. You actually don't have houses as yet. That's how the network is actually built. The intention is to actually connect everyone there. And not most people usually want to connect to fiber because customers have got different needs. In some instances, they just want a fixed wireless router, and that's what they use in that particular home. And in some instances, they actually use their own phones to connect everyone in the house. So it's basically dependent on each household if they actually want us to actually pull a fiber line into a house is actually much cheaper for us. To pass homes is much more expensive because we have to pull it from far away. So our intention is to actually connect everyone, and it depends on each home in each home if they actually want to be connected. In some instances, we've dropped what we call an ONT and said, here's a free service that you can use, and if you do like it, after 3 months, you can engage with us if you want to sign up as a customer. And we've actually created prepaid fiber products so that you can buy fiber almost like a prepaid customer on mobility as well, so that we can make it cheaper for people. The difficulty is if you don't create the infrastructure and you actually pass that town without doing that, to go back becomes much more expensive. That's why we sort of laid out Chair and the members of the committee. There was an issue that was raised on OTTs in terms of can we really limit access to these OTTs and what they allow our people to do. The answer is it's a difficult one. We don't own the actual application itself, so we can't regulate the content or even block it. And in certain instances, if you do that, you actually have to block the entire country to have access to the internet, in essence, because broadband services are actually provided as such. However, we've been engaging with the CASA, with the department as well, as to can we expedite the regulations around OTTs. So for instance, in Dubai, you can't make a WhatsApp call because it is regulated and blocked that you can't do that to protect the MNOs in that country. You can use WhatsApp on data. So these things, we've seen them elsewhere that they can potentially be done. And on RICA issues, I didn't want to touch on that. I think my colleagues have touched on it. I think biometrics is possibly the future. Some difficulties that you have if people are living in informal structures. You don't have a proper address, and you actually have to capture something around that individual. In some instances, people don't have proper documents, like such as IDs, but they do want the service. You've got to capture something. So how we've been engaging with the Department of Justice is to actually find solutions around those issues themselves. The balance between AI and people, I think in most instances, AI is actually enabling people, but we do spend a lot of money and investment in actually upskilling people so that they can participate in this world that is becoming much more AI-enabled, so that they have the skills to actually do that rather than be caught up on old skills that are not necessarily needed by industry. And lastly, Chair, there was I think you started with it, are we government owned or are we privately owned? We are proud to be owned by government. 40% of our company is owned by government, another 9% by the PIC. And by the way, the PIC that manages the public sector pension funds owns almost every company in South Africa, including companies listed on the JSE. We are also listed on the JSE, which enables us to actually raise capital that would not necessarily be able to raise if we were not allowed to, would actually possibly be coming back to government to actually ask for money to invest back. So it has actually allowed us to be flexible. That's why we were able to do the things that we're doing. And we're also very grateful that we've been able to do that. And lastly, we are exempt from PFMA, so we actually have a little bit of agility in terms of how we procure the services, because we do compete with the guys that are largely privately owned, and they play by different rules, and you have to play by those rules to be able to survive. And I hope that actually answers the question. So at this point, Chair, I will rest, and I think we'll sort of maybe do maybe a physical submission if there's anything that I've missed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Madam CFO?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am quite aware that time is of the essence. I think the biggest question for Salsi was more in and around our growth, so let me try and touch on that. We believe that our model best suits where we are as an industry. Where you have an industry where there's multiple players, you get to the point where there will be infrastructure people and there will be people that then provide the service. We've already moved away from having our own network, so the physical base stations, and we think that has worked out best, not only for us, but for the consumer. Because now we can deliver a better service, and that service we're still improving. So from that aspect, we think our business model is the right one. We definitely are looking to partner more. We're partnering with our roaming partners, and we're also looking to partner more to expand even other businesses, and as in the MVNOs that we partner with already. And we think the MVNO models are important to the industry at large, because they do add a different layer of competition to the services we provide. So you can never be complacent as a telco, because now we're all, the playing field is way open. And we believe enabling this competition is quite important. As the smallest profit-wise from the MNO providers in the room, we heard, we acknowledged, and we received the blessings that we heard about making billions and billions and billions of profits. Thank you very much. I will take that away as CFO. I am very happy for those blessings. But we do believe that obviously then the reinvestment of that is quite important. From our end, we have been limited, but even in the initiatives that we've partaken in currently, we do make sure that we try and implement deeply. And that's why for certain instances, you would have seen that our presence over the last couple of years hasn't been as strong. And you're only seeing us coming back from a presence perspective in the last probably 2 years, with a lot of work that we've done on the brand in the last 18 months. So we are still in the process of going back into our communities and being more visible and more present in those communities as we continue on our journey to turn around the core Cell C business. On most of the other topics, I think the CEOs have definitely covered. There's elements that we will cover in writing and come back to the committee on those.
Thank you very much. Over to you, sir. Elfie, I just want you to be aware that you will come after ACT if you have any comments you'd like to add. Yes.
Thank you very much. I would like to start off by just answering the question whether we are partners or whether we see government as a social obligation. I think all the MNOs stand here firmly resolute that we are actually partners with government, but this partnership is a two-way thing. And the reason I'm saying that specifically is with regards to these public service institutions. So we've been given a mandate to connect them, and everybody that's sitting here understands that what is currently the requirement is not sufficient, to be honest. The requirement says provide connectivity, and then when you get to the school, there is nothing to provide connectivity to. right? So we've been trying to figure out what is it that we need to be doing with the Department of Education or the Department of Health to actually provide a meaningful solution instead of just providing a connectivity solution. Previously, in our previous obligations, we were working with Centec, who, when we got to a school and we provide connectivity, there would be a LAN set up, there would be a lab where there was actual equipment that the people could use. And now where we're standing is that we can't even get to get off the starting block with the Department of Education and other departments as to, it must be more than just providing a router. We understand that very well. When we do provide these services, from our perspective, these services are not charged for. It's a public service institution. We do not charge for these services. We maintain and we also monitor these services to make sure if anything happens, we come back to the beneficiaries to get them up and running. I just want to touch on the infrastructure sharing. I mean, everybody understands that this is actually the way, this is the future. It's going to reduce the cost. It means that we've got an opportunity to change our input costs. The one thing that we're sort of not addressing is the infrastructure providers themselves. They are not regulated. So they make our lives a bit difficult when we want to start sharing and they start imposing additional taxes on our sharing regime. So you've got ICASA that's saying sharing is a good thing, everybody must go towards sharing, and then when we start to do that, there's additional costs that we do not plan for. It makes it difficult for operators to manage their input costs when you know that somewhere, somehow, somebody's going to hit you with a 10%, 20%, 30% tax because we are sharing with somebody else. With regards to AI, I think at RAIN we are quite bullish on AI. We don't see AI as a replacement of people. We see AI as a multiplier. We are using it to be as efficient as possible. We want our people to be the ones that assist AI in making our services better. We do not intend for AI to start replacing people. We want AI to be assisted by our people to make us more efficient. With the two points raised directly at RAIN, the issue of the network and the quality of service, yes, definitely this is a headache for us. Every single day we're trying to get better. We understand our limitations, and every single day we are trying to get better. With the issue of price, Honorable Shongwe says RAIN is expensive, has always been expensive. We believe that we are providing the best value in the market. And the reason for that is if you look at our products are geared towards providing home connectivity, not an individual user having a gig or 2 gigs or whatever. So when that person leaves the house, they take their internet with them. We are anchored at home by providing unlimited home service, and then we are providing the residents of the house 2 mobile services free of charge as part of our product construct. So in terms of value, we definitely believe we provide the best value in the country. In terms of whether it's expensive, I think we need to be looking at what exactly is the value that we are providing if we want to compare it to somebody else. Are they providing similar value if you compare the services that we are providing? Yeah, I think I will just leave it there.
You didn't answer about the cloud, or is it encapsulated?
The
It says
cloud?
when there's clouds, there's no rain.
Oh, that's the quality of service.
Okay,
Oh, no,
so
no.
you, no, I'm joking. I know you answered that one. CEO?
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be as quick as possible. It's unfortunate that member, Subramani, left. On the issues of ICASA and USASA, if you were to check the second last slide of my presentation, it sets out a timeline of the engagements that as ACT we have had with ICASA, and especially on one topic, which is social obligations, since 2023. Some of those letters have not been responded to, but we do put that in writing. Over and above, insofar as USASA, Chair, because we're talking about the Universal Service and Access Fund, we have shared our research with USASA. USASA hired consultants, and the consultant came to us as ACT and asked us questions as to how do we think it best the funds could be dispersed. That was last year. We've only had that one engagement with USASA. So we have had engagements with USASA. And I'm saying, Chair, for us as ACT, we don't just pay lip service, we do research. That's why some of the research we've left here with you. I think most CEOs have actually touched on the issue of RICA, and as an association, we are working on RICA earnestly, and we're working, so the issues of the biometric, the issues that are being introduced are outside legislation. So in order for us to find a way of making sure there's more security, because we recognize South Africa is being grey listed, we have actually asked the Competition Commission to give us permission outside the legislative framework to find more solutions that are security related. So I wanted to say that there was a question around sunsetting of 2G and 3G networks. I am going to quote the policy directive of last year, 28th May, the day before that we were voting. That was published by the then Minister Mondli Gugubele. That actually says the following. The following section provides preliminary dates for the sunset of 2G and 3G networks. The sequencing for sunsetting of 2G and 3G networks and their related dates will be determined by the authority, subject to conducting an economic and regulatory impact assessment. So ICASA has to do the impact, regulatory impact assessment. And then they're saying the first part is the prohibition of type approval of 2G and 3G only devices. That was supposed to have been done, remember it's a preliminary date, by 30 September 2024. We had written to ICASA to remind them of this date. The next date was prohibition of activation of 2G and 3G only devices on networks, 31 December 2024. Commencement for the shutdown of 2G and 3G services, the commencement was supposed to be 1st June 2025, and then total shutdown of 2G, 3G networks by 31 December 2027. These dates are there, but these are preliminary dates. ICASA has to consult further on them. So I just wanted to say it's going to be led by ICASA. The industry is going to follow. I just wanted to say that. Chair, I know there was an impression that perhaps it's how I spoke, that we are not opposed to satellite. Satellite is here in South Africa, but we are opposed to the manner of how other people are coming into in South Africa. We speaking about the regulatory parity, that when we say the door to come into this room, Chair, is that door, you cannot come through the window. Same rules must be applicable to you, that are applicable to everyone. And if the rules are going to be relaxed, they should be relaxed for everyone. That is the point that we have been saying. As a result, ICASA started the process in 2024, and we have been consistent in saying that to ICASA. Then, Chair, I wanted also to add on the difference between SA Connect and social obligations. Two different things. SA Connect is funded by government. Universal service obligations is what the members received as part of the spectrum licensing. The SA Connect runs mostly on fiber. This is more a mobile network service on this side. So I just wanted to draw that distinction. But do they want to achieve the same thing? Yeah, they do. But this one of social obligation is privately funded by a network operator. Chair, we would, for instance, because the CEO don't need to be here, we have an entire team comprising of ourselves, DCDT, COCTA, Department of Health, DBEs, on and off, Department of Health, wherein we are, I think the question was saying, how do you make sure you speak to the right people in the community? This is what has happened practically at COCTA. We get there, honorable member, get there, here's a list, they received a list, this is the person. Then when they go to roll out and say, this is the service, they found out you are no longer the king. The king is Honorable Tsilish, but you are on the list, right? But who are they going to roll out to? To you. So those are the kind of things that, when we say that the detail needs to be cleaned out, those are the kind of things we need to do. I know Honorable Makubela left, and she asked questions about quality of service. And I want to say this, quality of service, Chair, is not thumbsucked, right? Quality of service is set by the International Telecommunications Union. That's why when you see ICASA reports, it will say, actually, the members are meeting the quality of service targets, because the targets are set at an international level as to what they need to be. I was saying that everyone it's 100% connectivity. There is a difference between connectivity and the quality of service. So when we talk of satellite, we say satellite is a complementary service. Say you are driving, I know it's a bad example I'm going to, driving from Pretoria to Bulukwane, there'll be patches of areas that you will not get access. Those gaps, other people can come and complement that. But what we do not want to, and I don't want to be misunderstood because there's media, people must not come with rules that are only bended only for them. If you're going to bend rules, bend for all of us. That's
In
why
conclusion,
I stopped you.
thank you very much. Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. And also from our side, we extend our condolences to the families of the deceased in the Eastern Cape. Chair, but certainly in that respect, we need to do more as an ICT industry for a coordinated emergency response and recovery support. I think Ms. Bachi covered the issue of the 2G, 3G. Effectively, it's that next generation spectrum policy that they directed ICASA to do the work in this regard. She spoke of the RIA that's required, but the important part, the continued consultation with stakeholders, because that informs the revision of the roadmap and the timelines that are involved, but that certainly ICASA can take us further on. There are so many topics. I'll just cover 5, 6 that maybe just helps, Chair. So on rapid deployment, for example, ICASA's, we've done our policy, and ICASA's been working on the rapid deployment regulations. They've done half the work so far, and on the APP it reflects that they would be finalizing regulations this year. That's only one half. On the other hand, we worked with DCOC over a period of time, and they've done a national standard draft bylaw on rapid deployment. So that deals with the municipal space, and that's where operators say the biggest problems are. So at least the framework is there, because that framework creates, intends to create uniformity in wayleave processing. The problem there would be uptake, because it's only a model law, and it's up to municipalities due to their own local competence in this regard to then become aware of the bylaw, and ultimately we hope and encourage them to adopt the bylaws in the municipalities, and that's perhaps where some of the focus must go. When it comes to the airtime expiry, just a short part, ICASA recently confirmed that they are still dealing with it as part of the revision of the end user and subscriber service charter regulations, and I understand that the committee has finalized the consultation process and is awaiting legal vetting of the regs and the reasons documents that they intend, and that is earmarked to be published by the end of Q1 of the 25-26 financial year. Chair, considering our options regarding policy and legislative update, we are considering our options regarding that, because we've heard over a period of time that is in fact what is required. There are so many topics that again we must consider, and OTT and fair share is certainly one of them, and I know that's on the minister's radar as well. You've done good work here today, Chair, because if we bring proposed changes to the ECA, it's likely to be opposed by some of the operators here, because some of those would be emanating from the DSMI recommendations that seek to reduce the cost to communicate, that seek to improve competition, that seek to strengthen ICASA in their powers so that they can regulate appropriately. And we've heard today from the big operators, and we respect their views, but there's also another side to the coin, and we've heard some of the members speak to that side, the experience by the user, the experience by the small operator, and the ISPs and the others that are the so-called access seekers. And and we want to level that playing field. But the work you're doing will certainly help us in considering the way forward. And the DG spoke about this a month ago, reporting to you and responding to you, Chair, saying whether we do ECA chapter by chapter and the ECT, or we bring another form of digital transformation legislation that covers a number of aspects, potentially even the current work done by the Commission on the platforms. Considering, Chair, we also need to do a deep dive on the USAF and its expenditure. I keep, especially hearing the Chair speak about that as well, how much was received over time and where did it go. We heard it again today. And perhaps those figures are available. It's just a matter of bringing it forward and allowing everyone to see, and maybe bring in the discussion of how the USAF really works under the ECA. There's a perception that it's earmarked money, but it's actually a general tax, for example. So there's some clarifications we need to do around that, and to illustrate how much money over 20 years came in and what went out, and many people will be surprised by that. Chair, and why we need to do that deep dive, because as we are working towards a digital development challenge fund, and again something we owe you, there's a period between now and hopefully with the approval of Parliament setting up a challenge fund in future. In that period we need to make sure that the existing USAO framework is optimized and at least functioning properly as contemplated in the ECA. And I mean, there are different role players. ICASA must update the underserviced area definitions, the Minister the meaning or the determination of what constitutes universal service and access, and ICASA the role on about obligations and so on. So we must make that work in the interim.
Lastly,
two more points, Chair. On the PSIs, I mean that was a good. Many comments came in that respect. So if I can focus on that, we've done good work, I think, Chair, in the past year coordinating. That means the department and ACT representing the big operators and the spectrum licensees with a proper PMO to try to facilitate the coordination, and I think that, in my opinion, was a good first year. But we have to have a dedicated session about that, Chair, where ICASA should take the center stage, in my view, on the PSIs and how the process can be more dynamic and efficient. We can speak about cost to communicate, Chair, but then on sharing of infrastructure, we certainly support that and believe ICASA must update the facilities leasing regulations, at least with the recent court judgments that interpreted the reasonability test. We support any of these pro-competitive measures and enabling a better spectrum regime that can benefit our economy and society. In summary, Chair, there are many critical subjects that were raised today, and we need to attend to these matters, and we thank you and the committee, Honourable Committee, for setting this in.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Witz. Alpha Witz or Witz?
It's Alf Wiltz. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Alf. So, yeah, maybe in conclusion, let me start by thanking you very, very, very much. And I hope we've demystified the fact that you come to Parliament to be attacked. I think that this committee really, really seeks to be constructive. And let me get to constructive. Honorable Bodlani did say she hopes that this is not the first and last time we interact with yourselves. But what we are able to do is that, firstly, we need to, as part of our responsibilities, we have to approve the budget of the department, which obviously outlines their plans for the next 5 years, their plans for the year, and so forth. And one of the things that we are raising is our unhappiness around the rate at which they are moving on policy reform. We've already asked for the calendar in respect to that, and I think we'll be putting some pressure. But the members of the committee, I think when they get the minutes of this meeting, can also take a decision that we don't want to wait until the fourth quarter of this year for the ECA, and should we be looking at another approach to that, whether it is in the form of I don't know, I don't want to preempt the members, but they are lawmakers. They can take decisions on how laws must be made if the executive is taking its time. We've also been informed by the DG that the audio and audiovisual policy is now in the office of the minister, so hopefully that will come. On the issue of the municipalities, this week we met with COCTA, and this issue was raised around the time that it takes, and I think in due course we will have to engage in a joint committee with the portfolio committee of COCTA. I think we've heard the issues around alternative spectrum allocation. That has to be a discussion, which I think we will keenly follow as the committee, and obviously the time that is referred to it. I just laughed when Celsi said it must depend on, we must consider the cost to deploy, and I was thinking, must we also then consider the profit that comes from it? But that's neither here nor there. We've heard you also on the issue of the regulation of OTTs and the infracos. I do believe that already there's a discussion with ICASA on how that is supposed to look like. I mentioned the audiovisual policy, which we trust will be speaking to that. There's many areas that we haven't explored, fintech, all sorts of things. There's an issue that has been raised around the coordination of the CSI programs, and I wish you would consider that, because everybody's working, and we appreciate that you're working hard, but you're not working together. The old African adage that says, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. And I think that if there was a sense, I mean, yes, you know, through the programs that you run where there's need, but also government can direct some of these things to say, listen, there are problems here. And it's not right that people think that then doing that it's interference. And I wish maybe from the association point of view, you'd also begin to look at how you can do that. I don't know, Honorable Tambo has left, but I suspect, knowing this committee, they reject the explanations on data expiry. And I think we may have to engage on that, especially because people buy stuff, it's not used. Yes, we get the explanation. I think that's what he had said also in his input. And we may need to converse with you on that nicely. On the RICA system, in the next 2 weeks, we are having a joint portfolio committee with Justice, where this issue is on the table. We had wanted to find out how far you are on cleaning up the database, because we've requested a joint portfolio committee with Justice, because ICASA needs us to support them in that process, and I hope that you are adequately collaborating. On the issues of satellite, I think we are clear on each other's positions, but I just wondered, you have all these billions and billions and billions. Why are you not just working together, putting your own money and building a South African satellite? When we sit here and we get reports about this, we're told it will cost in the region of 15 billion rands or so with a national communications satellite. And I just wondered whether there's no interest, you know, from the MNOs to actually close that gap. That way you protect us from the likes of... Okay, on the Yusuf, I think Alfie has covered that. But again, the Yusuf, I'm beginning to be skeptical to think that our problems would be solved by us knowing where that money is. We did write to the Minister of Finance detailed questions, but the DG said to me a day or two ago, actually, you've done some work. This money probably amounts to 3 billion. Now, if we had had time before, we would have asked each of you to indicate how much you have contributed over the years, because if it's 3 billion, I don't think it's going to resolve our problems. It's not a panacea necessarily to what we need to do. And then finally, on the issue of, connectivity, quality of service, all of those we spoke about. But I do want to say, CEO Act, ICASA has been at pains to explain to us how they test quality of service. I remember the chair of ICASA sitting here and holding up something that says then they have to do a drive test. So it's not that the quality of service is good. It's because we don't have the resources to be able to monitor it appropriately. So while, yes, you may tick some boxes, there are daily lived experiences of the people on some of these issues, and I think that needs to be taken into account. But let's close off once again with our sincere appreciation and gratitude. We will be writing to you just to thank you and obviously remind you to answer questions where questions have not been answered, but to say that we would really wish to engage so that where we're able to bring to bear the weight of Parliament on the problems that you're trying to resolve in the industry, we'll do so. And you can rest assured that you will obviously be pressured by us on areas that we think that you can make a difference in terms of our mandate to represent the people. Without any further ado, let me then call the meeting adjourned and wish you all a beautiful Cape Town Friday night going forward. Thank you so very much. Thank you, honorable members.